Deej, I'm glad you're here.
And she's a riveted still.
Hello and welcome to Shore Leave number 22, where we're celebrating my second year here on YouTube. And I want to thank everyone who's ever been on in the channel, my chat, and everyone who listens to me, because honestly, most people really do either lurk or listen to me on the replay. So I want to make sure I thank you guys also. I'm very grateful for all of you because you guys make me so happy no matter what's going on. And so hopefully we're going to have some fun today, but also as my channel grows, I want to do more things. Namely, I think if I tell you my goal, I will actually do it. And my goal this year is to make one 20 to 30 minute shorter video every month. And eventually I'd like to be more frequent with that, but I think this is a good starting point. And I also hope to thank channel members and guests along the way. So speaking of which, I'd like to say hello and see how you guys are doing. How are you doing, Scotty R37?
I am super faboo.
Great. And Berta Pray 5, what's going on?
I am doing well, Kapla.
Kapla.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing every single year I have an anniversary, but I want to do at least one, start it off, see what's happening at year 5. That'll be neat. And how are you doing today, Deej?
Hello, world. It's Deej Odyssey.
Nice.
Hello,
Stone Racket.
Hello, Jill. Congratulations on your second anniversary on
Thank
YouTube.
you.
And if you're going to have a goal of making one video a month, hey, how about starting things off great and making a cat video?
You know what, I can think about that. I don't exactly have that as a goal yet, but it's an interesting idea.
You do a cat video every once in a while, your numbers will explode. You'll have so many subscribers.
And yes, people can request things. And I'm not sure if I'll be able to do everything since I'm posting so infrequently. But I do want to say hello to the chat here and thank you, Stone Racket.
You're most welcome.
You say with a $20 super chat. Oh my goodness. Yay. It's your 2-year anniversary on YouTube. Congratulations. And here's to many more. As the companion might have said, the Jill must continue to grow her channel and have many more anniversary celebrations. Trek on. And yes, Star Trek will always be part of my channel even when I'm finished reviewing the original series, which is coming up soon. We only have 8 more episodes left. The countdown is on. It's not a good countdown. We're done. But we'll still, that doesn't mean the end to Star Trek discussions.
Well,
of course.
Okay, we have 8 more third season episodes to go, but we'll just start over again. How's that?
Start over again. All the episodes you didn't get to join for.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I gotta play a video. Let's play. Oh, here's
A record tape show, although never generally revealed.
Oh, baby. What a kitty cat.
Yeah, there's a kitty cat. See, I found a cat video.
Yes, indeed.
And hello to, actually, I don't know if Pleasant Valley Picker's here because he fell asleep at 3:30 a.m. my time. So he might still be asleep right now. And hello to Penny.
Hey, Penny. Hey,
Penny.
And hey, Deej. And Franco Walker. Please subscribe, share, hit the like, and select live chat. Yeah. Yes, we're not talking about that. Shh.
Did you ever see that one episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation where Frasier is in command of a Soyuz class starship and it gets into a time loop, and so you have to do everything at least twice?
Cause and effect. Well, as long as my starship doesn't explode.
Well, that was the beginning of this show, folks.
Deja vu. I'm experiencing deja vu. No.
Gorilla's random thought says Kapla in super secret double lurk mode. Oh, they're pretty quiet.
Kapla, Gorilla.
Good fight.
Hey, Larry's here. Hello, Jill, our communications officer. Yes, I am the communications officer for the Great Clobby Prize over on the Clobberin Times channel. Really, really great honor to be part of the crew.
Moose and squirrel.
Yeah, I love Rocky and Bullwinkle. So
I have a question for you, Jill. Everybody's talking about how they're going to miss the TOS streams when they're gone and all that. Why don't you just go to Star Trek Continues?
Yeah, I thought about that, but I want to start covering For All Mankind because I want to cover it whenever they have a new season. So, because I want to do a mix of old reviews, but also review new shows, and just have a mix of those two. But yeah, I think Star Trek Continues will be on the list for sure at some point.
Basically, a continuation of TOS up until the motion picture.
Well, sure, they even have actors come back for sequel episodes of their own. So
and the last episode, they transition over to motion picture uniforms.
Yeah, that is one of the highlights. Not to say that there are any real lowlights on that series, but I love seeing Admiral Kirk in the TOS uniform, the one I'm wearing currently, on the bridge of the original Enterprise. It gives me shivers.
Yeah, that would be real cool. Well, if I do that, I'll let you know. That is a great idea. I did consider it, but I'm really excited to go to another show. But I think that could be a thing we do on Fridays.
Nice.
Alan Trioscillator says, "Hi, chat." Oh, hi, Alan. And hello to Pop Culture Curator.
Hey, Pop.
And Penny says, the animated series is a continuation of TOS. Yeah, absolutely it is. Some people consider it the 4th and 5th year.
And we had the great pleasure to be able to cover that over on Pop Culture Curator's channel. We did the entire 2-season run.
We did, absolutely. Hello to Brogu Keith E. Congratulations, Jill. For 2 years, that's fantastic. And Larry gives us a member chat. He's been a member for 2 months.
Is that what that means?
He's been a member for 2 months.
Okay.
Or so that marks the time.
Member.
Anyway, he says, congratulations, Jill. Animated series. Movies are possible. Continuing reviews. Best wishes to all here, the channel, and your family, Jill. Yeah, I actually reviewed 5 of the movies. The only one I haven't reviewed yet is Star Trek 3, which we may be doing soon.
Well, and then when it comes to the Next Generation movies, I think the only dangling participle that we have is Insurrection.
Oh, yeah, we haven't covered all of the TNG movies. I'm sure we'll do that too at some point.
Did we do First Contact? I don't remember.
No, we didn't. We were going to do First Contact on Star Trek Day, or not Star Trek Day, First Contact Day.
Mm-hmm. Which is coming up.
Yeah, so there you go. And so we can visit the Phoenix then. That's a good idea. No problem. Oh, I love this. This is for Larry.
Don't you think you better check with me first?
Captain. Jim!
Yeah, that was an awesome moment when me and my siblings saw that.
It's one of my favorite times because he's still under the influence of Ponfar, and everybody gets to see it. he's still so emotional.
I am pleased to see you, Captain.
Yeah, because of course he's okay now, but I think it's just some of it's lingering a bit. Penny says, "That's what I said, Larry," and she's a member for 1 month. Yes, thank you, Penny.
I'm sure the captain would simply have said, "Forget it, Bones."
That's the only time he says Bones. And did I say hi to Keith E? I think
Yes,
I
you
did.
did.
Hey, Keith.
Jim.
And we will say, hey, Keith.
Hey. Oh, and welcome to Jim. Hey, Jim. How are you?
Good morning and congratulations. And I just got up.
Oh, you just got home. That's
I
great.
just got up. I'm
you just got awake.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Jim. And you're not the only one. I got up at 9:50. And I said, uh-oh, Jill's stream's going to be going live here. I got to get going.
I said, oh, frack. I better get some coffee.
Yeah, I haven't had any breakfast or anything.
I'm jealous of all of you that got to sleep in.
Hey, Franco, what's up?
You should eat something, Stoner. Oh, my goodness.
It's okay.
Franco.
If I go silent, that means I've just collapsed because I haven't eaten. No.
Oh, no.
No, I'm okay.
I'm on my third margarita.
Don't tell anyone, Jill. Don't tell anyone, Jill, but I'm still in my pajamas.
Oh, yeah, me too. Why do you think I put on the camera?
It's like a slumber party all in here.
Yeah.
Hello to Princess Fiona. She says, "Grats on 2 years."
Hey, Princess, what's up?
Princess, how are ya?
Hello.
Yeah, and it's just been an incredible 2 years with lots of gains and losses, and always part of my story of my channel being created is one of those losses that we've had this past year was Cardinal Sin, and he will always be a very important reason why this channel exists, because he always encouraged me to start a channel, and even before that he encouraged me just to be on the microphone. He kept asking me to be part of his midnight to midnight late night stream, and I kept refusing. What changed my mind was visiting the Clobburn Times channel. After watching how much I love Star Trek in the chat, Clobby invited me to celebrate Gene Roddenberry's 100th birthday, and so wanting to be prepared, I finally told Cardinal Sin that I was ready to go on his show. So that's how the very first live stream I ever spoke on was Midnight to Midnight on Cardinal Sin's channel. I love that bit of history on my channel so much, and then I started my channel, of course, with Pop Culture Curator, where our first live stream was about DeForest Kelley, and then we reviewed the Orville Star Trek, and who knows where else we'll go next. Lots of cool stuff, and also lots of movies and things and shows on Fridays.
Sweet.
Yeah, so that's basically the channel history. I'm thinking I might interject For All Mankind every once in a while and have Tuesday supplementals where we talk about the rest of the original crew, like I did with Pop Culture Curator with DeForest Kelley. So we could have a William Shatner one or Michelle Nichols, and so that could be a lot of fun.
Well, if you're going to do For All Mankind, just remember you have to start off every show by saying, "Hi, Bob."
I'm sure I'll understand that as soon as I finally start watching that show.
Yeah, you'll get there.
Yeah. So, but also, Scotty gave me an idea for what we could talk about today. And so what we could do is talk about since this is my second year This is we could talk about movie sequels, and this was his idea. Thank you. Thank you for that idea.
Oh, my pleasure. I enjoy talking about sequels, especially when it comes to Weekend at Bernie's 2.
Well,
that was awesome.
Really, was it awesome? I've never seen that. So there's going to be a lot of sequels we talk about today that I just.
You have to watch Weekend at Bernie's too.
Yeah.
But I mean, is he just a pile of bones at that point?
No,
Or did they mummify him?
No, he's still a corpse, but they use voodoo on him, and he moves around and walks whenever music's playing through the headphones to him.
It's neat though.
That feels like a movie that doesn't exist.
Oh, it's
It's hilarious.
Still pales in comparison to the original, but I do enjoy it. It is just silliness, and I love it.
Mm-hmm. Star Trek.
I wish they'd made a Weekend at Bernie's 3.
Complete the trilogy. I agree with you.
I'm with Larry. That's what we should do, not this For All Mankind stuff.
Oh, Star Trek continues?
Yeah. Or Star Trek.
Well, and that's what's interesting about For All Mankind is that some people have theorized that would be sort of the alternate history that brings humanity to Starfleet and the Federation. And so it is kind of like a quasi prequel from what I've heard. It's written by Ron Moore. And
that's why we're reviewing it.
Yeah,
it is.
Contemporary science fiction. And it sounds, I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's the prehistory of the Terran Empire. Person.
The Terran Empire, so it's Mirror Universe.
You could take it either way on how you see aspects of the show.
I'm interested. I'm looking forward.
I have watched all 4 seasons of it too.
Oh, okay. You've seen all of it, so you're all caught up. Okay,
yeah, I'm all caught up. Bird's all caught up.
Nice. Okay. That's good.
I've never seen it.
Oh, me neither, but I'm going to. Keith
says, and how do you see it? I mean, what is it on?
Apple TV.
I don't have that.
I mean, the Beatles are still together.
It was cheap, so now
the Beatles are still together. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the Beatles are still together in For All Mankind.
Oh, they never broke up.
Well, they broke up.
Oh, well, yeah, it's an alternate. It's an alternate. Okay.
Wait a minute. It's an alternate timeline?
Yeah.
Yes. Forget it.
Oh, it's one of those things that we like to call a work of fiction.
Keith E says, "Look in the couch cushions. I'm sure you'll find something there, even if it's an M&M." I don't know who Keith E is talking to. But
it's for Stone Racket's breakfast.
If I look in the couch cushions, I'm just going to find a lot of cat litter. That's what I usually find.
What? They carry it around the house? Oh, right.
Oh my goodness! Even though I have things to prevent that, I have a special mat, around their litter boxes. They still bring it into the living room, and then when I'm vacuuming the couch, taking the cushions out, it's just like a bunch of sand. It's just horrible.
Wow, how inconvenient.
Yeah.
Bird of Prey 5, could you read this joke from Alan Triosulator?
Of course. How does the Klingon captain begin a new entry to the mission log? With Cap log.
That's a new one.
That's a pun, son.
Announce it. So,
I don't get it.
and now I'm laughing at the private chat.
Oh, maybe I might use that in my next fan film.
Yeah, that's pretty clever. If you can't.
Caplog. Caplog?
Sorry, you didn't like that joke on
Caplog. Caplog. Caplog.
I get it now.
Yeah.
It's cute.
I need more coffee.
Oh, I always need more coffee. Oh, look, you're in the stream elements. Here's your link.
Harpo is here. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, Hakeem. Hello, Hakeem. He,
What's up?
Hakeem says, "Congrats on 7:30." No, I'm not at 7:30 unless I gained 100 subscribers in like 2 minutes.
Wow.
I'm at 6:59.
I think they just wanted you to go look.
Yeah, I did go look.
And the
Made me
private
look.
chat, I didn't need to know that, Scotty.
Oh man,
He should have said, "I'm Scotty R37 and I'm not wearing pants." What is that
Well,
a
he is
reference?
now.
What is that a reference to? What I just said?
that sounds like a personal problem.
Panel. What is that a reference to?
Oh, that's a reference to every live stream I've ever done.
Galaxy
Yeah.
Quest.
Okay, I will say, all right, talk show host. That's your
Galaxy
clue.
Quest. Tim Allen.
No, David Letterman.
Well, I was on Galaxy Quest.
Oh, I would never have gotten that one.
Yeah, if you were watching his original show, he would actually, he would go shout out a window and at 30 Rock and go, "I'm Warren Littlefield and I'm not wearing pants." And of course, Warren Littlefield was one of the top NBC executives.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a good idea to wear pants.
Yes.
Keeps you safe. And I
Hi,
want
Pop.
to.
Hey, Pop.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. I want to say hello to Pop Culture Curator. How are you today?
Hey,
I'm doing great.
Oh wow, we're
Hello,
looking
everybody.
at DJ's ankles.
Congratulations.
not wearing
Jill.
pants.
Oh, but at least you're wearing shorts. But I'm so sorry. How are you doing, Pop?
I'm doing good. It's good to see you all, and above all, congratulations to my good friend Jill. You deserve it. So
Oh,
thank you and hail.
you're welcome. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And thanks for
we both started our channels around the same time, but I think I lost about 6 months last year when my channel was deleted. So I'm a couple months or a few months behind you. I have to look. I think it's March.
Yeah, but officially
we're
the same age, but I mean our channels are the same. You're
right.
right.
We started streaming at the same time, but I lost about 6 months when my channel was deleted. So I think my new date
Yeah, but
is
you
somewhere
made
in
up
March.
for it. You made up for it pretty quick. You did pretty well.
Oh, well, that's a matter of opinion. I need to do more videos.
Yeah, me
But
too.
I'm not
Don't we
going
all?
to complain. I'm not going to complain. I have the best subs on the internet, and Star Trek is the best topic, and I have the best friends. So I feel very blessed for that.
Oh, for
And
sure.
hello everyone on the panel and everybody in the chat.
Morning. It's been a long road.
Yeah.
Not really. It's only been a couple of years.
Here.
You got it.
Hey, and Wes Cagle, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Congratulations on 2 years, anti-derivative Jill. Here's to many, many more.
Very kind.
Wishing you all the best. That's awesome. Yes, it is extremely kind. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
and if I had to judge, I would say it seems like this time actually flew by. I can't believe we're already near the end of TOS.
I know it's such a it's been such a trip, and I can't believe it's almost that series in particular is almost over. And we will have one more show after the last episode where we do top episodes, but I got to figure out how to structure that.
Well, since you're going to be doing For All Mankind, maybe I'll do Star Trek Continues.
Oh yeah, you're welcome to it. That sounds great.
My compliments to you and to your dressmaker.
Oh dear.
and that's to SK.
Diana Mulder, not one of my favorite actresses at all.
Well, I like her. Let's see.
Well, that's the main thing.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted her to remain on TNG. I was disappointed when they got rid of her.
Oh, you didn't want Beverly crush your back?
Definitely not. No offense to all the Crusher fans out there.
Well, I'm right here. JT Kirk says, "Hail, congrats! Only 5 more years till your channel and pond bars."
Oh dear.
Nice. Then we'll have a pond bar night.
Bum, 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 bum.
Da 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 da.
Dun, dun, dun. I once attacked a bird with one of those, and he sliced me up into little cubes.
I hate it when my shirt gets cut like that. Damn it.
Doesn't that get your blood pumping when you see that scene?
Yeah, definitely. But fortunately, Deej is a cartoon, so being chopped up into cubes was not a permanent injury.
Oh,
No, I still won the fight. I was declared the winner.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier that Harpo has joined us here. He's on my lap, so he's saying congratulations, Jill.
Well, thank you, Harpo.
let's see the kitty.
You're looking at him. That's
No.
he's my avatar.
And there you go.
I don't know. Harpo backwards is Oprah.
There. There's a bigger Harpo.
There you go.
Why, thank you. And I resent that remark about the Oprah thing. People at work would say that. Oh, they go, "Oh, is that a reference to Oprah?" And I go, "No, it's a reference to Harpo Marx." And they go, "Who's that?"
Well, that's because they're probably young as hell.
Them young'uns.
Yeah, that's depressing.
It is depressing.
No, but don't look at it as a bad thing. It's a good thing. You're educating.
Yeah, I had this is years ago when I first had my two kitty cats, Chico and Harpo, and I had my youngest nephew over, and I said, "I'm gonna," and I had shown him, some Star Trek episodes in a movie, and we were waiting for his father to come by to pick him up, and we had just 20 minutes until my brother-in-law showed up, and I just said, "Well, I can show you a bit of this movie here," and I told him I introduced that segment of that movie as this is what I'll show you why I named my cats Chico and Harpo. I'll show you a scene from a Marx Brothers movie, and I showed my nephew the speakeasy scene from Horse Feathers, and he just busted a gut laughing at that. And he said, "Well, next time I come over, you guys show me that whole movie." And so that's how I introduced him to the Marx Brothers.
That's so cool that humor is so timeless. That
It is
cross generational.
Yeah.
But even better that they're willing to pay attention and look. A lot of times when you say, "I want to show you this," it's like, "Oh no, that's old."
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that they're willing to open their minds and soak it in—that's the best part of it all.
Yeah,
I think I'll stick with the Three Stooges. That's more my
I
I
also
I like it all.
Yeah, I have to thank my sister as well because she showed classic films to her kids all the time. So yeah,
Oh, okay. So they were already used to appreciating.
Yeah,
right.
But of course, I was the one that introduced my sister's children to Star Trek. So
I think Laurel and Hardy and the Three Stooges should be required viewing for all children.
Oh, you got it.
I hear trains. So.
Sorry, guys.
Well, yeah, interesting. They don't have film school in elementary.
Yeah,
they do. It's called Disney. They put them on a loop and take a picture. Believe me, I was there, and that's one of the. Before I was a teacher with Disney, I really didn't care. I could take it or leave it. But then when I started working in the schools and I saw the teachers were using it as a babysitter, and they would just plop kids in front of it and put it on a loop. That made me really grow to hate Disney.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, at least I know where that comes from because I really enjoyed Disney, but using it instead of actually teaching all the time, that's not a good
all
thing.
the time.
Oh boy.
No. That's not
Yeah,
that's not
I can
well,
understand that.
Disney on a regular basis was sending letters out to the school saying, please don't do it because it's copyright infringement.
well not
But
only
the
that
schools
is
did
the
it
kid,
anyway. The teachers would outright say, well, we're going to do it anyway.
yeah, the kids aren't learning. This was my
No.
geography teacher. This is why I didn't learn geography because he put on the Mummy.
Yeah, well, the Mummy is. I'm not going to complain, but they're not going to learn
I like that
from
movie,
something
but
like Disney, and especially when it's something over and over and over and over. You could ask any kid, you know, how many times you've seen The Lion King? Oh, I've seen it 1,000 times. Well, that's the problem.
I still haven't seen it.
I don't see any problem with seeing The Lion King. I love that movie.
No, but when it's superseding many other things, then you've got
issues. It shouldn't be during school unless it's like the last day of school. It's like, okay, you don't have to worry about anything today. That's when you have the movie, or it's right before vacation.
Yeah, that's how the day school did things. And the last day they would show a movie, and I remember my youngest nephew when he was over. He's like, Uncle Brian, guess what we did in school? We watched them.
Oh, yes, that's cool.
Well, another difference too, you guys have to remember: if you have a 90-minute movie, it's a 90-minute movie. If you have a 90-minute Disney movie, it's a 90-minute commercial advertisement.
Oh, most of the time, we never saw the full movie. But anyhow, I have to thank Larry for the $10 super chat. This is so generous.
Very kind of you.
Congratulations, Jill. Congratulations to your channel. 2 years of real Trek talk. Real Trek people. Yeah, well, it's a lot of fun. Thank you. That means a lot to me.
True Trekkers. Yay.
I like that as a tagline, Larry. 2 years of real Trek talk. Real Trek people.
Yeah. That is great.
Simple feeling.
V'ger doesn't understand.
Clear back when I was a kid in school, we got to watch a movie maybe once a month if we all did really good on big test.
Yeah, exactly. It was a real special occasion kind of thing, or it was an educational thing. We were watching something that we had to take notes on.
Right, when the teacher would bring out the 16mm projector in the back of the room.
Oh, no, we had a teacher that actually brought in one of those RCA disc players.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, well, that dates right about where you were at, yeah.
I remember it was history class, and so it was in the last week of school, and my history teacher sent me and my friends to go and pick up Ben-Hur from the video store, but it was rented, so we couldn't get that. So we were like, well, what's kind of like Ben-Hur? Let's get Spartacus, but we couldn't get Spartacus because it was rented too. So we ended up coming back to history class with Conan the Barbarian, and he had to turn it off as soon as there was nudity.
Oh dear.
You know, I actually, my very last day of high school, my teacher put on 1984, and I guess we were all 18, so he didn't skip the hooker scene.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we had to watch things like Shane and Old Yeller.
Back.
Now, Old Yeller, I didn't mind because I kind of giggled at the end. But then we got to finally watch.
Man.
We finally got to watch Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Oh, nice.
None of my teachers ever put on Star Trek.
I had to wait until I was in college as an undergraduate. I had a screenwriting class, and the teacher showed some scenes from Corbomite Maneuver.
Oh
wow!
Or character development.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool. I'd love to do an assignment on Star Trek. Larry says the first Star Trek pilot or prequel is the movie Forbidden Planet, and yeah, we covered that on my channel. It was really good.
Yeah, Gene Roddenberry admitted that. Yeah, took a lot from Forbidden Planet.
Oh, he couldn't not admit it. He even took props.
Yeah, it's you got J.J. Adams, the captain, and you got his first officer and the doctor. They're the first. They're the ones that visit Morbius. It's like, yep, there's Kirk, Spock, McCoy.
Yep. Yeah, there you go. And not only that, just so many other things. They don't exactly have the teleporter, but they have that. It kind of looks like the transporter with the little circles you stand on.
Yep, deceleration, DC stations, everyone. That was so cool.
Let's see. I'm gonna share something. It's gonna be one of my
Closing my
live
eyes.
streams.
Oh,
What?
okay. Shared that.
It's just this. What were you? You're afraid of something?
Nothing.
What?
Joke.
Science that I love, but it has a heavier dose of analysis. Oh, okay. Entirely electronic music score. Unfortunately, the pioneers of this type of music, unfortunately for them, they weren't part of the union, so their score from this movie was classified as electronic tonality.
That's that's not the right words for what that scene said. The scene was actually don't call me Shirley.
I don't get it. No.
Well, he's making an airplane reference, but I don't.
I know. Yeah. Airplane.
Does he look like? Never mind.
Anyone here seen Leslie Nelson in the Night Gallery segment, A Question of Fear?
Yes, long time ago, but absolutely.
Yeah, that's I consider that his best performance. He makes a great villain.
Yeah, that was before he discovered his comedic side.
Yes, and he discovered his comedic side, or at least we were seeing that comedic side for the first time in Night Gallery, because he did a humorous blackout skit called Phantom of What Opera.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, and
Can't wait to recover that.
Yeah, he kind of improvised too, and he just broke up the crew with his antics as the Phantom.
Well,
yeah, so only Pop and I have seen that. That's
like
for shame, people, for shame.
I saw it too, but I think he did a good bad guy in Creepshow.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's much later. Yeah, that's much later.
I love Creepshow. Creepshow is awesome.
But I agree. He's a great villain.
Right, that's comedic, or that's villainous role. We were talking about comedic.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there might be some people in the chat who have been exposed to it.
Of course.
That's true.
Of course. Oh, hey, we have a new guest. Welcome to PvP. Hello, how are you?
There he is.
Hi, guys.
PvP, what's up?
I'm just waking up because for the second day in a row, my online alarm clock did not alarm like it should, and I'm quite annoyed at it. And I don't know what's going on because I set it like I've been setting it for many years now, because I use that to, wake me up, especially during my work days. And I almost slept in and missed my first bit of work yesterday. Luckily, I woke up anyway and on time, but I had set my alarm for like over an hour ago at 7:30 my time, because you started.
Oh, okay. But I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
PvP.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent.
No, it's okay. I just want to say Hakeem said I should have said 730 days. See, I didn't. It just said 730, so I didn't know what you meant. But I should have known that.
I thought Hakeem meant episodes.
No, Hakeem meant
days.
Yeah, 365 times 2.
Thank you.
So there you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but this is a leap year, so it's kind of like could have been 300 or 731.
Oh,
and
that's right.
PvP, consider using your phone for an alarm. That's what I've been using.
I don't have a phone. I don't have.
Oh.
I have a landline. I have a landline.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that's how old school I am.
Please tell me it's rotary.
No, it's push buttons. Thank goodness.
Oh, if you're gonna go there, you go all the way, right?
I bought
but
a
does
phone.
it
I had a phone for 2 years, and I could never figure out how to make the. I just couldn't figure out how, because it came with no instruction manual, right? So I'm looking at this thing. It's got all these applications all over the screen. And I'm going, well, what do I do with any of this? And I could never figure out how to use the darn thing. So I just eventually just canceled my subscription and gave up on it because I don't know. I'm so bad with technology at times, guys. I really am.
Well,
Like,
further to pop culture suggestion, maybe there's a phone service that you could use to call and wake you up, because when you're at a hotel, you can ask them to wake me up with the phone.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a service.
There is.
Yeah. Does that costs money though, probably, right?
No, it's actually funded by, well, the taxpayers are volunteers, but it's designed for elderly and handicapped people that are unable to contact certain things, like Uber rides. They'll schedule an Uber ride, stuff like that. So they do have something like that.
I'll have to look into that then.
Yeah,
but
something to research.
It doesn't make any sense though, because like, if I set it now to say, wait, go off in like 5 minutes, I'm sure it would probably work fine. So why it's not working, I just don't. There's lots of online alarms though, so I could just try another one, probably another website. Would probably be fine. It's not that big a deal.
Sure. Well, you don't have an alarm clock?
No, I don't have an alarm clock. I guess I could always go buy a cheap one somewhere, but
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Princess Fiona says, my main goal in life is to wear pajamas 90% of my life. That is a good goal. That we were talking earlier about how Stone Racket and I are basically in our PJs.
Well, that's probably the goal of a lot of folks, because I see people like in Walmart in their pajamas, so.
Yeah, no, but if I'm going out, I do put clothes on.
Well, that's good. It's always good to put clothes on when you go out, Jill.
It's like, yeah, I'm not going to wear PJs to the store.
I must say it's been once or twice when I've almost gone out, forgetting to put my pants on, which is quite embarrassing, actually.
Oh no!
Hell, I went to the bar with my onesie on. Come on.
Letterman would go up to the executive offices and yell at the window and spy on people working in the building next door. Wow.
He used to do that on his show, didn't he?
Yeah, Larry knows what I'm talking about. It's good.
Oh, hey, somebody's chatting to me on Rumble. It's AFS 1970. Am I the only one chatting on Rumble? Well, it's so great to see you. Nonetheless, Crusher was way better and way hotter. Yeah, a lot of people do think both of those things.
Hotter than who? I missed that part.
Pulaski. So this was a discussion about Pulaski.
Oh yeah, Crusher's
and
definitely
I
hotter.
would say that Pulaski was the superior doctor, but I like Crusher.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Pulaski, she was the one in Is There in Truth No Beauty episode, if I remember.
Yeah, but if you go at the younger Diana Mulder against Crusher,
when she was younger, I would have probably gone with her. Yeah.
No stream.
I think she was a better actress. I'm talking about the actresses, but
yes,
was far better even when she was younger. I don't think Crusher. I'm sorry, guys, but I just don't think she has an acting bone in her body.
I just remember the Klingon
I think she's pretty good. I like when she
at
danced.
her face. And,
Human females are so repulsive.
Generations, yeah.
Oh yeah, the Duras sisters.
Hey, Beator's hot. As long as you're looking from the neck
if
down.
you say so.
From the neck down, Beator's hot.
They all have those boob windows, right?
The
boob windows. I don't think I'd heard that one before.
Here's the boob windows.
Boob windows.
Squeak, squeak.
I think a lot of guys have had like the occasional fantasy about what it might be like with a Klingon woman. Just saying, like it could be rather possibly brutal, but maybe very entertaining as well.
No,
Too
no,
much
that's
information.
that's my second fantasy. The first one was always the green woman.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's the green Orion women.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd say
Yeah.
not with those teeth. Yeah, I'd pass because of the teeth.
Yeah, I would go with the Green Orion woman as well. That would
Oh, baby.
I like the Yvonne Craig version of the Green Orion woman as
Yeah,
well.
the Von Craig one's way better.
Absolutely.
Well-
Those you can look but not touch.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't want to get the green paint everywhere. John Gill says no stream elements. I don't know why he says that. But
Maybe
hello, I just wanted to say.
I'm just going to say maybe because we know your stream elements is working. Maybe he means he's asking you to add him to your bot.
Oh, well, he hasn't done that yet. So, but it is great to see you, John Gill. I'm glad you're here. I'm of the opposite opinion. I was never a Diana Muldaur fan. I usually skip the episodes with her in it. Meaning I generally skip the entirety of season 2, but you miss out on Measure of a Man and lots of good stuff.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Yeah,
never.
Obviously, it is fine, but man,
I totally agree with Wes Cagle. I never liked her even as a child, and
Oh, Broku has to go.
oh no!
See you later, Broku. Enjoy the
Take
upcoming
care.
weekend, and always remember this is the way. And happy anniversary again. Thank you. AF1 1970 says it pains me to defend modern Disney, but I can't blame them for being used as a babysitter by bad teachers.
I don't know.
The thing is, there's other things that you could show the kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Why does Disney have to be the default?
No, they never. The default wasn't Disney for me. The default was Bill Nye the Science Guy and Reading Rainbow.
That is great. I wish I would have seen that, but not where I was at.
Yeah, give him Captain Kangaroo.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that's what I grew up on. Captain Kangaroo.
Mr. Wizard would have been good. Yeah.
And then
Green
Mr.
Rainbow.
Wizard. Yeah. Classic
Sesame
stuff.
Street, right?
The
Sesame
90s
Street,
and
that kind of stuff.
and the 90s, aside from, I didn't really watch much of Mr. Wizard because it was on at like 4 a.m. on Nickelodeon, and I never got up that early. But they had something called Beekman's World, which was kind of like that, but with kind of a crazy guy from New York with crazy hair, and it was really good.
that was serviceable. He was an actor, not a scientist, but it got the kids' attention. So
for sure.
Bill Nye the Science Guy, I agree with it.
Mm-hmm. Also, not a well, he was an engineer, Bill Nye, but not a technically a scientist.
Right, but they made it fun for kids. Like they were basically like the replacement for Mr. Wizard.
Yeah, Jedi Bill, hello.
Hey, Bill.
By the way, you mentioned Bill Nye the Science Guy, which I'm quite familiar with. Do you know where he got his start in TV?
If this is a rhetorical question, then I'll allow you to continue, but I think I know.
Well, there's a little show originating out of Seattle, which was a local sketch comedy television series out of Seattle, Washington, which I used to watch religiously every Saturday night when they aired it for many, many years from, oh gosh, I guess it was 1984 to 1999 was the running, the years that show ran. It was a great little half hour. Well, it was an hour at first, and then it was more of an interview show in its early days, and then it switched to 30 minutes from 89 to 99 for 10 years into a total sketch comedy series. And it was basically quite a hilarious show called Almost Live. And it had people like John Keister was the main guy in the comedy episodes. Pat Cashman, Tracy Conway, Nancy Guppy. I mean, there's Bob Nelson. There's a whole cast, and they were very inventive, and creative. A well-written show, and they were just really good. Like for a local sketch comedy television show, it must have been one of the best ever because their writers wrote some really great sketches, and the cast was very, very talented. So and Bill Nye. He was not in every episode, but he would quite often show up, and eventually he would show up as the science guy.
You know
and do
what?
science
That's
on the
crazy.
show.
That is so crazy cool, because if you watch Bill Nye, the science guy, he does also have comedy skits in between the science lesson. And so that explains that portion of the show.
Yeah, actually, could I post a Wikipedia link somewhere if you don't mind, Jill? That would be possible.
Oh, yeah, of course you can do that. You can put it in the private chat. But John Gill says, always nice to be informed about a Jill live stream, but I can't subscribe to you because my girlfriend had the jealous thing. I'm not allowed to subscribe to women YouTubers. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I respect that. You got to do whatever makes your girlfriend happy should be the thing you do.
That's the first time I heard that.
You know, right? Yeah, me too.
That's one jealous woman.
Yeah, right?
Anyway, I posted that in the private. If you want to make it public, Jill, that would be nice.
For sure. Of course.
Actually, I'm going to take a. I know there's some of that episodes on YouTube. Maybe I'll see if I can quickly find a couple of those and post those in the private chat.
Oh, no, that's
perusal.
okay. First, TV credit.
Well, while it's semi-quiet, I'm going to say I'm going to get out of here, Jill. I got a few things I got to get done this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. Wait a minute, though. Before you go, I'd like you to tell us what you're doing on the internet and where we can find you.
I'm just causing trouble. That's it.
Yay!
All I'm doing is causing trouble on the internet.
I can't wait to see more of that then.
Just go back and watch the first part of today's live stream I did. You can sit there and watch me tear apart Tim Russ.
Oh, Tim Russ, what did he do this time? You know what? I follow him, but I mute him. I don't really see what he says.
He's claiming 22 people were shot in Kansas City.
Oh, that's terrible if that's true.
Well, no, only one person was shot.
Only one.
22 were injured.
Oh, okay.
But he's saying that it was 22 killed.
Gotcha. He just doesn't have his facts correct.
And he's blaming that on the right-wing Taylor Swift haters.
Well, haters gonna hate.
Really? What?
Yeah, that's how nuts he is now.
Okay.
That's all.
I just shake it off.
Well, thank you for that news, Star Trek related news coming from Deej Odyssey about Jim Russ. And
Franco, I'm on the internet just being the old angry guy yelling at kids to get the hell off my yard.
Oh, right. I need to post your link. You got a link?
It was in the chat earlier.
It was?
Went by.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it went by earlier.
Yeah, but I don't know where it is. I'm not going
to. I'm one of the rare YouTubers that got monetized and then 2 months later demonetized myself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you did that on some kind of principle. So
that's right. I did it on principle. If YouTube's going to keep you all banned until you pay them money to put you up on the front page for people to see you, F them.
Are they banning me? I don't think I'm banned.
Oh, shadow banned, basically. They're keeping you down. They're keeping you down in the algorithms unless you give them extra money.
I don't know. I just figure it's all my fault for not making videos that are good enough.
No, it's not your fault.
Not your fault. It's
YouTube.
YouTube.
You would have 100,000 subscribers if YouTube was actively promoting your content.
Wow.
As well as, it could be.
But I'll still do the normal rant streams from time to time when weather gets good and I'm out on the farm. I'll do the farm life stuff. And
there you go.
I'm just not going to let YouTube make any money off me.
Well, that's fair enough. And I'll let them take their 30% for now. Well, then I'll reassess later. But I do appreciate your principles.
I'm Gen X.
I hope you have an amazing time today.
I'm Gen X, and if you're not down with that, I got 2 words for you. Suck it.
Well,
Take
All
care,
right,
dude.
I'm out of here. Later.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
See you
Have a good
later. Bye
day,
bye. Oh,
you
look,
wacky
Scotty is
bunny.
too big.
Oh God, that guy.
I know.
Wacky bunny. The
There's
rascally
why you're not
rabbit.
getting promoted to the front page. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Darius Munchausen's here. I don't know.
Darius.
There's so much chat that I didn't notice he's here. Now that I'm back at the bottom of the chat. Mad G also Taylor Swift greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU, which is why I mostly say Mad G.
Well, say it right.
Matt G.
No, not you. Jill.
Oh, okay.
Mad G.
Thanks, pal.
There you go.
JT Kirk says, "Who is Taylor Swift?"
Taylor Swift is greater than Disney, Star Wars, and
She's
MCU.
a blonde lady that Matt G really, really likes.
Really, really, really likes.
Oh my.
She was a serial bad dater in the early 20th century. Captain James T. Kirk. Did Tupac get in trouble again?
Yeah.
Daniel Suckoff.
Now and then.
Does this happen often? Is Tim Russ always getting in trouble? It's a shame that he is that way politically because he's a really talented actor and he's even a talented musician. I mean, I saw him play the guitar at the Star Trek convention. I thought he was so cool.
Nice.
Most actors are wacko anyway, so
damn
Tuvok.
It is. He's just an actor. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Because I also like that he's also an amateur astronomer. So man. Oh well. Deej last night was on a paid members only stream. Whose stream? What are you talking about? Deej Generation X. Nice. And I didn't pay for that membership either. So there's that. Hey, no, but that's cool though.
They were talking about my stream yesterday.
Oh, right. I was
members
listening
only
to that.
stream.
I'm
But,
always driving at that time, so I
thanks to
never.
LDG, he paid for quite a few members. You know.
Oh
quite a
yeah,
few
that is so
people to be
awesome.
members.
It is so cool when someone pays for memberships like that, because then more people get to check out the channel.
I love free.
Yeah, that's all a mystery to me because I cannot activate the receiving of gift memberships. There's just
no, sorry.
Yeah, they go, just go to these 3 buttons and do this and do that, and it's like not on my Firefox. I have the Mac version of Firefox, and there's nothing that I can click
you
on.
have a brand account, you can't activate it.
Yeah, that's
which
my
is my concern.
Okay, so it's the brand account, not the fact that it's Firefox.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I have the brand account, and I can't get a free gift thing to save my life. It's nope, ain't gonna happen, sucker.
What do you guys mean by brand account?
I don't even really know what it means actually, but that's YouTube.
Who have multiple YouTube accounts. Like if you go to in the top right of your screen when you go to a YouTube page, there's an option to switch accounts, or basically, and you'll see like there's an account that has my full name, like I use for my Gmail, or there's Birdo Prey 5, which is the account I use for my YouTube. If I switch it to my actual real name account, then I can get free.
Oh yeah, I can get free memberships on my other account too.
But
I can't do it on this one.
I don't want to be known on YouTube though as Joseph, as my last name. Joseph.
Oh yeah, that's why
I
changed the name of that. I changed the name of my Gmail YouTube account because I used to have my last name too, so I changed it to Jill Notes.
Huh. I'm still confused. I don't have any account with my real name. I never have.
Oh, okay.
Safety
Might
first.
be worth checking out.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I have that matrix that you can, it's Google and then your mail account and YouTube. It's all these different icons, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Stone
well,
Stone
something to
Racket,
look into.
well, you're right. Maybe try asking LDG. Do you know who that is?
Well, yeah, I do.
He'd be able to guide you through it and what to do.
Yeah, there's a very simple link you can go to determine whether or not you're a brand account or not. It's not something that I have on hand right now, but it's something you can search, and I could find it too.
It's like brand account. It's like what? Wait a minute. Stone Racket doesn't have a TM.
But I have to read this membership message from Herc130. He's been a member for 3 months. Good morning, panel, and most awesome chat. The best of the best of the best, sir. With
honors.
Absolutely. I don't know how long I've been a member. I wonder.
Wow. Possibly as long as Herc130. I don't know.
Well, I'll send a membership message. Let me see.
See what I got.
No, never give up, never surrender.
That's right.
Nice. Well, and you might as well keep those clips a rolling because we do have a new member in Darth.
Oh my goodness, Darth became a YouTube member. That is so awesome. Thank you.
Party on, Wayne. Party on, Darth.
Oh, wow.
And LDG is here. Hello, LDG.
Oh, hello, LDG. I'm trying to find out.
I hope you don't mind me name dropping you, sir.
Well, in a positive light, I think that's okay. So welcome to Series Superstars, Darth. So great to have you here at the channel.
That the pleasure is in the learning of each other.
All right.
I know, right?
Yeah,
every time every time I see Catherine Woodville, I always think of her as Ingrid Dorn from the made-for-television movie Fear No Evil.
Fear No Evil.
She was a big baddie in that one. Yeah, it was a pilot for a series called Bedeviled that was going to air on NBC.
Was that the Steven Spielberg movie?
No.
Okay.
That's the Steven Spielberg movie is Something Evil.
That's right. Something Evil.
Yeah, and this one was the first and, in my opinion, the best made for television supernatural thriller. And it starred Louis Jourdan as parapsychologist Dr. David Sorrell.
Better than the Night Stalker?
Superior. Much superior.
I'll have to look for that.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to do. That was the movie I wanted to show you, Pop, through StreamYard. Have a viewing party sometime.
I would love to do that. That sounds great.
It's only for Pop. None of you are invited. No, I'm just kidding.
Thanks.
No,
well,
I'm just.
If you have it on Cosme, you can.
No, not Cosme. StreamYard. Pop said use StreamYard.
In the back room. We're talking about Well, because that way you won't get the lagging and everything else.
Yeah, right. But then you can only have like 10 guests. But that's probably good.
That's correct. And it doesn't count towards your hours.
Also, Princess Fiona sends she's also been a member for 3 months. She sends a chat. Star Trek Continues or New Voyagers? Which prefer? Oh, that's a good question.
I gotta say Continues, because the guy who plays Kirk in New Voyages, while he is, a driving force behind getting the recreations of the Enterprise in terms of those sets that they have in New York, and I forget where the other one is. It's on Georgia. And I think he's responsible for one of them, but I prefer Vic's portrayal of Kirk. Just personal preference, but I would say Continues is my choice.
Very cool. And so for Princess Fiona, let's see.
I would agree.
You don't like Elvis as Kirk?
Yeah, well.
This unit is different. It is well ordered.
The way Spock looks at him. So perfect. Oh, but I think I had one more member.
You
chat.
did.
Pop culture curator for a member for 3 months says, "Congrats and greetings." Yeah, cool.
And salutations, felicitations, absolutely smashing.
Woohoo.
Yep.
Tally ho.
The night of madness.
Oh, Tyree, did you really think that madness?
No.
The wily ways of women. Oh, sorry.
Is that Scotty?
Have you covered that episode yet, Joe? I don't remember.
Oh, that would have been a while ago.
Were you there?
Okay.
I don't
Maybe
remember
not.
either.
Maybe
Well,
for
we
days
did
I had
miss
one of those
you.
blasted appointments. I apologize for that.
That would have been season 2, would it not?
Yep, season 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
A private little war.
Good episode. Good episode.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Always amazes me how Star Trek could deal with things like the Vietnam War by just couching it in a science fiction garb,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Well, the thing is McCoy makes a direct reference to it, which I thought was rather daring.
Did he really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very daring.
He doesn't call it by name, but it's
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's obvious that it's referring to the
Wow.
Vietnam War.
I did not realize. I haven't watched the episode in a long time though.
It's something he says that went on for one bloody year after another, or something. Words to that effect.
Yeah, it certainly did, didn't it? Boy, that was
Yeah.
actually a pretty. How long was that war? Early 60s to mid
Well,
70s.
they always say it started with JFK, but no, it started with Eisenhower. It started way back in the early 50s is when we
Oh.
first sent advisors.
Started with the French. Oh.
Well, I'm talking about the American involvement, but you're
Oh,
right. With
just-
the French, oh yeah. To go back to the very beginning, yeah, you got
Yeah,
it.
it was the Europeans that first got into it. Yeah.
Yeah. Those blasted French.
Oh,
blame the
Booger
French.
414 says, "Congrats on the channel anniversary." Thank you, Booger 414.
Cheers, Booger.
Booger. That's what got Johnny Fever fired from a station back in the day.
You couldn't say booger on the radio?
Yeah, don't. That's a famous episode of WKRP in Cincinnati.
That's the very first episode, is it not?
It's one of the ones in the first season, but he's there's a scene where he's doing his DJ thing, and he goes, and by the way, booger, because he can say it now.
That's the pilot. It's the only one I've seen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a great. Oh, you should watch WKRP, Jill. It's really
Well,
funny.
that's why I've seen the pilot. I'm working on it.
My father, when he was working for a radio station in Burlington, that was right after he got out of college. He one of his favorite sitcoms was WKRP in Cincinnati, and he just said he's watching it, and he just said one time, kind of offhandedly, he goes, "Yeah, that reminds me of my days at Burlington." He said the station manager didn't know what the heck he was doing, and his secretary basically did all the administrative work.
Oh, cool. Well, then it's true to life too. That's a pretty
Yeah, and his favorite character was Johnny Fever.
Yeah, I just saw the first episode, and he's my favorite too already.
Yeah, it's like my dad's like, I go, "Dad, you're a rebel." He goes, "Damn right."
Cool. So, but also Darth says, "Congratulations, Jill, on your anniversary too." So thank you. And John Gill says the whole point of Airplane was that they wanted serious drama actors to do comedy. They didn't want comedy actors who would joke around. They wanted the ridiculous lines delivered seriously. Yeah, and it worked too. That was.
And it had Mrs. Cleaver in it, Barbara Billingsley, and I can speak jive.
Wrong week.
Surely you
I'm
just.
sniffing glue.
That is probably what makes Airplane so funny, though, is you have all these serious actors delivering these totally insane lines of dialogue. So
well, and for a lot of them, it was a big boost for their careers.
Yeah, Robert Stack is my favorite character in that movie.
Yeah.
He's so cool. He has a second pair of shades under his shades.
Was that Leslie Nielsen one of his early comedy roles, or maybe I'm wrong, but
well, as far as motion pictures, I think it's his first.
Yeah, okay. I figured that was kind of where he kind of changed from a straight dramatic actor into a basically a comedian later on.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Brown Lion stopped by. He said, "Congratulations on 2 years. It's been a long road."
Hello, Mr. Brown. Good to
Been
see
a
you.
long time.
But my time is finally near.
And I will...
Okay, anyway.
Next.
Thanks, Mr. Brown.
I will touch the sky. Okay. Anyway.
We need 6 here to sing.
No thanks.
What?
I'm terrible.
No, 6.
6. Yeah, from Midnight's Edge.
From Midnight's Edge, on the Sunday show at Culture Casino, she was singing the opening of the Constitution and some things from Schoolhouse Rock.
Oh, I love
just a little bit.
Rock.
I'm like, gosh, she's got a great singing voice.
Oh, I can't sing. It's just I can't help singing the Enterprise theme song.
Yeah, what an awful. Oh.
Yeah,
never mind.
I'll never forget when Enterprise debuted, and I heard that theme for the first time, and I was like, "Huh? What?
Yeah.
What?
Me too.
What?"
It's like, what the heck is this?
Yeah, it was horrible. I was like, "Oh my goodness!" It was just bad.
Franco Walker. I raise a glass of orange juice to boob windows. Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey, and Cam stopping by. Great to see you.
Hey, Cam, what's up?
Hey, Cam.
Yeah, that's what he does. He says hi to Jill, panel, and chat. Congratulations, Jill. Thanks to everyone who supports you by subscribing, liking, and commenting. Driving, so can't chat. Have fun, everybody. And yes, you have fun too. Good luck in all of your endeavors. And I hope everything goes well.
Yes, indeed.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Cam, keep on trekking.
Cam. I'm looking where I am in the chat. I lost my star after. I don't know how people do this. Oh, there we go.
You lost your star.
Mm-hmm.
Jumps around.
Princess Fiona says, "I prefer Crusher on screen, even though she's a horrible doctor. McFadden is a dancer, not an actress." Yeah. I guess that's why when I picked one of my favorite Beverly Crusher scenes, it was one where she was dancing with Data.
And she was good.
Yeah, she's great.
The dancing doctor.
The tap dancing, the dancing doctor.
Dancing with Data sounds like it could have been a pretty awesome spin-off show, actually, if they'd done it back then.
Okay, I didn't read the whole chat though. Not an actress. Pulaski is so much more credible, but lacks the warm fuzzies.
And most definitely. And she's abusive towards Data.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And the abusive part
because the writers didn't like her. She didn't like the actress. Diana Mulder did not like that either. The writers did not. They were upset because Crusher had been replaced, so they intentionally wrote her as a bad character, which was not right.
Yeah, that's not right at all.
Well, what I was thinking is that they were trying to make her a bit like McCoy, but without the heart. So I don't know why they didn't put that in there.
Right, he wasn't that bitter and hateful.
The thing is,
Yeah.
McCoy had a real wry sense of humor, which was displayed in most episodes as well, right? Especially with his jabs back and forth with Spock. Like, McCoy was hilarious, I thought.
I think it's also the reality of the timing. You know, the writers, they really didn't think she was going to leave. So they had already written, you know, or were writing scripts that she would have been there for. Then they had to last minute get her out of the scripts. And then they didn't think she was going to come back. So by the time she did, she had started to write scripts for Pulowski. Now they had to change her out and put McFadden back in. So I think it was just inevitable that it was going to be a bad couple of seasons. You know, nobody was expecting her to leave, and then certainly nobody was expecting her to come back. So,
yeah, because they wanted to get rid of somebody. And
yeah. The first couple of seasons were a pretty rough, rocky road. I mean, there's some great episodes, I think, in the first 2 seasons. You know, people always slag them, but there are some really good episodes in the first couple of years. But it's very, very inconsistent, though, overall.
Incredibly. I was so happy when the 3rd season came around because it got so much better.
Yeah, definitely.
Damn writers.
Damn writers.
Wait, Darius, what are you talking about? My memory of Jill's last name will only activate in emergency situation. Oh, okay. And in fact, revealing my last name. Okay. Very much appreciated. I understand now.
Yeah. Just speaking of Diana Mulder, real quick, Pop, have you had a chance to watch Ordeal?
What's Ordeal?
No, I have not.
Yeah.
What's Ordeal about?
Is that the one you sent me the link to?
Yes, sir. And
Okay,
it's only for Pop. No, what Ordeal was a made-for-television movie that starred Arthur Hill, Diana Mulder, James Stacey, and Michael Anzera, and it was a remake of a film from 1953 called Inferno that starred Robert Ryan and Rhonda Fleming.
I'll watch that tonight. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's a cool movie. It's a guy that has to survive in the desert. He's a rich guy that's not an outdoorsman per se, and he's left to die to die in the desert by his conniving young wife and her lover.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn, that's harsh.
Well, that was redone later on again by Anthony Hopkins. I just don't remember the name of the movie.
And it's got a Klingon in it, so that sounds.
Got a Klingon.
Yeah, and Zara plays a sheriff that's he's a smart county sheriff, and he's really good. But it's an interesting movie. It's got a few little hokey moments in it, but it's a great movie, and I find it superior to the theatrical original called Inferno, and the ending of the made-for-television movie, again called Ordeal. I love the ending of that movie. So, Pop, you'll have to. It is on YouTube.
I will check it out tonight. Thank you.
I mean, I can put the link in the private chat for everybody if you'd like.
Well, there you go.
Put in the public chat.
Put in the public chat.
Oh. Yeah, there's people that are listening that might be interested.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought. Well, don't.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I always thought when I put a link in the chat, it just gets deleted by YouTube.
No.
Well, Stone Racket. Oh, yeah.
The private chat gets deleted. The public chat stays.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, only if he's got.
I understand that.
Wrench. I don't wrench everybody. So,
no, that's okay. I'll do it in the public chat.
Yeah, no, I'll put it in the public.
Right, if you're able to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have to open another window here, but
a boob window.
So, Darius Munchausen says if Jill ever gets blacked out drunk on an outdoor live stream in sub-zero temperatures, passes out with no gloves, vomits, and runs off screaming for help, I know to break the glass. Oh man, yeah. Well, that did happen to a fellow YouTuber, and he turned out everything was okay. Everything turned out fine.
He lost his
That was
eyebrows when he
quite.
fell asleep on the fire, but everything else was fine.
Oh,
That was quite the night.
It was.
Very memorable. Oh man, it's a good chat. So far, that's never happened. Yeah, well, one thing stopping that from ever happening is it doesn't snow here.
Oh, I wish our snow would melt. It's very, very much a nuisance.
Yeah.
You still got snow there, Pop? Wow, that's
Yeah,
been
and they're
there for a
expecting
while.
they're expecting possibly more tomorrow. But
Jeez.
for me, it makes it impossible to get around town. I need to go get food and stuff.
I got green grass.
Yeah,
Oh.
we got no. We've had no snow here for like a month or two now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just found out I've got an appointment. They scheduled for next week. Nuclear medicine. That sounds like fun, huh?
Oh man,
Oh,
you're gonna glow in the dark now.
Yeah, whatever that means.
radiation.
Yeah,
I guess so. I don't know.
You should take a bag of potatoes with you, Pop, and you can get them nuked at the same time. You know, then,
Yeah,
then you won't
exactly.
have to cook them.
No, popcorn. Just take a bag of popcorn.
Yeah, take some popcorn.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh no. Well, I hope it goes well, and you
Definitely.
feel okay. And
Well, I
doesn't
leave it in
get
the
you
hands
bad.
of people who I hope know what they're doing. So.
Yeah. What more can you do? Hopefully they do take care of you well.
Yep.
Wes Cagle says, this account is my real name. At one point, YouTube told me I had to use my real name, so I changed it from Shadowfax to my name. Not sure what that was about. It was 10 years.
I remember when they asked me for my real name to verify who I was, but obviously
Wow.
I didn't have to use it for my account name.
There was a time
Weird.
YouTube experimented with trying to make everybody use their real name. It only lasted a few months, but they made a big push to change everybody from screen names to real names.
Wes
Yeah, I
Cagle
know
can
you-
go in and fix that, right? You
I
can
didn't
change it
do
now,
it.
right?
Yeah, if you wanted to, you could probably be Shadowfax again if you want to.
Yeah.
Shadowfax is cool.
Right. Joe was Spartacus there for a bit.
That was an accident.
Oh, I remember that.
Well, I love Shadowfax from Lord of the Rings. Is that what the reference was?
It has to be, yeah. But I remember when everyone was doing the Spartacus thing. Wasn't that on Doomcock's channel?
Yeah, and my name worked that way for a couple of weeks. So then I reviewed Spartacus, and it was a good time.
Yeah, I remember being in that chat, and I was confused. And I think I asked you. I was like, "What's going on?" And you explained it to me.
Mhm.
Yeah, you were Spartacus when we reviewed Spartacus, weren't you, Jill?
Hey, yeah, I was. And Mr. Miles says, "Happy 2 years. Great to see you, Mr. Miles."
Hey, Mr. Miles.
Great to see you there, Mr. Miles.
I need to get a clip from Miles.
Oh, Miles.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to get.
Oh no.
Not right now. We'll get it later.
Yeah. Well, no, we could do. You want to have a Chief O'Brien dance party for a sec?
Oh yeah, there you go. We could do
Cake was
that.
looking for you.
Let's find that.
John Gill, I have never heard of that person.
Bjorn Bastion.
I can't play too much, or I will get a claim.
Speaking of Shadowfax, Jill, I have something.
Oh my god, that is so beautiful.
All right, I'll be back in a sec.
Wow, that's cool.
Gorgeous. It's
Yeah, I got that
amazing.
from Sideshow Collectibles.
Ooh, that had to cost a pretty penny then.
Oh, you got it. And I won't tell anybody that I spent $435. Oh,
ouch.
That's great detail on Christopher Lee.
That is nice,
No,
actually. Yeah.
no.
on Ian McKellen.
Right, McKellen, yeah.
Yeah. Christopher Lee. That's the other wizard.
Yeah.
The bad guy.
I have a closer picture of the detail. If you, I'll go ahead and change the picture here, but
Oh, sure.
I'll get that ready.
Very cool. Beautiful. Gorgeous.
You guys can keep talking. It's going to take me a little
Well, of
bit
course
here.
I can keep talking.
Thank you. Yeah,
Well,
thank
I'm
you.
looking at the chat here, and so
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm seeing what's going on. Booger 414 recommends that I need to see the tornado episode, and of course the turkey episode. But you know what? I missed.
Yeah.
What is he talking about? PvP. I'm glad you recognize what's happening.
WKRP in Cincinnati.
Oh, that okay.
The tornado
Yeah.
episode is actually quite dramatic for a comedy show, and the turkey episode. Well, I'm not going to give spoilers for the turkey episode because it's probably one of the best. It's a classic. People talk about that
Isn't
show.
it the final episode?
It's not the no. I think the turkey one was like halfway through the series or something. But it's so good, and I won't spoil it because you got to see it to believe it.
Mhm.
I'll just put it that way.
It's great.
It's amazing.
Well, that's great. I'm so glad. I'm looking forward to watching it. I will. Lex Entropy, hello. Welcome to the channel. Everyone loved Johnny Fever.
Johnny was a cool character, yeah.
Yeah, he was a fast favorite.
Venus Flytrap was pretty awesome too, though, I gotta say.
Frankel Walker liked his coffee mug with all the different radio names on it.
Venus was the nighttime DJ, by the way, on the show.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I haven't met her yet.
No, it's a him.
It's a
Oh,
him.
him. Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
the turkey episodes from the first season.
Okay, I figured it was not too far into the show. Speaking of classic comedy, I did post a few links in the private chat.
Lost a subscriber. Mr. Miles says, "Faith of the heart." Time to unsub.
Oh, God.
Yeah, please don't do that to Jill.
No,
Everything's okay.
Nobody unsubscribed. He's just joking.
Yeah, that would be kind of unclassy to unsub during
No.
party time.
I didn't finish the song. I could have.
It's time to celebrate and be happy.
Yeah.
Good times. Come on.
Hopefully, if there's anybody new in the chat, hopefully they'll actually sub today and add to Jill's subtotal. So that would
Right.
be
I'm one away from 660.
Oh, okay.
Also hit the like, everybody, if you like. I'm sure you do.
Oh, thank you. And Wes Cagle says, Schoolhouse Rock, when they used to trick us into learning stuff in between hours of mindless Saturday morning cartoons.
I'm just wondering,
exactly.
Jill, if you get to 666, do you go to the dark side?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No, what I mean by that is that I'm going to have a live stream about some movie that will be related to the devil. I forget which movie we picked.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
I forget which one.
Oh, we should do the Ardra episode of TNG.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, hey, that would be fun.
Be great.
And why is 666 so devilish? Besides the direct references in the scriptures, what's the significance behind it?
I think it is the scriptures that make it so.
Well, it's the 6 is the number of man, and 3 6s is a mockery of the Holy Trinity by Satan.
Oh, very good.
So it's the number of the Antichrist, the future ruler of Earth. Despite what Doomcock says, it'll be the Antichrist.
Oh. Well, it could be Harvey then, his actual future ruler of Earth.
No, he's just a puppet.
Oh. Booger 414 says the only thing I hold against Dr. Crusher is, of course, Wesley.
Oh, come on.
For that, she cannot be forgiven.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting what you said, Jill, is that you think that Dr. Pulaski is a superior doctor to Crusher. And I agree with you, because the only time that she is ever referenced after her departure is, I think, Who Watches the Watchers, when one of the Mintakans Crusher has to wipe the memory of them. And she's like, I'm very familiar with Dr. Pulaski's memory erasing medicine or whatever. And so she says, I'll do it to Captain Picard. And then she proceeds to not do it. She fails at the thing that Pulaski could do. And so that's the only direct reference that I can find that makes Dr. Crusher inferior. And then she goes off to Starfleet Medical. Come on, seriously.
I bet I could find other examples, not direct examples to Pulaski, but other examples that make Pulaski a better doctor.
Ooh, we could also do the ghost. We could do Sub Rosa if you want to do satanic. That's more of a ghost than Satan.
No. I liked your idea with the other episode.
Feklar.
Yeah.
Let's celebrate the good by having Gandalf on screen again.
No, jeez. Oh my God, I'm allergic to that.
Oh, by the way, Jill, if you want a good devil movie to watch when the time is right, there's a little film called Race with the Devil that came out in 1975. It's cast as stars Peter Fonda, Warren Oates, and Loretta Swit, and it's basically
Lara Parker.
Yeah, it's basically about a group of folks that head out on a holiday in their RV, in their recreational vehicle, and they happen to stop for the night, and they witness a satanic human ritual sacrifice. And then the rest of the movie, they're basically on the run from this cult, because this cult is trying to chase them down, to of course kill them after what they've witnessed. And it's actually quite a excellent little movie. It really is quite entertaining.
Well, thank you for the suggestion, PvP. I want to welcome Oiler Greg to the chat. He says, cheers on your anniversary, Jill. And John Gill is upset at the Stream Element spot. Stop recommending Deech. We all love Deech. We are all subscribed to him already.
Yep.
I just got to say that is very nice detail on the figure there.
Yes.
Yep. When I saw that, I couldn't resist, so I had to get it.
Very lifelike. Yeah.
Resistance is futile.
Yeah.
That would make a great name for a toy shop, actually.
Yep.
No, electronic shop.
Well, that too.
Manji, hey, Taylor Swift greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU gifted 1 membership. Who got it? Let's see. Oh, Jim's Landscape.
Wasn't me.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I love free.
Yeah, you got a free membership.
Thank you.
And for why not? Let's go to McDonald's.
McDonald's. For you parents who don't speak Klingonese, he's saying, people of Earth, unite and bring your kids to McDonald's for a Star Trek meal. That's a regular hamburger, fries, soft drink, a McDonald and cookie sampler, and a Star Trek prize. Oh, yes, 5 different boxes based on Star Trek the Motion Picture. Action scenes, jokes, games. He says, take it from a father who knows. His kids love him. McDonald's Star Trek meal available for your kids now.
Gosh, I wish I could have collected those. Wow.
Me too.
Yeah.
Jill, are you
Yeah, that would be
without getting a copyright warning?
Yeah, no, I don't get any copyright claim for that. I don't know why.
Cool.
But
Well,
so
yeah.
far, so good.
I bet that ad scared the heck out of Ronald McDonald, by the way.
Yeah, Jill, where did you find that?
On YouTube.
It's
That's
just on.
really cool.
Oh, cool.
That was really cool. Yeah. I never saw that one.
I got faith in the heart that they will sub back to the channel.
JT Kirk.
When Franco Walker says, please subscribe, share, hit the like, and select live chat.
Definitely.
Franco is really good about doing that.
Stone, I literally saw the moment LDG got to 666 subscribers. I happened to be awake at that moment. Man, he has gone past that and through the stratosphere. It's
Yeah.
crazy stuff.
He went to warp 12.
Yeah.
Well, I heard
A woman was-
I heard that also helped Bird and Bill.
Oh, really? That's pretty
Sweet.
cool. Just tangentially. That's awesome. Alan Choi says Harvey is only a puppet triarch.
Huh.
Cute.
Yeah, I was being one of the. Okay. Oh, that Franco Walker.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Crusher hooking up with the creepy ghost guy? Okay. But only because of her costumes.
And her O face.
Yeah, that is a thing in that episode. You know what? I still haven't seen that episode in years.
I think it was directed by Patrick Stewart as well.
Oh,
I could be wrong.
I could check.
I'll look into it.
Yeah, but I don't understand Satanists, says John Gill. He says, did you never discover Cthulhu yet? Cthulhu rules.
Well, that's H.P. Lovecraft cosmic horror stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically Harvey's a space alien from another dimension.
Well, yeah, he is. Makes a huge difference if you do it 5-second copyrighted material, 10, 15, 20 seconds. But you know what, though? Star Trek will get you if you do more than 8 seconds, really, I think, is the limit. But the Orville does, they care about the fans much more, and you can play much longer clips.
But your fight scene from Amok Time, that's longer than 8 seconds, isn't it?
That's true. That's 22 seconds. For whatever reason, Amok Time is the exception. I can have really long clips for Amok Time.
Yeah.
Is that so? That I don't know why that episode is so special.
Now, do you guys get dinged if you show like maybe a 5-minute YouTube video that's been on YouTube for years? I mean, do you guys, is there still a threat of getting, dinged by YouTube?
I don't know.
Well,
I haven't.
I've heard of that happening.
Yet.
I've heard of that happening to folks. I sub to a guy over in England who's a really great guitarist and musician, and well, he's multi-talented. He plays every instrument, and he's got a music channel where he'll do analysis videos of different songs, and it's really good. Like because he's really technical and he knows his stuff, right? So he'll analyze it like as a professional musician as to the quality of the song or whatever interesting parts there are. And I remember a few years ago watching one of his streams, and he mentioned he actually had a video, I think, that had been up at least 2 or 3 years that got a copyright strike because get this, some TV channel in Germany filed it against him because I guess he used a short clip of a song from one of their episodes, and he had to fight it. And basically he got all of us fans, subs of the channel, to basically email this TV station and politely request that they please drop their strike because he was just doing an analysis. He wasn't trying to like play it all the way through or anything, right? And after a few days they did drop it, so that was kind of cool.
Like that sounds like what I'm dealing with Gilligan's Island.
Yeah,
because it's one station in Louisiana that keeps claiming ownership.
But in this case, that station in Louisiana doesn't own the material like this other station.
I don't know if you guys
the song.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen the back and forth Twitter messages I've been doing with YouTube, but specifically, I've asked them, how do you know that station does not own the material? And they won't answer me. They keep going out of their way to answer me, and I even responded, why won't you answer? So I honestly don't think they even check.
Well, and the one thing that was the biggest sort of thorn in our paw was the Star Trek 4 stream. Because we played that clip of Kirk recapping the events of Star Trek 2 and 3. Yeah.
The whole thing got crushed, and there was no way to bring it back. And to that I say,
if I were human, I believe my response would be go to if I were human.
Half
be
human.
funny
Come on.
if I get if I get a claim for that, that'd be funny.
Well, remember PvP with Tapao. Are thee human or are thee Vulcan?
Oh yeah.
He says
Spock
he's
always,
Vulcan.
he always did favor his Vulcans half.
Yeah.
I must say, yeah.
Yeah, Canadian Spider-Man is here. Hello, good morning.
Hey, Spidey.
Yay,
Hello,
Canadian Spider-Man.
Hi, Spidey. Hope you're doing well, sir.
Hey, and did you want to talk about any sequels? What are your guys' favorite sequels?
Sequels to what?
Any movie, any
Gosh.
sequel.
Well, Terminator 2 was pretty decent.
That was my choice too. Good choice.
Yeah, Terminator 2. That's great.
That one sprung to mind quite quickly. Gosh, I have to think about the rest of it.
Well, and Jill, what was
we can
yours?
talk a little bit. Mine is Back to the Future 2. No, wait, Aliens. Aliens is my first favorite.
That's a good action. That was directed by the same fellow that did Terminator 2.
And Terminator. And
Yeah,
The
there
Abyss.
you go. That's why they're so
and
good.
True Lies. And
there you go.
And
So-
the blue space alien movies.
The Vatars.
So I have to ask Jill, what's your opinion about this new upcoming Alien movie taking place between Alien 1 and 2?
Oh
With
my
a
God,
bit-
that they're gonna
with
do
a-
that?
Right, with a bunch of teenagers in a spaceship, right?
Teenagers,
Disney, remember,
what?
it's Disney. Yeah, they're kids.
It's Disney. What is going on? That sounds crazy.
Yeah, it's called Alien Romulus.
So Disney's making a movie with a bunch of kids in a spaceship that are going to land on a planet and get eaten by aliens. Gee, that sounds charming. That
Well,
sounds
I don't know
like
if-
classic Disney.
Well, I don't know if it can be on a planet or above the ship that they come across or aboard the ship, but it's Disney, so don't expect a lot of.
Oh, this is
harsh
news to
treatment.
me. I haven't heard about this movie.
That
I
sounds
haven't-
bizarre. I
Coming
got
out this summer.
They haven't released a trailer yet, have they?
probably for a reason.
I didn't watch the Super Bowl, so I don't know.
No, but I subscribe to Alien Theory, and he's usually on top of any goings on in the xenomorph sphere. But as it is with anything, I will judge it once I see it, because I am a big fan of the xenomorph. It's probably one of the lores that I've gotten deepest into, aside from Star Trek.
Yeah, I had that original Alien action figure. It was like, gosh, that thing was, I think, 20 inches tall. It was really a large
nice.
action figure. And one of my grad buddies, he was over at my apartment, and he saw that, and he's like, why do you have that? And I just said without a hesitation, I said, because it's beautiful.
Well, there you go. That's important.
A perfect organism.
Yeah, and I didn't have a Christmas tree, and so on the Alien, I hung a few ornaments one time.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's funny. Did
Yeah,
you
that's
put Christmas lights on?
No, I didn't have Christmas lights, but I just had a few rinky-dink Christmas ornaments that my older sister gave to me, and so I said, well, I don't have a tree. I'll just hang it on the Alien because he has all those weird spines coming out of his elbows and
That's pretty
whatnot. And
clever.
I thought, yeah, I'll just do that and amuse my friends.
That seems pretty funny, actually, to have the alien decked out in Christmas ornaments.
Yeah, my
Pretty
sister
good.
wasn't too happy when she saw that, but
Why not? It's
that was my
okay.
crazy film grad days.
Oh boy.
So John Gill says Alien Romulus is xenomorphs on a warbird fighting the Klingons, and Tasha Yar's daughter is possibly a xenomorph. I thought that was kind of funny.
That'd probably be more entertaining than the actual movie that's going to come out.
Terminator 2 did repeat mini beats from the first film, but cranked it up to 11 and inverted the role of the actual title character while maturing the character of Sarah. Yeah, absolutely. And it makes me cry at the end.
Yeah, Cameron did a lot of really, interesting things in the second film. Like he really flipped everything on its head, and that's probably one reason it works so well.
Well, one of the problems with Terminator 2, and this would be more for people at the time of its release is that they sort of spoiled the fact that Arnold was a good guy in the marketing. And if you watch that movie and try and forget that he's the good guy, it's very tense when it's finally the Terminator, like Arnold's Terminator, going up against the T-1000, because you don't know which one is trying to kill John.
I always try and avoid the marketing, and I didn't see the marketing before I actually saw the film, so the film was really great that way.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Agreed.
But I understand what you're saying, Scotty. Like that would kind of suck, Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Come with me if you want to live.
Yeah. Oh, great line. Hey, you guys heard about the Deadpool trailer thing during the Super Bowl? I guess probably. I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Deadpool and Wolverine. Like, what do you guys think about that concept? Is that going to fly, or do you think it's going to flop?
I kind of subscribe to the idea that Pop says in terms of being, I don't know, hesitant when it comes to any R-rated movie, quote unquote, R-rated movie that is going to be produced by Disney. And I know that 20th Century does the Alien, and then Marvel Studios is just under the umbrella of Disney, but I just feel like it's going to get nerfed.
I'm going to go see it. I'm going to see it in July because I've never saw the first two in the theater, which is annoying because I really love the first two movies.
Nice.
Well, right, and that's a sequel. Deadpool 2 was all right.
I love Deadpool 2. That was an awesome film.
I think.
Okay,
I like the first
so
one
that's
better.
your sequel. I'm going to steal your T2 and claim that as my favorite sequel.
Oh,
no.
I'm surprised
And
no
you
one
can
said
do that.
Wrath of Khan. No one said
Yeah.
Wrath of Khan or Empire or Two Towers.
Well, no, it's just that we just started.
Yeah.
Calm down. We
Yeah,
can
Wrath of
talk
Khan
about
would be
all
a
of
good
these.
one too.
Okay,
Two
the
Towers.
ones that Scotty just listed, those are all mine now. No.
Okay, you can have them.
No, those are all great, Scotty. Those are all superb second film sequels, whatever you want to call them.
Well, and when Jill said Back to the Future 2, I love Back to the Future 2. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, there was a lot of flack in the college newspaper when that movie came out, and I'm like, you idiots! It's Biff World. That's why it's so, so wrong, and they're attacking it as though that's the whole movie, and that's the underlying, emphasis of the movie. And it's like, no, it's Biff World. That's why it's bad.
Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
Agreed. So John Gill says Deadpool 3 is not going to exceed Avatar and Avengers Endgame, but that it's going to do okay. And Darius says the trailer was great as a trailer. It did exactly what it needed to do and told fans what they needed to hear.
I do agree with you, Darius.
I did see a lot of still shots too of from that they'd released, and there looks like a lot of blood in that movie. So I'm really hoping that they do go for the ultra violence like they did in the first two films. Because
that's what I'm thinking, because Ryan Reynolds really enjoys this character and he doesn't want to make a bad movie, and so I think it might be good.
I think Reynolds must have had a decent amount of creative input too, or I don't think he would have done the project if it was going to really suck big time, right? So.
He has big influence on the movie.
And also, one of the things that assuages my concerns is that it does, like he says in the trailer, which I'm surprised, not only for Disney, but also for the Super Bowl, is that pegging is mainstream now. He says, I'm not unfamiliar to pegging, but Disney is, which was a nice fourth wall break.
So I'm guessing you're going to be first in line of the first showing, right, Scotty?
I'm excited for it, but I think it's going to be a People magazine of who's who of cameos, and I don't think that that's any. It's kind of like Spider-Man: No Way Home. They're throwing in all the people that you remember, Barry.
Yeah, I hope they don't do that.
Well, we don't need to do that. All they needed was Wolverine. It should just be a buddy movie.
You know what? I'm disappointed.
What cameo do you think they're going to have, Scotty?
Well, there's been, I don't know, but because it's supposed to be something that draws together the Fox X-Men universe and the MCU, and so. Daniel's Hot Topics would probably be better at speculating on this because he's usually on point, but there's been talks of recasting of different characters. I just think it's going to be, oh yeah, it's him. I clapped. I recognize, because you see Wolverine and you're going to see I don't. Maybe McAvoy shows up again as Professor X. Maybe there's been talk of Daniel Radcliffe playing the recast Wolverine, and so it's
Well,
strange.
no, they've got the actual Wolverine actor in the movie.
Right. So my question is, do you think they're going to show any of the new MCU characters? I'm sorry, new X-Men characters.
I don't know. I think that they're going to try. Yeah, I do think that this is going to be their opportunity to recast. The fact that they have the TVA, the Time Variance Authority, that kind of took the wind out of my sails for it, because it's like, oh, now I got to watch Loki to figure this out.
Oh no! What?
Yeah. I saw the reviews on like the Drinkers channel and a few other channels that I don't need to mention, but you guys are all familiar with them. And it was like, oh, really? Seriously? Nobody's watched Loki. Nobody cares about Loki. The Deadpool fans are never going to watch Loki. And it's like, why are you putting characters from Loki in the start of the film? It's like, duh, what's going on here?
I watched Loki.
Nobody should have to watch these TV shows in order to watch the movie.
But in all honesty, a few people did watch Loki, but it had low ratings. So, I mean, a few people watched it.
Yeah. Darius says Ryan Reynolds knows what people love about Deadpool because he does too. We needed to know that Disney let him do it. The biggest
I hope so. I hope Disney
so,
lets him go.
Yeah, you know? Are we going to get any cameos from the new Fantastic Four?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
And John Gill does say that Pyro from X-Men's 1, 2, and 3, the Fox ones, he is in the trailer. So thanks, John Gill. Totes.
Well, and they're saying if it's true that Pedro Pascal has been cast as Mr. Fantastic.
Apparently, they have the entire Fantastic Four cast, and it's going to be set in the 60s, which I am all for because I love.
I hope so, but
the Fantastic Four.
Unlike it, yeah.
By the way,
that'd be nice.
The one thing there's no mention of Cable in the trailer, was there? If I remember correctly,
no, that was a one-off.
So it's like I remember in the end of the second film, though, Cable distinctly states that I'm going to stick around so you guys don't crap the world up or whatever the line was, and then they totally write him out of the third movie. It's like, what? Like I thought Cable would at least make a guest appearance, for a couple minutes or something, right?
Does that mean we'll get the fat kid with the powers? Hopefully not.
No.
No, we already did that. Hopefully,
I thought it would have been nice if Cable, even if Cable had just appeared for one scene and time traveled back to his own time. That would have been a nice way to end the character, so to speak. So,
well, and hopefully, and the thing that I enjoy most about the teaser is that it was very much a teaser. You got to see the staples of the Deadpool universe. With Vanessa and Mandeep or whatever his name is, the cab driver.
The cab driver, yeah.
Negasonic Teenage Warhead.
Yeah, she'll be in the third movie. Right?
It's nice, but it's also, as a teaser is supposed to do, it's supposed to entice you to seeing the movie. It's not going to show its cards right off the hop.
So you're saying that Cable might make an appearance somewhere in the film, Scotty?
Maybe.
That would be cool. I like Cable.
Well, if
Brolin was awesome in that role.
Right, if he does, it's not in the IMDb listing under.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's not listed officially yet. But I do want to officially say good morning to Don Ranger Power.
Hey, Don, what's up?
And he also says Happy National Flag of Canada Day.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
Hope everyone is well. Also, happy 10th anniversary for Power Rangers Super Mega Force.
More phenomenal.
Super Mega Mode. I don't know how I'm supposed to say that.
So is that mega cool?
Mega awesome. Booger 414 says, I would have liked to see them keep Michael Chiklis as Ben Grimm.
Agreed.
Oh.
I have a soft spot in my heart for those 20th Century Fox Fantastic Four movies. They're mid, to be sure, but I like them.
They were, I don't know, I thought they were extremely bad. They had a horrible director. The scripts were horrible. The way they handled Dr. Doom.
That is,
I can't find any. I can think of any redeeming qualities in those movies.
Oh, Silver Surfer was pretty awesome.
Well, yeah, that was definitely a missed opportunity there.
Well, no, the Galactus was the worst part of 2, but
Yeah, that's another one, right?
I liked Doug Jones as the physicality, and I enjoyed Lawrence Fishburne as the voice of the Silver Surfer. And Chickless, I am absolutely with you, Booger. Chickless was a great Ben Grimm, and he's sort of the same way as Ryan Reynolds, with just a person who is absolutely 100% invested into the character. And when it comes to Deadpool. Deadpool was rescued by Ryan Reynolds from X-Men Origins Wolverine to make a good movie series, and so I'm just curious if he can rescue Deadpool from Disneyfication, as it was so eloquently put in the chat.
I did like the way. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say I do like I did like Chickless's portrayal of Ben Grimm, but I think what ruined it for me, which is not his fault, is they kept showing the character as human in human form.
Yeah.
Once he's the thing, he's supposed to stay the thing. So I didn't like. I don't know.
No, I'm with you there.
A bad
100%.
taste in my mouth. Yeah.
It's the same thing as like when Spider-Man movies happen, and then every 10 seconds they have to find a reason for Spider-Man to take off his mask.
Yeah.
Because the actor wants to be seen. I mean, it's like, that's not how it works, pal.
That'd be like if you paid money to go see a Superman movie, and the whole movie is about Clark Kent, right?
Ish, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I have high hopes, but
I just hope Deadpool's really good. I'm just fingers crossed. I mean, I'm not expecting it. You know, I know it could suck, but I'm trying to be optimistic. You know.
John Gill says, I agree with the guy whose name I'm not allowed to say. Voldemort?
Thanks, Gill.
The movie sucked, but I liked his portrayal of the role as an actor. Oh.
Who's the guy we can't say? It's not Chickless.
Oh my God, Scotty R37, the mid-credits montage in Deadpool 2 made me laugh until I cried in the theater. Oh, right. Well, yeah, he erased that timeline.
Well, I really like the way Deadpool killed off his earlier version of Deadpool in the Wolverine film too. Like just pumped about 20 bullets into him at the end of the movie.
Well,
it's like, yes,
that's in Deadpool 2. Yeah, at the end.
That was so good. That was a great end. Like the way they wrapped all the loose ends up. You know, it was brilliant.
I agree.
And I'm not a huge fan of Deadpool 2. I think the best part of the movie is the ending.
Yeah, the ending was awesome.
I like
Deadpool uses Cable's time device to kill Deadpool in Wolverine Origins and the real Ryan Reynolds, so he can't do the Green Lantern movie. So we won't get that. So we won't get that CGI.
Yeah, the Green Lantern scene when he killed himself as reading the Green Lantern script, like that was so good. And then he goes, "Thank you, Canada," which made me laugh my ass off. It was so good.
And apparently, happy Canada Flag Day.
I did not know that.
Johnny.
Darn, I got my flag around here somewhere, but
I have all these Canadians on this panel, and nobody knows their own holidays.
Well, you know, Joe, there's a lot of us Canadians infiltrating. You know, like there's probably half of the people in Hollywood or in the movie industry are Canadian. So you know, we're around. You know, we may not be obvious, but we're there. You know.
That's the worst part about Canadians is they look like everybody else.
That's right. We look like you do.
Ooh.
That voodoo that I do so well.
So DJ Play Nice has to go. Thanks for hosting, Joe. And panel.
Take care.
Thanks for the contributions you made too.
I gotta say, I really like DJ's avatar. It's like it's like a naked rock and roll guy if Leonardo da Vinci had drawn him. I think that's pretty brilliant.
Is that what it is? I've always thought it was the frog from One Froggy Evening. You know, hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. I gotta look
like a frog to me.
Well, no, I'm telling you, I need glasses. Better glasses.
You need glasses badly.
Yeah, agreed. It does not look like a frog to me.
I thought it was a frog.
It looks like It looks like a Leonardo da Vinci drawing of a nude rock and roll guitar guy.
Well, thank heavens for the guitar.
Thank heavens for the guitar. I agree.
That's what you get for thinking, Scotty.
I don't do that often.
John Gill says we have a secret agent in the industry, Philip Gaming. He is our infiltrator.
He rules.
Made it. Oh, I didn't know Philip Gaming was Canadian. Also, welcome to the panel, Catherine.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Hello.
Hey, Kat.
Hey.
Hello there.
Hi,
Welsh
everybody.
Fargo.
Yeah, welcome. So the general topic, it's very loose. We don't really stay on topic very much, but when we want to, what's your favorite sequel to any kind of movie?
Ooh, probably The Dark Knight. I think that was a really good sequel.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, that's a good choice. Yeah, I agree with that one.
The Heath Ledger Joker one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, Dark Knight
Very
was
good.
pretty awesome, actually.
It's like,
Yeah,
I know
I
I'm a
agree.
Star Wars fan and I should pick Empire Strikes Back, but as much as I like Empire, it's always bugged me a little bit that movie's a bit slower and doesn't have that booming, like, Star Wars type, feel to it. But Dark Knight's got that for Batman, and that feels a lot more intense than Batman Begins. Like, a very, very different styled movie, which is what I like about great sequels, is that they're not just trying to do the same thing again. They're trying to do something different with it.
Oh, you like a sequel that takes a risk.
Yeah, and I thought Dark Knight was feeling more like a crime drama than like the first one's very much a superhero origin story, but that one's just like the first half's a crime drama and the second half's like this anarchist action-packed romp. It's crazy.
Yeah, I really like that movie. I think it's an awesome film. Like, what do you guys think of the first one, though, the origin film? I thought that was really good, too, actually, but I'd be interested in what you guys thought of it.
I hadn't been familiar with the source material they were adapting, so I remember when I saw it, it was very new to me, and I had no idea what to expect, because I remember seeing that trailer and thinking, wow, this just seems like so different from what I would think a Batman movie is. So I really liked it, but I kept thinking about it for days afterwards, because it was very fresh.
I like the realism in it, because it was like, he goes and he trains and he suffers and he goes through the hardships of developing his skills, and I really like that part of the film.
Booker 414 says not a sci-fi sequel, but Eddie and Cruisers 2, Eddie Lives, is a good sequel. Well, okay. I don't. I've never seen.
I have
seen
the
that
soundtrack
either.
album to the first movie, and I have no idea
wow.
why.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. I thought you were gonna say what a big fan you were of it, but you're just like, why do I have this?
What do you guys think about the third movie in the Dark Knight trilogy? I was very disappointed when I saw that one.
I wasn't surprised that it didn't hold up, because I remember my friends working in the marketing department in Warner Brothers at the time, and they said that they were trying to get, Chris's approval on their marketing strategy, because he was very hands-on with the marketing for Dark Knight, and eventually it got to the point where whoever the media, the in-between person was, saying, "Look, guys, this is just a carte blanche project for him. You can do whatever the hell you want. He doesn't care." It's like, so as far as carte blanche project goes,
That what happened? I didn't know that.
yeah, they basically were. He didn't want to do a third one, and Warner Brothers was like, "Oh, we'll let you do what amounted to Inception, Dunkirk, and Tenet if you, come back and do another Batman, give us another $1 billion Batman movie." And so he very reluctantly decided to do that, but he wasn't really as invested in it, which is probably why that one feels the most comic booky of the three, if that makes sense, in terms of story logic.
Yeah,
But,
I agree. It's the most comic booky, and that's why I love that aspect. And Christopher Nolan's brother, Jonathan, was the one that convinced him to put Catwoman in it. He didn't want to do that initially, and I'm like, what's the matter with this guy?
Yeah.
Who doesn't want more Catwoman? I don't understand either.
I just thought the third film, it seemed like Batman was just so broken down and beaten down, and it was kind of sad. And then I don't know about you guys, but for me, Bane as the villain, as the antagonist, I was bored to tears watching that guy. I don't know what it was, but I just could not connect with that character at all.
Yeah, I wasn't that excited about that third movie, but Joseph Gordon-Levitt is in it, so he was good to look at.
I mean, it was an okay film. I'm not saying it was the worst film I ever saw, but after the second one, it was a big letdown. I'll put it that way.
So
I thought they
John Gill
really did.
says, "Oh yeah, go ahead, Kat."
I thought
Sorry.
they really earned it though when they make you wait before Batman shows back up again. You really feel it when he finally shows up after like 45 minutes or so into the movie. And I like that they were. It was sort of a continuation of Dark Knight. It made sense that the guy's been a shut-in and kind of. I mean, yeah, it's contrived at how quickly he's able to overcome his injuries for the sake of the, because the plot demanded it.
Well, nobody wants to watch, a movie that's like, almost 2 hours into it, and then he finally shows up at the end.
Yeah. I did love the IMAX though. The use of IMAX made it very immersive and.
Don't have an IMAX.
Yeah, I agree. It was great in IMAX, and I got to see it in true IMAX in a domed screen.
Lucky you.
And it was nuts.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Scotty, if you're here because I want to go get more coffee, and I was wondering if I could step away for just a little bit.
Oh, we all love to talk. You know us, Jill. We'll keep it going.
Well, and speaking of Batman sequels, what are your guys' thoughts on Batman Returns?
Oh, I love it.
Me too.
It's like a Dark Horse movie in the Batman saga.
You would start talking about my favorite Batman movie as I'm going away. It's so great.
Don't worry, we'll put that on hold. We'll put that on the back burner. But there are so many, like, what was I thinking? Jaws 2. Jaws 2 is boring, especially when you compare it to the first one, and especially because you don't have Quint or Hooper. But, like, what... Does anyone like Jaws 2 is what I'm asking.
I've never seen it, so that's my answer.
I saw it. That was when I first had cable, and I saw it on HBO, and I don't remember much about it. So
yeah, I heard it basically sucks, so I never bothered watching it.
Which one is it Jaws 3? That's Jaws 3: The Revenge, or is it just Jaws 3D? I can't remember.
It's just Jaws 3D. Jaws 4 is the revenge.
Yeah, this time it's personal.
Yeah, something like that.
Like it wasn't personal in the first film when the shark was eating people. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I remember being a kid and like theorizing. It's like, okay, so in the first Jaws, it's the dad shark. In the second Jaws, it's the mom shark. And then in the third Jaws.
So the third Jaws, it's the son shark, and the fourth Jaws, it's the daughter shark. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
okay,
whatever.
I'm being silly.
But you're carrying it on, so I appreciate it.
I'm going to backtrack a little bit. When Jill said, I don't remember what film she was referring to, but saying that Scotty was the first in line. I was the first in line in my town to see Jurassic Park.
The first one?
Yeah, the very first one. I actually left work early. I got off work early so I could see it. And I was the first one in line. I'm sitting there and I was waiting for my younger brother to come down. He was coming down from our hometown to visit me, and my best friend was going to meet me. So I just was holding their place in line as well. And I'm sitting there. There's nobody around. I'm right there at the box office window. And then all these dudes in suits start filing out of the theater, and apparently there was a VIP screening for just these dudes.
No,
and I just started giving each one of them crap. I said, I go, who the hell are you? What the hell are you doing in the theater?
What was that? Did they respond to?
They each and every one of them ignored me. I was just this little.
You were beneath them, so to speak.
This little nerdy guy with a dinosaur T-shirt. I was 35 when that film came out. So.
I was probably about the same age because I saw it when it came out too. When I was at art college back, I guess it would have been was it early 90s when that film came out? I'm guessing
it was June of '93.
Yeah, because I was still in Vancouver then, even though I'd finished my education at college. But I remember I went and saw it with a girlfriend I knew from art school, and we went and saw it together. And it's like we were blown away by it on a big screen. Like that's the way you really need to see a movie. Like Jurassic Park.
In July, I dragged my older sister to it and my brother-in-law. And the thing is, my my older sister was pregnant with her first child, and and she said, after the movie, I said, "Well, what'd you think of it?" And she goes, "Well, if they have to induce labor, I'll just have them show me this movie."
Yeah, I was going to ask, did her water break while she was watching the film?
No, yeah, like I said, it was in July, and then she had her first child that November.
Oh, jeez.
But I thought that was hilarious when she said that, because
That's a
I
good
go,
one.
I asked her, "Oh, what'd you think of the Raptors?" And she just groaned. She said,
I don't watch basketball. Franco Walker in the chat says hello to Kat. Also, Franco being a mensch, please subscribe, share, hit like, and select live chat. John Gill, big fan of the Road Warrior.
Oh,
That's a
yeah.
good one that we missed.
I should have picked that
that's
one.
a great one. That's so much better than the first movie. It's not even funny.
That's the best Road Warrior movie.
It was
by
because
far.
of the first. Yeah, it was because of the first film, which I saw on Cinemax when I first had cable. And I just, it's like, oh, a sequel to that? No way. And it was my younger brother and his friends. They were like, "Oh no, you got to see this movie." And so all of us, after work, we went to see a 9:00 show.
Oh, you saw
And
it in
it
the
just,
theater.
yeah, it
Okay.
just blew me away. I just said, "Oh, this is so much better than the first."
Well, it's mind-boggling. Right from the very start, that film grabs you and just holds your attention through the entire movie, right, Stone Rocket? It's just
Oh yeah,
amazing.
it's a ride. I have it on 4K.
I was lucky. That was my introduction to the Mad Max saga. That was the first one I ever saw was Road Warrior
Me
on
too.
one of the cable movie channels on my TV. And right from the start, well, you guys know.
I like how you had to specify that the cable channel was on your television. Tell me again how you can't use a phone.
Oh gosh. Okay, whatever. That's good one, though, Scotty.
John Gill. Oh yeah, please.
Just right from the start, though, when Brian May's music began in the opening scene, I love Brian May's score. You guys know Brian May's from Queen, right? His music in that film is fantastic. That's part of one reason I love it so much. But right from the start, when that music kicked in, and it just, the whole thing started to build momentum. And then, of course, the story was great. It was not just the action scenes, but the story was actually really interesting, and the character development was awesome. It's just a really well-rounded film, basically.
It's really, really good. John Gill in the chat says, always. I don't know if you're referring to the Road Warrior being your go-to sequel, Always, or if you're referring to the Steven Spielberg movie, Always, which is actually underrated.
I'm guessing
underrated movie. It's quite good.
It's a remake of a movie with Spencer Tracy, isn't it? Or
oh, nice. I think that was the last performance of Audrey Hepburn as well. Was in Always.
Oh, yeah, I do believe you are right.
Booger in the chat says, not a sci-fi sequel, but Eddie and the Cruisers 2, Eddie Lives, is a good sequel. I have never seen an Eddie and the Cruisers movie. How about you guys?
Not me.
Negative.
Negatory.
All right then. John Gill says, yeah, unpopular opinion. I do not like Batman Begins.
Ooh,
I love The Dark Knight, but I don't like Batman Begins. It takes forever to pretty much nothing.
I love the first film. I just love the first film. And remember, Batman Begins had to wipe out the stink of Batman and Robin from '95. And my older sister really likes that film, but she doesn't like the sequels.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It's
her oldest kept quoting lines from The Dark Knight, and it kind of made my sister kind of creeped out. It's like, I don't know if I want to watch that. So it's like, so she finally did, and it's not one of her favorites. And the only reason she saw the third film was Anne Hathaway was the Catwoman, and she loves the Princess Diary movies, and so do her daughters. So, but she didn't like the third film either.
Well, and I took my parents to go see The Dark Knight, and because I was really excited for it. Anytime Batman versus the Joker happens, I have to see it. And I took my folks, and we got out of the movie, and my dad Like, my dad is a 30-year veteran of the RCMP, and he looks at me after watching a Batman movie, and he says, "That was a little too dark for me." And I was like, "Wow."
Yeah,
Whoa.
it is dark.
Boy,
But
that's
what did you think of the ending when you first saw that? Didn't it just blow your mind?
Yes.
I was like, oh wow. And I asked Nolan and company, I said, they get Batman. They get it. It's like
John Gill goes on to say, "I like Tom Hardy, but I always liked Tom Hardy, but the plot made no sense. I thought that The Dark Knight Rises was too big for Batman. I was like, there's no way he's going to be able to solve this. They're blowing up bridges. They've destroyed a stadium. This is too big for Batman." But I don't know. I like the second one. Darth says AT&T is trying to end their landline service.
Well, thank God I don't have anything to do with AT&T, so I don't care.
Yeah, I still have a landline, believe it or not.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've had this phone number for so long. All my contacts know this one number, right? So if I gave up this number, I'd have to go and like tell dozens of people. It's like, hey, I got a different number now.
No. You had to port your number over. If you went and got another phone.
Oh, I don't think I can do that here, Pop. Unfortunately.
What do you mean here, Canada?
Yeah, I don't think we can do that here.
Yeah, but again, we've already established your technical attributes.
Yeah. You wouldn't want me flying the Enterprise. Let's put it that way.
I've had the same phone number since 1987.
Nice.
It's just easier to keep it, and it's like the cost is like minuscule every month, so it's like I'll just keep the landline.
Darth in the chat says my grandma had her number for almost 90 years. She's not too happy about that. I wouldn't either. It's almost like an old friend.
What was she, like 120 or something? 90 years is a long time to have a phone number.
Yes, it is.
John Gill says, I watched Batman Begins and The Dark Knight in IMAX. For some reason, I didn't watch the Tom Hardy movie in cinema. Huh.
Oh, it looks like Bird's got to go, he said.
Oh, heavens.
Oh, and he went. Oh, dear.
Yeah, we didn't even get a
Take
chance
care,
to
Bird.
Take care, Bird.
Kapla, Bird. Have a good one.
Kapla.
Live long and prosper.
Yes.
Definitely.
I did like the first of the Batman films of the trilogy, though. I just want to quickly mention, it was kind of slow paced, but I thought that actually added to the film. It made it more realistic, and I just liked the way he did all his training and all the stuff he went through. Like it was like believable. Like he was really having a hard time getting into shape and learning all the skills, and I really appreciated that in the first film.
I like the fact that they, of course, they used a comic, The Man Who Falls, to create his intense fear of bats, and it coincides with his discovery of the Bat Cave as a child, and that's from that comic.
Oh, really?
And and I didn't know that at the time until I got the movie on a deluxe DVD edition that included that comic.
Oh, great!
And that.
Yeah, and it's I just thought, well, this is great because in the original comic, he's inspired by just a bat flying into the mansion, and he's like, oh, that's what I'll be. But no, it's really tied into his psyche. It's like, I mean, they do have a tribute to that because there's literally I can't say that word. Literally, a bat that flies into the mansion is flying around, and so they have a tribute to the original comic with that. So
welcome back, Jill.
Welcome back, Jill. And
your Stone Racket wanted to talk about something with you. I don't know if it was Batman Returns or what it was related to.
You're glowing, Jill. You're glowing.
I am. I'm glowing. I'm a Vorta.
So I guess we need to shift gears to Batman Returns.
Oh, but before we do, I just realized Bird of Prey 5 is no longer here. He had to leave. And
he had to go, and he just popped right out before we could say goodbye to him.
He left. It was about 10:19 when he left, Jill.
Well, I know real life happens sometimes, but I do want to make sure I share out his channel and tell you guys about it. Bird of Prey 5 has a wonderful channel, and yeah, he just does some really great stuff. He sometimes on Wednesday, his schedule is a little bit more questionable lately. So he used to have a watch party on Wednesdays for Enterprise. That might come back someday. But for right now, Mondays and Fridays are his bed live streams, and those are consistent. But then you might have some unexpected live streams that are lots of fun. And so make sure you check him out for that. And Bird of Prey 5, if you're still listening, we didn't get your favorite sequel. Did he say what his favorite sequel is? I think he did not.
It was probably Wrath of Khan.
Well, yeah, I know, right? Was it Wrath of Khan?
I think that's a safe bet. And with Bird of Prey 5, expect the unexpected.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
And
exactly.
You know, one of the most trusted Star Trek reviewers on the internet. Go subscribe, like, share, tell your mom.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I will not be watching the last season of STD, but I will be watching Bird's reviews. Oh, Star Trek 4. You know what? I didn't consider like any movie past the first one being a sequel. So yeah, I guess that's true. And that's my favorite movie in general. So I was thinking of sequel as in the second movie.
Jill, there be whales here.
I love Star Trek 4.
Well, and just because our review, our extravaganza, was stricken from the record, like, should we re-review it at some point?
No. I'm just gonna upload what we did because what we did was really great.
That's true.
Why was it struck down?
There's a European cut that does like a prelude that says what happened in Star Trek 2 and 3.
Oh.
And it's narrated by William Shatner. And it's almost like the beginning of Star Trek 3 when they show the flashback to Remember.
Okay.
Anyway, so
That's
we played that. We played that. I was going to do the narration, but then we actually found Bill's commentary. But that was the thing, apparently, right, Jill? That was the thing that got us in trouble.
Yeah, that's what got it killed for sure.
So Shatner's commentary killed it?
Yeah. Paramount does not like it.
So if you re-upload it, will you have Scotty do the narration then?
You know, we talked
we
about
want
doing
people
that.
to watch
He needs
it.
to record something. Yeah, he could record something for me.
I'm just wondering, maybe Shatner watched the stream and he didn't like having his voice, and he
got mad.
Maybe he filed a claim,
No, actually, recently someone did a description of all of the movies, but I don't remember which live stream it was. Anyway, I'll figure something out.
John Gill, making fun of pronunciation, says Joss. Wow, I thought my accent was bad. Did I say Joss?
Probably.
Anything's possible.
I'll take it.
I don't know what.
Darius Munchausen says, I saw Dark Knight Returns in the drive-in. It was the safest place after the Joker shooting in the Colorado theater. That was for Dark Knight Rises. Dark Knight Returns is a comic book by Frank Miller. And I do remember that. And I was so upset by that. Because
that was horrible.
A bunch of people just want to go in, forget their lives for a little while, sit and watch some entertainment, and some idiot with gripe.
And then they
someone actually did that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there are a bunch
in Colorado.
of people murdered, Jill. It was
No.
horrible.
I went to for the Dark Knight Rises. I went to a midnight show for that, and I think I may have told this before, but I was sitting in the lobby. That was at least 3 hours for the start time in the theater, and I was wearing my original 1989 Batman T-shirt.
Uh-oh.
And everybody around me, I was going, gosh, my T-shirt's older than all these people around me. But it was a great experience because I saw the first the 1989 Batman movie at a midnight show, and I thought it was a great bookend to see the Dark Knight Rises at a midnight show.
Yeah,
That
I
is
saw the Dark
kind of
Knight.
appropriate, yeah.
I saw the second one at a midnight show. That was the first midnight movie. Pretty much the only midnight movie I went to that wasn't a specialty screening. That was really exciting. That was really fun.
Yeah, it's a great crowd at a midnight show, isn't it?
Yeah, the only other one I did for midnight, because after that Colorado shooting, I mean, I didn't do midnight for the third one, but after that happened, that all the midnight shows kind of disappeared, and now they just do like the 7 o'clock Thursday night showing or something.
Yeah.
But the only other midnight showing I went to was in October of 22 when I saw The Lost Boys at midnight at a theater in Sacramento, and that was pretty fun.
That would be.
You had a fun crowd turning out, cosplaying and stuff. But
Oh, yeah.
ever since that shooting 10 years ago, midnight showings are hard to find around here.
Yeah, it's just sad. It just takes one idiotic fool to ruin the fun for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I think midnight showings don't show up anymore as much anymore because it used to be a thing where the movie was released on Friday, but on Thursday at midnight, and then everybody would get in a big line and get to the movie that way. But now you can pick your seat on the internet, and so it doesn't matter anymore. And so now they just
that's true.
Gone.
Yeah, I think
that's funny, I remember I lined up 3 hours in advance for the Dark Knight midnight screening. I was towards the front of the line, but somehow, and I didn't get concessions. I went straight in, but because people kept letting their other friends cut ahead, waiting outside, by the time I actually got into the auditorium, I was in the third row. And
oh no!
Oh boy!
Because they didn't have seat selection, friends just kept bringing their other buddies in because they were holding spots for big groups in line. It was like, come on,
Not fair.
Well, in a sequel that we haven't brought up as of yet, and Jill, we do have to prioritize the chat because there's a lot of it. But I do want to just say that I went to go see Spider-Man 2, which is my favorite Spider-Man movie. But I was there.
Where did you leave off? Do you have a star?
It is starred.
Oh, okay. Okay, great.
And I'm waiting in line. We're front of the line. And then they say, okay, you can go in. And I literally bolted from the group of friends that I was with so I could go and get the perfect seating spot. And this girl that I had a crush on walks in all sexy like, and she sits down beside me. And she's like, Scott, it doesn't matter how quickly you sit down. The movie is going to start at the same time.
That's a good one.
Cute.
Pod Racing Palpatine is in the chat. Hey, Pod Racing Palpatine says Jaws 2 is better than Jaws 4. I don't know, man.
It was personal in Jaws 4.
That is true. Well, and I like how they reference it in Back to the Future too. And the movie poster says this time it's really personal.
What sequel were we supposed to be up to according to Back to the Future 2?
That was Jaws 15, I think.
Yeah, we're supposed to have 15.
Oh, 19? Oh.
Yes.
Oh, 19. Okay.
I get my 5s and 9s mixed up. No.
I get my 6s and 4s. Darth says Michael Keaton is my favorite Batman.
You know, it was interesting because when that was announced, I was like, huh. You know, and then Tim Burton was saying he wanted someone that wasn't intimidating, that needed the costume to be intimidating. I went, okay. You know, and I liked how Michael Keaton referred to the people complaining the most about that his casting as Batman, as he referred to them as the DC fundamentalists.
Well, I like when he shows up on talk shows anymore or now, and he like, who's your favorite Batman? And he's just like, I am Batman.
Yeah, I am Batman.
I'm Batman.
Oh, Batman.
Last Son of K says hello, anti-derivative Jill, panel and chat. I hope everyone is well. Great to see you, Last Son of K.
Howdy, howdy.
Last Son of K, do you have the novel Last Son of Krypton?
Oh.
Yeah, that was
Darius much. Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You can talk about that. What are you talking about?
Oh, the Last Son of K is Last Son of Krypton. That's what's referring to. And I was just wondering if he had that.
Cool.
Yeah, you didn't know that? Oh boy.
Yeah, I picked up on that right away.
Yeah, well, we got to get Jill caught up on stuff. No.
I've seen Superman.
Oh yeah. Oh, and we know how much you love that movie. It's just fantastic.
I do.
That's my favorite.
It's the
Superman
definitive
2
one.
is pretty rad.
I'm sorry, what?
Superman 2 is pretty rad.
Well, which cut?
One?
Which
take
cut?
your pick.
Take your pick. Okay. Yeah, it's I had problems with the original theatrical release, because they cut Brando out. But yeah, it's a good sequel because you get to see him battle the Kryptonians. That for sure.
Big ups to Susanna York.
I love
but Last Son of Krypton, it was a paperback novel that they issued around the time of the first movie.
The first two Reeve films are really great. Like I love the first one the most because it goes into the lore, and and I'm as a big comic fan. I had all the Superman comics in the '60s, and for me it was like, oh yeah, this is the real deal. Like Krypton, the whole, the whole thing, the Fortress of Solitude, and the Phantom Zone, and they had all the stuff, right? And it was like, yeah, this is the way you do Superman.
Yeah, I like the how DC, due to the influence of Marvel, DC kind of revamped their whole line of comics in the late '60s, and that's when I really got into the Superman comics, with Kurt Swan doing the artwork.
Oh yeah, I remember
and
that.
then for Batman, Neil Adams doing the artwork was just superb.
Yep. Oh yeah, Neil Adams is legendary. But didn't they do Crisis on Infinite Earths in the early '80s, and that was the big reset?
I kind of
dropped. That was a reset, but I was out of comics.
I gave up on comics in the early '80s. Well, one I was doing a lot of college courses, and two, I just thought the quality started to go down in the early '80s for comics, at least to me, because I started collecting in 1962 when I was like 4 years old, right? I started buying comic books even then. That's how I taught myself to read, by the way, reading comic books. So anybody who says comic books are bad influence on kids, it's like, don't believe them, because you can learn how to read by reading those comic books, kids.
Oh, what was the book, the Wortham book?
Yeah, it's the Seduction of the Innocent. And
that's
that's
the book that says that Robin is trying to make you a homosexual.
Right. That bastard just ruined comics.
Well, that's why EC
for a while. Before that, it was radio shows is a bad influence, and then comic books, and then television, and then video games, and then what else?
Well, that's what killed the EC horror comics, right? Like, it just killed them.
I remember reading. What was it? There's a documentary called Comic Book Confidential, and it has an interview with William Gaines, and he was talking about that, like the Comic Code Authority. And there was a black man, like the story was an O. Henry story. And you find out that the hero of the story was a black man. And it was, controversial and groundbreaking at the time. And the Comic Code said, you can't have that. And it's like, what, a black man? And they were like, no, he can't be sweating. And it was like, so the perspiration is what is getting your panties in a knot. And they were like, yes. And so they had to redo it, and they eventually said, no, it has to be a white guy.
Oh, man. Yeah. Did you guys familiar with the Green Arrow, Green Lantern comics that were published anyway without the code on the front cover, because it was an anti-drug couple of stories.
Mm-hmm.
It was against drugs, and it was too controversial, and they didn't get the code, the approval of the comics code, but they issued them anyway.
Weird.
More power to them.
That should be a good thing.
Yeah.
Same thing happened with, I think there's a Harry Osborn episode of The Amazing Spider-Man where he was addicted to heroin, and they didn't give that a comics code approval. There was also Demon in a Bottle with Tony Stark addressing his alcoholism, which now it's funny because the closest we're ever going to get to that is Iron Man 2, because they don't want to talk about the alcoholism. And so their comic code authority, their moral superiority affected that film as well.
Yeah, they didn't, it was just too
adult.
potent. Too adult, too potent a theme. And it's just ridiculous.
But yeah, it is ridiculous, because I saw Tiny Toons Adventure that was about drinking and alcohol. So why can't
that was just us hanging out last week.
So Jill, you're saying if Tiny Toons can do it, doggone it, so can the MCU when it was good.
Well, the comics code was a joke, right? I mean, I remember when it
PvP, can you hold that for just a minute? I want to, I do want you to continue this discussion, but first I just want you,
Yep,
I just want to thank Taylor Swift greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU for sending a member chat. He's been a member for 3 months, and he says, anyone seen Phantom Menace release?
I'm probably
So-
gonna, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, so I guess it's
Probably
going to
not.
be released in the theater again, re-released because it's the anniversary, right?
Probably
It's
won't show
so-
up here.
It's so.
I will.
Oh, come
I
on.
will if you can prop my coffin up in front of the theater screen. I'll watch it.
Any chance to watch George Lucas Star Wars, I will go to the theater.
Those effects are going to look cartoonish by today's standards.
Well,
Probably
And?
makes sense.
I agree. I don't see that as a detriment.
Yeah, the with the Phantom Menace for Matt G, that's a dividing point between his childhood and going into his adulthood, because he was 20 when he saw that. And he has and the phenomena around Star Wars at that time was as big as it was in 77. So that's another kind of a nostalgic factor for him and for a lot of people.
I wonder why Disney's deciding to do this, because they released a Phantom Menace in 3D and that failed. So
I saw
don't
it.
understand. Yeah, but it didn't do well. So I don't understand why they're going back to the well again.
It
don't
did do well.
No, Scotty, was it red and blue 3D or glass
No.
black 3D?
No, it was the polarized lenses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not going to do the red and blue.
No, not. Well, I didn't
the
know
red,
when it was
the red and
released.
blue. They don't do that in major theatrical release, and that's called Anaglyph 3D.
Well,
yes.
And not to arm wrestle about it, but I'm just surprised that they're re-releasing the Phantom Menace. You know what we need is a re-release of Star Wars Empire and Jedi.
You got it.
They
That's
haven't.
what I would go and watch. But
Wait, are you
yeah,
talking about the special editions or what?
I don't think we can get the theatrical cuts of them
No, that's what I was
released.
saying.
But
Yeah, that's what I
but
was saying.
even
If you
with
stuck
this,
with the,
I got the theatrical cuts of the original trilogy in theaters last year.
oh, you did! I forgot about that, Cat.
I did.
Pop culture. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying I don't think you'll be able to find those original versions. So if you wish for the original trilogy, you're going to get the so-called special edition. I do have the original trilogy as well on my server. It's available on the internet.
I've got the DVDs. They're non-anamorphic, but if I hit zoom, it works.
Yeah, I've got those too.
Yeah, I've got the. You can get them in 4K, the original versions, but they're made from a actual print, so you're going to get a real change mark at the halfway point.
Yeah, the first one, 4K 77, had this discoloration, this yellowish stain on most of it. And they're like, this isn't us. This is how it looked at the time. And like, I think that's more to do with how the print was stored over the years, because that's definitely not on the original prints in 77. All the
Yeah, I agree. It wasn't that way at all when I saw it.
They let it yellow. Well, I
When
want to
you-
say hello to Not Brian. Not
Hello
Brian.
there.
As congrats on your YouTube anniversary, Jill. Hi, panel and chat. Great to see you, Not Brian. Very
When you
cool.
say
Not
real
Brian.
change mark, when you say real change mark, you mean the cigarette burn, right? Stone Rat?
Yeah, they called them footballs.
Yeah.
I call them or blips. But yeah, for some reason, about the halfway mark on my Star Wars 4K 77, it's got that, and I think Empire does too. I can't remember about Jedi. I'm pretty sure it's there as well. But that's all right. I mean, it's the original,
yeah.
unaltered, and and I just cannot fathom why Lucas is such a revisionist. I mean, he was the one, along with Lucas and Scorsese, that were protesting the colorization of classic films, and the National Film Registry. They requested Star Wars when they inducted that, and they wanted the original, and Lucas said no, you can't have it.
I'm guessing Lucas Lucas hasn't had a really good idea in like 2 or 3 decades now. So I think he's just keeping himself busy by altering his early work when it was really great, and he's just like, fiddling with that, tweaking it in his mind. I think that might be, I just don't understand Lucas at all. Like, selling it out to Disney, and we know what happened after that. And
Well, I feel bad for you guys that it's not a problem that he wanted to update it, but he should have done what Star Trek did with the remastered, where you get the original exactly as you saw it when it first came out.
Yeah,
And then,
oh yeah,
and then you
the
can switch
originals are
between.
exactly.
so much better.
Just have, he can do what he wants as long as the originals are also available. It's
And it's
just
like
that simple.
he's basically almost banned them, like they're so hard to find, right? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean,
By the way,
when Spielberg altered E.T., he still had the original available.
right? It Phantom Menace, that's the first prequel, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no
Really
way.
replace all the guns with walkie.
There's no way I'd ever pay money to see. I saw Phantom Menace in the theater when it first came out, and I was bored to death.
Well, I think they're re-releasing it because the prequels have exploded in popularity over the last few years because all those kids who grew up watching them have come of age and are going to the cons and cosplaying as all those characters, and they love Clone Wars and all that stuff. So I think they're trying to gauge if that would be a popular thing. And
I
so,
suppose.
Well, yeah, but also
it was so boring, that film. I mean, basically they ripped off the Ben-Hur chariot race,
Yeah,
and the kid was boring. Jar Jar Binks was horrible.
It's copying a lot of the plot beats of the original movie, just with a very different plot structure or a very different concept.
But if you remember when the Disney movies came out, there was a big push and advertisement for the prequels so they could sell those. So I think that kind of helped bring it back into the public eye.
But also, it's the 25th anniversary.
They'd have to pay me for my time. If they paid me like $40 to go and watch it in the theater, I'd go, but that'd be the only way.
I'd do it if I was drunk. $40 and drunk.
And I'd have to get free popcorn as well.
That's better than the coffin comment. You just have to be drunk now.
Yes, yes.
Even if I was stone cold plastered, I don't think I can enjoy the Phantom Menace. I got to be honest, guys. It's like,
yeah,
I just hate that film.
I didn't think it was that bad or that great, but I guess I've only seen the prequels one time, so that says it all.
Remember too, Jill, I was like, I saw, Star Wars when it was actually called Star Wars, and none of that New Hope crap in the theater back in '77 with my cousin, right? So I'm like old school as old school can get. And after the first three movies, which were really good, going to see Phantom Menace was like such a big come down from the first three. So I think maybe that makes a little more sense, if you know what I mean, Jill.
Yeah, I also saw Star Wars when it first was released, and I saw it with my older brother and my sister-in-law and my younger brother. So that was the four of us. And then when Revenge of the Sith came out, my younger brother made a point of making sure that the original four, our original group of four, saw what we thought was going to be the last Star Wars movie. And in a sense, it was, because it's the last George Lucas Star Wars movie.
Well, there you go. That's the truth. Then Franco Walker thinks Lucas destroyed the original print and is too scared to admit it.
I hope not. That would really be dumb to destroy the original print.
It could have been an accident.
His excuse was lame, saying that, well, they only had one copy and they had to cut it up to make the enhanced or the special editions. That was ridiculous.
Oh no! Then it was deliberate.
Well, the thing is, with all the billions of dollars Lucas has in the bank, you think his studio could have preserved the original film? Like, can't they put a film in preservation mode and guard it and keep it safe? Like, come on, George, get with it, buddy.
Has anyone ever heard of making copies? Darius Munchausen says George Lucas re-edited the films enough to get the editor credit, so he gets the royalties instead of her. Marsha Lucas.
That didn't really happen.
That. Oh, okay. Please tell us, Kat.
she still gets the royalties because when that goes along with the deal that was originally made when the films were first released. Like he could tinker with it and put it out there, but that doesn't mean he's able to then steal her royalties because she and Richard Chew and Paul Hirsch still edited like the other 90% of the movie, so they still get, if they were cut in for royalties, but he wouldn't be able to steal all the royalties just because he put out a special edition.
Right. And they, all three of those that you mentioned, Kat, they all won an Oscar for that.
They did.
All that is good news.
In their acceptance speech, they thanked George Lucas as their, they credited him as being a great editor as well as director. So these people that say, Marshall Lucas is the one that really made Star Wars, like, no, they all, the group of four, all helped.
That's always the
that
story.
movie.
It's always a team effort.
On Empire Strikes Back, George was nice enough that one of the first writers they had on it was Lee Brackett.
You got it.
She died before they started filming, and they didn't end up using like anything that she wrote. But he wanted to respect the fact that she still worked on the movie and showed up and put in the time. So he made sure not to put his own. He made sure not to submit his name because per the rules at the time, you can only have so many like writers' credits. So he made sure she got her credit and that her estate still got paid, even though none of her ideas were used.
Yeah, is that right? That none at all?
Barely, like nothing. Like maybe a little bit from the characters of Han and Leia and the idea that they were kind of like the audience would get that they're sort of like not acknowledging that they're an item yet, but they could tell that they're like in love. But they didn't use any of her story elements in the end because I read this in the J.W. Rinsler's Making of Empire Strikes Back book, which is amazing. And George did not want her to get her or her estate to get slighted by the fact that you put in all the work, so I'm still going to pay you. And still that was give you your due credit because he could have legally or based on the rules because he didn't use it, he could have submitted his own name and it would have been fine. But he didn't want to do that because that would have taken credit away from the work she had done for them.
That was a nice way of honoring Lee Brackett. I didn't know that. Thanks for telling us that.
I gotta give Lucas credit for that. That's a very classy thing he did there.
Well, as Darius says, it's the money, guys. It's all about the money. It's always the money, and that's exactly what Kat was just saying. Yes, yes, Scotty.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you're looking for a Star Wars expert, look no further than Kat.
Yes,
I'm afraid. There are very few things that I'm afraid to do on the internet, as anyone who knows me knows. But one of the things that I'm afraid to do is review a Star Wars movie without Kat.
Yeah, that's the thing I agree with. Herc 130 says, I've done less for $40 and drunk.
Oh, I really don't want it. I don't want details on that, please. No.
I do. I'll give you $40. What's up?
Franco Walker says Star Wars was released near me in early 1978. That's when I saw it in the cinema. Thanks.
It is my earliest cinema going experience. I remember my dad took me to see Star Wars, and I remember the Sand People, and I remember the Death Star blowing up, and that's it. I must have been probably 3 or 4 years old because that was back when they re-released things to theaters because they didn't have home video or anything like that.
Yeah, and Scotty, do a Tusken Raider imitation.
No.
Okay.
So there's a little tip that if you use Stream Elements to tip me, you can tip just $1 and have 250 characters.
Nice.
So that's what Matt G has just done. But he didn't use all those characters, but he could have if he wanted to. Never will be more hyped for a film than Phantom Menace. Regardless of how it turned out, it won't be matched anticipation wise for me.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I saw that movie like 4 times in theaters. I was the first one to buy the special edition VHS set that came with a film cell of Darth Maul. It was
sweet.
Yeah.
The last movie I was anticipating was Spider-Man 2.
Nice. And that's a great movie.
Yeah, that's a great movie. That's one of the best superhero movies, right next to the original Superman.
And the trailer is great, so just enough to drag you into the theater.
I don't know. That's the goal.
My favorite Spider-Man villain, I would. That's the worst part about Spider-Man: No Way Home is that they didn't recast and make a new Doc Ock. Although I was happy to see Alfred Molina, but it would have been interesting to see a different actor's take on it.
Well,
and that was the
I'm
point
glad
of the
they
movie,
had
though.
Alfred Molina again. I was very happy.
Sure.
Darius says it was a very expensive divorce for George. He had to sell the Lucasfilm Graphics Group to Steve Jobs, but that's how we got Pixar.
Well, that divorce also gave us another sequel, which is actually a prequel, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
Well, that was also because the guys who were actually running the Pixar computer department at Lucasfilm were more interested in doing animation, and because George wasn't as familiar with the actual tech of the computer, and ILM was going in its other direction for movies, it's like, yeah, okay, we'll just sell this and use the money to beef up Lucasfilm.
Oh, cat.
Yeah.
Oh, but wait. Before
Okay.
you cat.
I will
Ariba
stop
Bella's
catting.
here.
Hey, Ari.
Hello to Ari. All right. Okay, go ahead now.
From Russia with Love, great sequel or the greatest sequel?
Well, it's not the greatest sequel.
All right, fine.
You and I weren't crazy about that movie like everybody else is, remember?
That's true, but I love Robert Shaw.
Well, I do
Yeah, that's was Sean Connery's favorite of his Bond films.
Hey guys, we
love
have
that
a
one, yeah.
really, really amazing, awesome special guest who's decided to join us. Welcome to the Nerdporial Lifeform.
Oh, it is a Red Letter Day.
How are you?
Hello there.
Howdy.
Thank you for inviting me.
Nerdporial.
You're in the center square.
I got to ask you a question because I know that you're a gamer and I know that you're awesome and I love everything you do. You should totally subscribe to Nerdporial Lifeform. But how do you feel about Super Mario 2?
The
video
game. I love Super Mario 2. I mean, it was the second game I ever played after Super Mario Brothers.
Nice.
It was I was 5 years old. I was taken to Toys R Us, and they're like, my parents are like, "We're buying you Mario 2," and I'm looking at all the other selection of games because it had the you had the wall and you had the little flipper thing that had the art. The game box art, and then you had a little pouch there that had the ticket that you would take to the front to get the game. And I was looking, I was like, you know what? I want Zelda 2. I was 5 because I just rented that one, and my parents were like, no,
Oh no,
you're getting Mario 2,
parents
and you're
were right.
Yeah,
No, Zelda 2 is better.
I just helped a friend, Angry Canadian, beat Zelda 2 for the first time. He's played all the Zeldas, but he's never played the original NES one. So yeah, so I felt like Mick from Rocky. You know, I felt like you know, I was encouraging him to beat the game, and you know what? He made it.
I made to I am error just so I could get to that, and then I was like, I don't really want to play this anymore.
Anyway,
but
it's good to see you, sir.
maybe I should revisit it.
Thanks for the invite, and congratulations on the anniversary. Great channel, great stuff. I love listening to your TOS stuff, especially when either when I'm driving or when I'm at work or when I'm just walking and everything. So appreciate it.
Yeah, that's what my show is for, and I'm so glad that it is something that provides a distraction while you're doing other kinds of work that may or may not be tedious. So. I think it is. If it provides a service like that, I'm happy. And so thank you for being here. It is always so cool to see you. So we were talking, yeah.
Well, Nerdporial, I kind of put you in a box by saying it had to be a video game sequel. But what is because this is the 2-year anniversary?
That's what I was going to say.
Well, then please, you ask it.
No,
People
go
are
ahead.
here for you, not me.
No, yeah. What is your favorite sequel? Movie sequel. Second movie. Like I know 3rd, 4th, 5, 6, 7 are sequels to, but the second movie.
I don't know. Probably, you know what? It might be The Godfather Part 2. I mean, it might be The Godfather Part 2. It might be, might be the Wrath of Khan. Excuse me.
Of course.
I mean, what's funny is I saw The Wrath of Khan before I saw the motion picture. So I'm not sure I'm not sure if I can logically count that. You know how I don't know if I told anybody here on this channel how I got interested in this into Star Trek, and it's a weird one. So I grew up. I was an '80s baby. grew up in the 90s, so Next Generation was everywhere. It was on TV all the time, and I caught a glimpse of Final Frontier. Final Frontier was on cable quite a bit, so I watched it as a kid, and I actually enjoyed that compared to Next Generation, which Next Generation was way more intellectually written, and it wasn't really for kids. Most of the episodes weren't really for kids because they were just going around solving problems, everything, especially for little kids like me who have ADD and just play video games and watch cartoons. That was my childhood. So
yeah, I know what you're saying. It took me a while to get into Star Trek myself.
Yeah, so I remember one day, I was getting really interested in science fiction. I saw the Star Wars trilogy. I think I was beginning adolescence, 11 or 12, and I was looking at the boxes of the 6 Star Trek films. I don't know if it was Suncoast or if it was FYI or whatever, or FYE at the time. I was looking at the boxes. I was looking at like what the movies were about, and I see the Wrath of Khan. But then I see another one called The Search for Spock. Like this, I remember Spock pointed your guy from Final Frontier. I'm looking at this, and it's basically saying that he died. Search for Spock basically says that he died in the previous film. And I'm looking at Wrath of Khan, and I was just like, huh? Good guys die in a story, in a movie, and that blew my mind. And that's what actually sparked my interest in Star Trek. So I started with the films. And then
awesome.
I liked the characters so much. I branched out and watched the original series, and I just love how cheesy and how unique, how different shows in the 60s were. They had it was very dramatic music. I love the Fred Steiner, Alexander Courage, and all the other composers. I can't think of their names right now, but I love all their works and all that. And that was part of the charm, and of course all the color, because I play a lot of Nintendo games. I played Mario and Zelda, but the color, the color contrast in the original series, the lighting, it was appealing to me as a kid. And then I love the stories. I love the characters. So,
yeah, the storytelling is incredible.
Yeah, and then I eventually grew up and got into Voyager. I started watching Voyager because that was on TV at the time. I think I got into Scorpion Part 1. It was what sold me on Voyager, and I didn't see seasons 1 and 2. I was too young. I didn't see it until season 3. It was Scorpion Part 1 that got me into it.
Exactly right when Jerry Ryan gets into this series. That's pretty lucky.
That was months after the fact because she wasn't in Part 1, but yeah, pretty much. The first full season of Star Trek I watched as it came out was Voyager season 4. So yeah, you're actually right. So whatever I saw from season 3 was reruns that summer, and I didn't like. I'm like, Part 1. Where's Part 2? Because all of a sudden they show another. UPN shows another episode. I think it's the episode where Kes gets zapped by a monasterical force field, and Janeway had to save her by having to undergo training as a nun or something to have no
oh my god.
No doubts whatsoever. Kind of the same idea as if you've seen guys all Spectre of the Gun, where Chekhov believed the bullet was real, so it killed him, and so Spock has to go and mind meld with everyone to remove that human doubt and everything.
Voyager episode.
Yeah.
Did I hear Janeway as a nun? I'm trying to process that right now.
Yeah, but the only thing I remember from that episode is someone from Seinfeld was in that episode. Somebody's mom.
Yeah, Mrs. Costanza. That was Estelle Harris. She was. I was like, is that Mrs. Costanza? And then I look at my Star Trek encyclopedia, and I'm like, that is her. That is her. And she did not demand her water pick. You're not giving away our water pick. Nothing like that. So, but yeah, so like the whole idea of a cliffhanger in a TV show, it was the first live action TV show I've ever watched.
Wow,
so I learned about. So, yeah, and then Deep Space Nine I didn't watch until the DVDs came out. But I did watch glimpses of the final season.
I wish they would have Blu-rays. I want Deep Space Nine Blu-rays.
Oh, I hope if they ever put if they want to need like fan funding or something, I'd be down for that.
You have such a cool Star Trek story. Thank you for
Actually,
sharing.
yeah, fan funding. That's a great idea because I'd love to get the Blu-rays of Deep Space Nine. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, because where's all the money they're going towards? Going towards Discovery season 6 or
the
no,
amount of money they're wasting on that stuff. Yeah,
That's just a money pit. That new Trek crap.
Barf. Yeah, it's on season 5. It's over. At least it's over.
I got a question for everybody here, and this is something that's been divisive, something that I was on a crusade last year for, but I think I know how Scotty feels, but how do you guys feel about Picard season 3? That was one that a lot of people liked it. I mean, a lot of people liked it.
I don't like it. I hate it.
And it fell short for me. So I was just wondering how everyone else felt.
Well, I gave it a chance. I thought, since everybody was going gaga goo goo over this thing, right? And I was like, wow, maybe it actually is good. So I watched the first 5, and after the first 5, I was like, nope, it's just not that good. It's not. The characters are way too different. I think what killed it for me was when Worf beheaded a basically defenseless person.
Basically, he had like a butter knife or something.
Yeah, so that's not a huge threat, right? If you got a butter knife, maybe he's just going to butter his toast. Like, who knows, right? Worf didn't know that. He just barges in and beheads this dude, and I'm like, that's not Klingon virtue.
Well,
that's not Klingon ethics, is
the
it?
main
and I was done.
issue. That was the main issue with the new Trek in general, is that they don't understand the difference between Starfleet and the Federation. So they just gave Worf the entire power of being judge, jury, and executioner instead of being the policeman.
And Worf would never have done that in any of the real Star Trek we know, right?
No, I know. He totally wouldn't take artillery on the back of a dune buggy and start shooting an indigenous population on their native planet or anything.
Well, I mean, were they an indigenous population, or were they a loose association of vagrants and pirates?
Yeah, right.
They could have been Remans. That's true.
They were threatening them, so I think Worf was doing a defensive action more than anything else.
It's not like these were very pleasant natives.
Because I know, Scotty, you and me kind of got into we got into a debate about like what was better with season. Because I mean, there's been comparisons between Picard season 3 and the TNG films. And TNG films have their own problems. I'm not denying that.
And the only way you can compare Worf beheading that Ferengi is if those natives had water guns. And then Worf mowed them down anyway.
That's brilliant, Jill. That is absolutely on target, I gotta say.
But if you look, and again, Star Trek Picard season 3, in my opinion, and this is not high praise because the bar is so low, is Picard season 3 is better than Nemesis. But if you look at Nemesis and compare it to Arena, with Kirk's unwillingness to kill the Gorn, and then compare that to the dune buggy scene, I think Nemesis is the first real betrayal of Star Trek that I was witness to. I loathe that movie.
Even more than
so much.
I shall be merciful and quick.
Even more than Tuvix, Scotty.
Oh, dude, I would watch Tuvix over Nemesis any day of the week.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting take.
Well, yeah. The cast stuff, that's really uncomfortable television to watch.
Scotty will never be merciful and quick when it comes to Nemesis. I have
never. I apologize for not being apologetic.
No, I mean, no, it's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I actually personally think the villain in Nemesis was more effective than the villain in Picard season 3, and I'm talking about Vadic.
I agree.
Yeah, like Vadic was I mean, a lot of people said she was great. I mean, I think she's a great actress, and I think she did her best with what she got. But
yeah, she is a good actress. I will give her that for sure. She got some talents from her
but she literally emptied her ship to go on to get on board the Titan, and then when they defeated her, when they sucked her out into space like the alien queen. Then they just blew up her ship like very anticlimactically. I'm like, isn't there isn't there anybody on board to take over the ship and defend it or something?
Yeah,
And my friend Prophet the Dragon, who I was doing this with, is not a Star Trek fan, and he's playing this stuff out too. And I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. But
yeah,
it was
and oh wait, I just want to say, Mr. Miles thinks that season 3 was awesome, and he doesn't care what anybody says. Yeah,
well, I mean,
so
that's fine. I mean,
here.
it's not every. I mean, like there are issues that some people like. I mean, I love Friday 13th, the original Friday 13th movie with Betsy Palmer, and that's one that Gene Siskel told people to send complaints to her about, and they doxed her.
I'm so sorry, I have to address Edge of Time because he's here, and he says, "Is it Filthy Friday already?" No, this is a sequel. Yeah, I think he's just joking, but it's a special Thursday show to celebrate my 2nd anniversary. Because tomorrow we're going to review a Quantum Leap episode.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as opinions about New Trek, any of it, everyone's entitled to their opinion, even if it's wrong.
Yeah, everybody's entitled to their wrong opinion.
All right, well, Mr. Miles, I'm happy that you like it. Please tell us exactly. I'm just curious what you like about it. I'm not going to even put you on the spot. Just like I know the thing that people like is that they brought the TNG crew back. That's the major one. It's not nearly as boring as the other Picard seasons. I'll give them that too. There's that moment where they bring back Data, like they undid Nemesis for that. And one thing I'll agree with Scotty on that I think Nemesis really screwed the pooch on was killing Data. Like Data being human by sacrificing his life. I don't think that's what people wanted. That's not what people were wanting to see.
Well, and also it wasn't logical either that it happened that way.
And it was basically rehashing Wrath of Khan. Like one thing that Nemesis, one thing that Red Letter Media really puts well is that Nemesis, like, and a lot of other movies do this, are guilty of this, is repurposing Wrath of Khan's story and plot elements and all that. So
especially the JJ movies.
Yeah. So I mean, bringing back Data was a great thing, and then them saying, "Oh, I'm not planning on dying anytime soon." Heck, that got me in tears at that moment when he's saying that to Geordi. So, so that was something I think people like. People like the idea that Picard is a father, that he's no longer, because in generations he's like there'll be no more Picards and all that. Which I mean, I get. I mean, that's what Metalis himself has tried to rectify. What I think they should have did was I think they should have found a way to bring back Renee. We learned that Renee is actually not dead because we never see it. We never see him die.
That would have been a way, right? We just assumed that he died in the fire.
Yeah. So Renee. Yeah. So we don't see it. So I would have assumed that it was people that wanted. The fire was caused not by a cow kicking a lantern over or something. It was by people that hated Locutus, which I think would have worked perfectly with this season. And he would, the Robert would be dead, the mother would be dead, but yet they would, I guess it'd be the trope of taking pity on the kid, or I think he'd be a kid or a teenager at that point.
That's one of the things, and that's interesting that you bring that up, Nerdporial, is the people who attempted to sort of avenge themselves upon Locutus, or at least his property, because one of the things that I really enjoy about Ben Sisko is the absolute flaming hatred that he has for Picard. Killed his wife.
Yes.
And so that would have been an interesting pursuit. I agree with you on that. That would have been
Part 130 wants us to remember Data can be used as a flotation device in case of a water landing.
That movie Insurrection was funny. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like that movie. I mean, like especially when Data tells Worf that his breasts are showing her. I forgot.
They're firming up.
Or firming up. Brent Spiner saying the dumbest stuff. I mean, I don't know. But I don't know.
I had a friend. My partner and producer on the Phantasmagorium show, Steve Foley. We had a conversation about our favorite Star Trek movies, and he was a really big advocate for Insurrection. And the worst thing that I can hear from other people when they talk about Insurrection is it's just an extended episode. And it's like, yeah, I like that. Got into the show so I could see a big screen version of a good Star Trek episode. Now, it's not the best.
No.
But it's not the worst.
It's like a higher...
It is. It is the worst. I hate Insurrection so much.
It's like a high budget, dumbed down version of Who Watches the Watch.
Yeah, it's definitely dumb because they find the planet of Fountain of Youth, the planet of youth, and we never hear about it ever again. It's just like
and Anthony Zerbe as the Admiral Dougherty, he's a welcome addition.
The thing is, Scotty and I have had many debates about Insurrection and Nemesis, and I prefer Nemesis by a long shot. I think Insurrection is extremely
So PvP,
dull.
do you want to be on the live stream for Insurrection?
Oh, when's that happening?
I don't know. I have no idea
Well,
when to do that.
Just tweet me when that's going to happen, and
Okay.
yeah, I would love to be on that.
Mr. Miles says, "What? Oh, Nerd Portal, could you please read this chat by Mr. Miles? You asked him the question.
Sure. He says, what I like mostly about season 3 is it felt like a return to TNG, a sort of goodbye season that was infected with the word that rhymes with bloke-ism.
God, you saw a different show than I did.
I mean, there was the point where they told the audience at the end of episode 4, hey, remember we used to explore Strange New Worlds? And then we see all these jellyfish kind of show up that this nebula or this black hole was actually giving birth. It was actually a mother giving birth and all that. I mean, it was. I found it to be kind of an insult, to be honest. I mean, at least they did something. I mean, I will give them that. I'll give them that.
That's kind of funny because Jill and I reviewed all of Picard season 3 except for the last 2 episodes because I kind of rage quit. And and Jill said that was her favorite part of the whole season was the jellyfish.
No, I just like the jellyfish. I don't actually like the actual little mini movie because basically, oh, look at these jellyfish. Now I'm completely cured of all my depression.
The other, I think the other thing that
Riker.
The other point that people have made that defend season 3 is the Picard and Riker dynamic, which I'm just like, well, I mean, like I was the first episode I was okay with. Like I was actually initially excited. Then I watched episode 2 where they just wasted a whole episode. We're going to give you till the end of the episode to hand over Jack Crusher, and I was just like, okay, this is not going in the direction I wanted. Because they have 10 episodes to tell this story, and it just proved to me that this story was more hollow. And then he had episodes like episode 6 where they're talking about their families and all that.
Right.
And I'm just like, well, we haven't learned who's the mother of Geordi's 2 children. Is it Leah Brahms, like in All Good Things? Or did they not want to pay the right? So here's the thing. They don't put names in because they don't want to pay the writer. The reason why Nick Locarno was not in Voyager was because they didn't want to pay the writer of the First Duty to have for Voyager. So that's why they came up with Tom Paris.
Tom Paris.
Yeah, and apparently I think in the animated show Lower Decks, I think they brought those 2 characters together somehow. So
still the same character.
I was just gonna say, first things first. You said duty. Second thing, they bring him. They bring Nick Locarno back for Lower Decks. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, neither have I. I saw it on X. I was like, oh, interesting. So I wonder if they're both. Oh, of course they are. They're both voiced by Robert Duncan McNeil. Of course they are. Of course they are. I mean,
Space Chandler.
For sure.
I have to wonder if Lower Decks might actually be a worthwhile watch because there's another channel on here with a guy that is actually currently watching TOS. He's in halfway. He just did Shore Leave the other day, actually. And he's been really digging.
Oh, I love Shore Leave.
He's been loving TOS. Like this guy, he's actually really good because he'll watch the episode. He usually does like maybe a 45, 50 minutes video. And he'll watch the episode and comment all the way through and show a lot of the episode. And then after the episode's over, he'll do his analysis. And then at the very end, he'll finish the video.
Why are we discussing someone's
TOS reviews?
No, I
I'm
just
just
want to
asking
say.
a question.
I just want to say that this is a really good channel, and then he finishes his streams with all the facts he looked up after he watched it, because of course he didn't want to spoil it by looking the facts up afterwards. And it's a very good channel actually, but I'm not going to mention it, because I
Oh,
won't
you
do
can
that.
if you want to. I don't mind. It's just I didn't understand the context or the point of the story.
No, I'm
But
just saying
thank you.
he gives really good reviews,
Ooh.
and he also does reviews of Lower Decks, which I find strange because he's loving the original. He's
Some
never
people
seen
like it.
TOS, right? He's discovering TOS for the first time, and he's
Mhm.
absolutely digging it. Like he's like, "Oh, the Enterprise! Oh, look at that beauty! Look at
Well,
that
yeah,
ship!"
it's like, look at this, look at that. The member berries. Booger 414 says it's
No, but
full
he's
of
digging the
Easter eggs.
characters. He loves the act. Like he's
Mm-hmm.
so impressed with Shatner and Nimoy and Spock's character, and he's a big lover of Sulu's character. And the guy is really
You're
he's
talking about
getting it.
the TAS. Okay, that's great. That's great. That's
No,
great.
no, I'm
Well,
talking
but
about the original series, Jill.
the original series. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about the animated series, and so I got them mixed together.
No, not animated. I'm talking about the one with Kirk and Spock
But
in
who
real
is
life.
this? Who are you talking about?
Give me a second. I will look it up. Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I don't.
Just give me a second.
Because I mean, we all watch TOS reviews online, so I didn't understand why we're.
I actually am a sucker for TOS reviews online. There's a couple channels I've subbed to because
Well,
there's
it
actually
explains
some
why
really
you're here.
there's some really good
Donnie
people over
says
watching the
LD.
show.
All right.
I doubt they're as good as Jill's reviews.
Oh, they're not. They're not as in depth.
Oh, yeah, I'll settle for hers.
Well, they don't go on for like three hours. Like that's for
Oh,
sure.
Johnny likes Lower Decks and Picard. And I don't like any Star Trek pretty much after 2005, but I do appreciate people who do, and that's fine, of course. I'll still be friends, but I don't know. Not for me. Oh, I know. Thanks anyway. You're welcome. Last Son of K says, though I had family and loved ones that enjoyed it with me, I saw not as fortunate when it came to my peers. None of my classmates cared for Star Trek. I'm glad your family enjoyed with you. And he's saying this to Franco Walker, whose family apparently all enjoyed Star Trek together, which is so wonderful.
Man, I'll tell you this. I didn't know any Star Trek fans for years. I don't think until I started watching YouTube a couple years shortly, like maybe a year before I started my channel. So like I was always alone in what I liked. So I didn't get into Star Trek because of, well, maybe my dad kind of helped get me into it. He did to buy me some of the VHSs because he grew up with the original series. But like I remember my mother's like, I can't believe I raised a Trekkie and everything. So yeah, that's how it is. So but yeah, I didn't really know any fans. I never went to conventions or anything. So I was always alone in what I liked. So
yeah, I had to find Star Trek on my own too.
Yeah, so like I would try to talk to people, like if I was invited to parties, and people be like, what are you talking about? Or they'd be like polite, and then they'd walk away and talk to somebody else. So
exactly. So people in my family know I love Star Trek, and then we talk about it, and somehow it just turns into Star Wars. So I'm just like, okay, that's fine too. At least they like something good.
I just posted that in the private chat, Jill, for the guy's channel.
And I posted it in the public chat.
Oh, good.
It's called Warp Reactor. So
he's actually really good. Like he just, I'm very impressed that the first time he's watching TOS, and he's really digging the episodes, the writing, the characters. Like he's really getting into the show, and he actually has some pretty interesting comments. And I do think even though his videos average 45, 50 minutes or whatever, he does go fairly in depth in his thoughts about each episode, and yeah, he's worth checking out. I find him very entertaining.
Booger 414 says this is one of only 2 TOS review channels I watch. That is a real honor. I'm a privilege. Thank you. Thank you, Booger.
Jill's most in depth. Like she does like 3 hours on each episode. So yeah,
I know. Keithy says I didn't watch any Star Wars after 1976. All right, well there you go. You just need the that's the only Star Wars I ever rewatched. Even Franco Walker says, I had a job in the 80s where nearly all of us were nearly all of us were also Star Trek fans. It was a great place to work. We would speak in TOS quotes.
Wow, that must have been nice.
That's
Gosh.
awesome.
Been fun too.
That is
Yeah,
so
I had
cool.
where I used to work. I had some coworkers that were diehard Star Trek fans, and we would talk in quotes as well.
Delightful.
Yeah.
Delightful.
That was delightful, Jill.
Yeah, it was.
Literally delightful.
But I don't know. I don't. I have. Scotty and I did review Star Trek Picard season 3, and I was not very happy with it. So just basically.
Okay.
That's Garth.
I got to call you there, Jill. I don't think you ever react quite that badly.
No, I don't. But it's what I feel inside.
Yes, okay, emotionally.
Yeah,
I get it.
if Jill were to react that violently, I'd be scared.
We'd all be.
Hey, Jamalama's here. Hello to Jamalama. Who
Hey.
says, congrats. Hello, Jam.
I like saying that. Jamalama.
Hello there.
Jamalama.
Even
Hello.
Even if Jill did react that way, though, I'm sure she'd apologize shortly after, so it would all be good, you know.
Yeah.
But I want to pair it with this other clip because I need to put it together.
Uh-oh,
with
here
the
we go.
other- Where is it? See, it's not next to it, which is where it should be.
Uh-oh.
Where is it? Oh no! Now I have to find it.
Oh, no.
Oh, my.
You don't have
dear.
Let me alone.
I was like, whoa. I remember seeing that first time. I was like, whoa, what's going on here?
It's so obvious that's made out of clay. It's
Yeah. Paper mache.
It's great, though. I mean, that's just a great episode in general.
Leave me alone.
My time.
I agree with Mr. Miles here.
We were robbed by not getting Deep Space Nine or Voyager movie. Yeah.
Oh,
'Cause
Deep
That would've
Space
been
Nine
so
movie.
awesome.
Yeah, I would love that.
Well, see,
I
everybody's looking at. Go ahead.
I was actually I was a teenager when the TNG movies stopped. I was expecting them to make Deep Space Nine movies, Voyager movies.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Enterprise though. The song killed my interest in Enterprise. I was like, is this Star Trek? I mean, they don't even call it Star Trek Enterprise. They just called it Enterprise. I was just like,
we were talking about that earlier in Nerd Party, how we all pretty much hate that theme song.
living from.
Well, I have more
It's
of a
really bad.
Yeah, it's been a long road. Oh my!
Please don't sing. Please don't sing it.
We were singing it earlier.
We did it again. I don't mind. I don't mind singing it. I don't mind. I think it would have been better if there's another theme called Archer's theme that apparently works a lot better.
I think that's the end theme, isn't it? The Archer's theme. They should have just kept that as the. They should have made that the opening
theme.
Or
the
flip
Enterprise
it.
theme.
Or
The
flip
horror.
themes.
The horror.
And so put the bad song at the end, and then nobody has to watch it ever.
You know what's a great opening though? I loved how they did the Mirror Universe one where they had different music and they had different they made a opening just for the
That was so cool.
mirror in the mirror darkly and all that. I thought that was great. And I like how they showed the divergence of the Mirror Universe's history. So it's of Zephyr Cochrane, shaking the hands, and they show James Cromwell they show First Contact stuff, and then of course takes out the gun, shoots the
Yeah, I was all like, "What's going
Yes.
on?" It was amazing, and
Glenn Corbett. Glenn Corbett
that-
is the true Zephram Cochrane.
I
Yeah,
agree.
metamorphosis. You know what's funny?
yeah.
You want to know what's funny for me? I saw First Contact shortly before I saw Metamorphosis. So I actually saw James Cromwell's Zephram Cochrane
Nice.
first before seeing Glenn Corbett's original series.
me,
depiction.
yeah. No, I saw it the other way around first, but I'd forgotten about it by the time I got to First Contact. Like I forgot completely about Metamorphosis because the first time I watched it, I was like, okay, that's a nice cloud.
I was like,
The
did I
man-
hear that name before? Did I hear Zephram Cochrane before? I'm
Yeah.
like, oh yeah. And I got the encyclopedia. I was like, yeah, it's the same guy.
And so I didn't even remember that he was from Andromeda, not Earth. So
The
Yeah,
man,
I
the
love
man must continue.
Metamorphosis is such a great episode. I think it's underrated, but that's one of my favorites. It's just
It was good.
It's just a beautiful. It's such a lovely. It's kind of a sweet romantic kind of episode, and you know.
Yeah, as a kid, I was actually disappointed because I saw the box work, the 90s VHS box work that they showed. They showed a picture of Spock touching the companion, okay, or the companion encountering him. I thought that looked so cool. I was like, this must be an awesome episode. And I watch it. It's about love, and I was just like, it's okay.
Lovey-dovey.
At the time, I was 12. Give me a break. I was 12. But it was, I mean, the scene where the companion attacks Spock was cool, with electricity.
I think as you get older, your opinion on an episode can change because I didn't see.
Oh yeah, I love it now. Now I love it. Sorry,
I actually, but also in addition to the stuff that happens on the planet, I like what's going on in the ship in that episode because Uhura gets to do a whole bunch in it as Scotty is effective. She's effectively acting as first officer for Scotty. And that's fun.
It's always nice to see Uhura get some scenes, right? Yeah.
Uhura
Uhura
is fourth in command. Uhura is fourth in command.
I thought Sulu was fourth in command, but I guess Sulu didn't appear in that one.
That's what irked me. Sulu is just a lieutenant. Uhura is a lieutenant commander, so she technically should be taking over instead of Sulu.
Yes, agreed that I thought she was just lieutenant, but she definitely is fourth in line in terms of the ranking order because that's right in the writer's guide.
I remember what I was going to say now, guys. I didn't see Star Trek till it went into syndication in the fall of 1969 because my one TV station only showed like popular hit shows, and obviously Star Trek was not a hit show in its day back in the 60s. So I finally got to see it in the fall of 1969, and the very first episode, they showed them all out of order, of course, because that's what my TV station did. The first one I saw was Court Martial, and I was so bored. I was expecting phasers and space battles and all kinds of cool stuff, aliens, and I got a courtroom drama. I was thinking, oh, this is Perry Mason in outer space, right? I was so bored.
I thought every episode was going to be.
I demand it.
That's how I felt. I demand some good sci-fi, not a courtroom drama.
And then PvP. They showed the next episode that Star Trek they showed was Conscience of the King, even more electrifying.
No. The next one on my station was the one with the Gorn.
Oh wow, cool.
So that's when I became a fan for life. Shatner fighting a lizard creature, and making like gunpowder and making a totally implausible bamboo cannon that probably would have blown apart and killed him in real life.
Oh, absolutely.
I just loved it.
No, it's real. I saw it. It's real.
It was on Mythbusters.
Yeah.
It would have worked, believe me. No.
Really? So did it work on Mythbusters, Jill?
I don't remember.
Nope, not at all. Didn't work.
Well, there is a website that criticizes the Mythbusters and how they did it. So there's that.
But I believe this website.
There's always a critic. It seems always a critic.
Says, happy 2nd anniversary! Great to see you, Mikey Sue's 4. And let's see, did we have anybody else join this just now? No, not all of us were singing it. Yeah, that's true. It was just myself and Scotty who were singing it. So if Nerd Pro were here,
yeah, he sang a little bit.
He sang half the song.
I might have sang a couple of lines, but not much.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Miles says there's a rumor if Nemesis had done well, the next Trek movie would have been a crossover between DS9 Voyager and TNG. Whoa, that would have been neat.
That would have been bizarre. Actually.
That reminds me of what movie I did kind of want to see. Is everybody's talking about this new Section 31 that they're filming, and I'm not happy about that.
No.
But the Deep Space Nine movie I would have loved to see would have been
Chief O'Brien and Julian Bashir going in to take down Section 31. And
would Chief O'Brien be
Somehow.
tortured?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. O'Brien would get captured. He'd be tortured through half of the movie. That'd be perfect.
But would he dance to the Doors?
Well, yeah, it would be like Man from U.N.C.L.E. and O'Brien would be like Ilya and Julian Bashir would be like Solo.
Wasn't he like the lackey in the Bond? Remember the Bond episode of Deep Space Nine, Our Man Bashir? I think wasn't O'Brien like the lackey for evil Cisco, Blofeld Cisco?
Oh yeah, you know what? I think you're right.
That was a good episode. That was a fun one.
I enjoyed it.
So they did
Well,
a James
yeah.
Bond episode. That's
Kiss the
interesting.
girl.
They did.
Yeah,
They did.
Yeah, it was a
girl.
holodeck. It was a holodeck one.
My
Yeah.
favorite
Trapped on the holodeck trope.
Yeah, Our Man
Yeah.
Bashir. Our Man Bashir. They had the Doctor as Bond. It was great.
I think
and,
he would have made a great Bond.
And so it's
Alexander Siddig,
Our Man Bashir, and that's a reference to what movie?
James Bond.
No. The James Coburn James Bond
Flint.
ripoff called Our Man Flint.
Oh, you're talking.
Yeah,
about
I know Pop
never
knows.
heard
I know Pop knows. I'm just want to talk to these youngsters here.
the two Coburn Flint movies are
Youngsters.
fantastic.
The first one's
Thank
great. Second
like-
one, not so much.
I
But
like both of them. I'm entertained
That's
by
cool.
both of them.
yeah,
But
they're,
my
they're
favorite
fun.
quote from my favorite quote from Our Man Bashir was, well, I don't know if I have it quite right, but kiss the girl, get the key.
I wish it was that easy.
Yeah.
I like the James. I think Coburn as you had like the Matt Helm films with Dean Martin, and like the spy thing was so huge in the '60s, right, guys?
Speaking of James Coburn, real quick, PvP, have you seen The President's Analyst?
I don't think I have actually, but I have heard about it.
Yeah, that's also a spy spoof type movie.
Okay.
It came out in '67. It's so '60s, but that's why it's so great.
Now, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. But I got to just mention quickly, Stone Rocket, that the two spy movies that Coburn did, I really liked them. I thought they were a lot of fun, and he had a very shall I say zesty quality as a secret agent. He really, I mean, I could tell Coburn was totally into the role, right? Like he was right into it.
Yeah, he was having fun.
He was giving 100% fun. Yeah, exactly. And
Speaking of
I
having
love those
fun,
movies.
Cinema Gulp is here. I gotta say hi to him.
Hey, Cinema Gulp.
He says, "Happy anniversary, Jill." Playing Slim Whitman song for you now.
What?
That's gonna blow up. That's gonna blow up the heads of Martians.
Yeah.
I haven't heard Slim Whitman in like years.
I love the
Then
Second
Mars
City
Attacks?
parody of when they did Slim Whitman.
Really? SCTD did a
Yeah, it was Joe Flaherty.
Oh, that sounds good.
I mean, it wasn't him singing, but just the fact that he was made up as Slim Whitman was just hysterical.
Oh no!
great.
Somebody put in the lyrics to the TOS theme song that nobody ever sings.
Dog vomit. No
that
offense to
so-
the dog owners. I'm sorry.
Wasn't that just so Roddenberry could get like a quick buck, you know? Take a half of Alexander Courage's royalties or something.
Yeah,
And
he was
that pissed him off. That pissed
One
Courage
day,
off. Couldn't
speaking
blame
of Roddenberry money grabs, Jill, when are we going to review Pretty Maids All in a Row?
Right. I don't
Never.
know yet.
I have it. I have it on DVD. It's amazingly
Well,
weird.
good for you.
I'm very proud of it, so thank
I
you.
don't really want to cover it on my channel. Can you do it on a different channel?
Come on, Joe. You got to keep your channel classy. Don't.
Yeah,
well,
well,
you're here, aren't you, PvP? It's already over.
Well, thank you for that
Yeah.
lovely insult, buddy.
So
Well, it was
Scott,
well crafted.
Scotty, you can host that movie on your channel and invite Jill and.
Yeah, do it
and-
on
Have
your
you ever seen it?
channel, Scotty.
Have you ever seen it?
I
Yeah.
saw it when I had cable. Yeah.
Nice.
I've
It's
never
so
seen it.
delightfully strange.
Because I'd heard about it and I go, well, this is this, weirdo film that Roddenberry produced after he left Star Trek and
Wrote it.
had Rock Hudson in it. And
Telly
and
Savalas.
and Telly Savalas and a lot of hot
James
babes.
Doohan is in it as well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
There's the rest of it. I know his journey ends when his never his Star Trek will go on forever.
Avert your eyes, Trek fans. Avert your
Why?
eyes.
He wonders his starry sea. Remember.
Remember
So there was a Tenacious D concert that you can find somewhere on YouTube where they sing these lyrics, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, they're printed in the Making of Star Trek book, and that just made my blood boil when I read that.
Made me start a cover band.
I prefer TOS when Shatner's just like going space, the final frontier, and they play
That's
the music.
right.
Like, that's the way you start a show.
What did I read
Yes,
recently?
indeed.
I think that because Patrick Stewart released his autobiography, and he said the only thing that he cribbed from classic Trek was the cadence of Bill's opening statement, "Space, the final frontier."
Really?
And that was the only thing that he really took inspiration from the original series. And I love Next Generation, so I'm not knocking it. But I did appreciate, of all the complaints that I have about Patrick Stewart, I like that he sort of paid tribute to that original opening in the Next Generation.
I
me
don't
too.
get that though.
Wait a
It
minute,
sounded like
TBC,
it
I
was
haven't
his-
heard from
Oh, my
Pop in a
mistake.
while. I want to hear.
Yeah, go Pop.
Well, I was just wondering, was that his choice or was he directed to do it? I mean, by him saying that he did it in Wayne Shatner's cadence doesn't mean that it was his decision or his idea.
Well, he did have consent. He did perform it that way. Whether it was direction or his own inspiration, I think that him paying tribute is commendable.
I think so too. I think that's a great
Well,
way
I'm not
to
saying it's not.
subtly do it.
I'm not saying it's not. Sorry.
You're just asking a
No,
question,
you're good.
and
You're
it was
That's good.
answered.
Good,
So
Pop.
thank you.
So you're saying the cadence in the opening of and the Next Generation was a tribute to Shatner, basically, Scotty.
Essentially.
Well,
and
it sounds
it's
great, and
it's
you
a
know how
valid
great
point.
it sounds because
Now that you say
non-
it, I do kind of hear that now that you're saying it.
really
Sorry,
sucks.
Joe.
Have you ever heard Strange New Worlds non-Christopher, not really Christopher Pike say it? He is terrible at it. He sounds like he doesn't care.
I have never watched 1 second of Strange New Worlds, Joe.
Good.
And also, yeah, don't worry about it. But like even with Bakula saying the Space, the Final Frontier monologue at the end of Enterprise, he sort of maintains that as well. It's something that was imprinted on Star Trek. When you say it, you sort of have to say it like Captain Kirk.
Yeah, say it with meaning and feeling.
Yeah,
So-
so there was no. I don't think there was any direction. Like I don't think New Trek has a whole lot of direction with anything that they do, any of their choices.
No, they're just like, here are the words, just say them, and just
Yeah.
like, okay.
Well, I doubt anybody writing New Trek has ever seen any of the real Trek. So it's like, yeah.
Do you remember that one time when they put in the Guardian of Forever in Star Trek Disco? Sucks.
No, never.
Oh yeah, didn't they use the original? They used the original, like
Yeah,
the
they
original
used Harlan
script idea.
Ellison's first story. Mm-hmm.
And they screwed it up, I'm betting.
What are they going
I'm
to do
sure
next?
they
Are they going to
did.
have Spock
Wait,
into
wait.
the truck?
Did you see that, Scotty? Did they have the fairies and stuff from the Harlan Ellison story?
Fairies?
No, there were no fairies. They actually made the Guardian of Forever. It's so bad because I love the actor Paul Guilfoyle. He was in a bunch of CSIs, and I love Paul Guilfoyle, and he plays the physical manifestation of the Guardian of Forever. But it is one of the worst things that you could ever do to Star Trek is make the Guardian of Forever a person.
So,
no.
Jill, what are you
Yes,
talking about? Jill, what are you talking about? Fairies and Harlan Ellison. It was a bunch of old men and bearded men in robes, wasn't it? In the original script for the
was it?
Guardians. It was Guardians
Okay.
of Forever.
I don't know
They're-
where I'm getting fairies
yeah,
from.
they're just
Sorry.
old men, kind of a biblical kind of thing. I that's the impression I got when I read the original.
Oh yeah. Because they were supposed to have there was a mistake in understanding. They thought that
they were reading relics, as in like old.
No, it was
buildings, but they meant
runes. He put runes, stone, runes, and they just made it ruins.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember something like that. But
Yeah.
I have to be right back. I'll be back in just a
We'll be
minute.
right back after this word from our sponsors.
Oh yeah, I can play a commercial, so I'll be
Okay.
right back after these.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commercial break.
Well, if I can find it. Let me check.
Oh dear.
You got to get
No,
those
because I
stuff
have all these
organized, Jill.
videos. I know I need to organize them.
You need to get some folders there, Jill.
She's got them.
Kenner's new Oscar Goldman with exploding briefcase.
I have a secret assignment for the $6 million man. It's in my briefcase. Careful, if it's open wrong, it'll self-destruct. Check video scanner. Oscar will contact headquarters. Your order, Steve. Hey, Maskatron has the briefcase. Look out, it'll blow apart.
Oscar Goldman with exploding briefcase, $6 million man and Maskatron, each sold separately.
That's
awesome.
That's just too good.
I
As
never
a kid back in those days, I do appreciate these old ads because, man, the toys were weird but fun back then, right?
Yeah, that was I was too old for that series of toys. You got to go back to the 60s for me.
Yeah, I was probably a bit too old too because that's why I never had the exploding briefcase. But these days, if you did that, Oscar Goldman would have an exploding head. I'm guessing, right? So.
Well, that so-called exploding briefcase, that's directly from James Bond.
That makes sense, actually. Yeah.
Yep.
But I got to give them credit. At least they were trying back then to make toys that were fun for kids. Like, I don't know what kids play with these days, but
I don't know, man.
It's probably boring.
I got a Nerf automatic rifle from Aliens. I got a pulse rifle, the M41A.
You guys remember?
That's sweet. That would be a cool toy.
It is cool.
Yeah.
2 words: lawn darts. You guys remember lawn darts?
Yeah, those super dangerous toys we had in the 60s,
Yeah,
man.
the toys that could actually, if you threw it at your friend and punctured his skull, he would be deceased, right? Like, yeah.
Yep, the good old days.
That's how General Martok lost an eye.
Dangerous toys.
That's when it's fun to be a kid, because I remember in the 60s, like, I remember when the Beatles hit was 62. I remember riding in the backseat of my parents' car. We were going somewhere, and they put, like, I don't know, I Want to Hold Your Hand or whatever, one of those very early singles on the radio. And I'm dancing around the backseat singing it, at like, I don't know, the age of 4 or whatever. Nobody strapped a kid in. There were no seat belts for anybody in the car back then. And child seats, like, what's a child seat?
Well, what was wrong with your parents? I had a child seat, and it had a steering wheel on it, and I would drive the car along with my dad.
No, well, we had nothing like that in Canada.
My parents just let me roll around the back of the station wagon, and they would take corners quickly.
I was free range kid back in the 60s. Total free range.
The 60s?
Yeah, the good old 60s.
I love it. I love it.
Very
Yes,
excited to see Apple
Apple
2GS.
Great to see you, Apple.
Jill, I have to go shovel a sidewalk. I'll be back in a second, okay?
Okay. So long as you leave the bridge so I can know when you come back.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey, Jill.
We kept it going for you, Jill.
Yeah, thank you. Well, yes, Stone Market?
Nerdporial has something to say first, though.
Oh yeah, I have to take off. I have
Yes.
I have an appointment I got to do. So I appreciate you inviting me on for this. I'm really happy that your channel's growing. You got the viewership that you do. And I'd love to do. I want to collaborate with you in the future. So especially look out for a DM for me and all that.
Just let me know whenever, and we'll work something out. That sounds like so much fun.
Everyone take note of Nerdporial's shelf there. What's at the top there? Look at that Godzilla collection. Yeah,
that's the Shoyer. I haven't even finished watching it yet, but
that's from Criterion.
I'm sure you can see what's down there.
Oh yeah, I got that too.
I haven't opened it. It's still in its plastic. I have the I don't know if you see right there. This is all my Star Trek stuff right
You
there.
got it.
So original series, I gave away the Blu-ray as a giveaway, so I'm gonna have to replace that. I know it's blasphemy. I know.
Oh no, you gave it away, and you're sharing it with somebody new.
Shame
Yeah,
on you.
exactly. So I got I do have the 4K movie, so that which comes with the director's cut, and you have to watch the director's cut and everything. So
I agree.
The
But yeah,
director's edition, yeah.
but yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of Star Trek themed chillporials. Chillporials, my chill stream, I came up with. So,
Right,
but
yeah, that's a
I
cool
want to bring
show.
some more, some more people that know Star Trek and have delightful Star Trek conversations. I know got the lines right there.
Yeah, and
Shine light at
thank
me
you
like
for
that.
helping me with that today. You brought us some delightful conversation with Star Trek yourself, and I really enjoyed having you on for as long as you were here. And
Yeah, well, I
what do you
appreciate it.
have? What do you have coming up?
Well, today is my usually I do my chillporials on Thursday. Tonight I'm doing a chillporial with the channel Technically Mexican. We're gonna be talking Wheel of Time. We're gonna be talking upcoming movies and upcoming shows. Some pop culture news like X-Men '97 there was something announced today about that. Probably a whole bunch of other things. And yeah, it should be at 8 o'clock tonight Central. And yeah, I can't wait.
Lovely,
It's a
lovely.
chill. It's usually a back and forth chill conversation.
Right, a relaxed, fun show to enjoy, and that'll be on the Nerdporial Lifeform. Check him out. Please subscribe if you haven't. He has a backlog of some amazing stuff, and even he reviewed the Orville, and like you heard, Picard season 3, and other Star Trek reviews. Also, you have some short videos. Your edited content is really cool.
It's okay. The current video I'm working on right now, and this is a challenge for me because there's a lot. Even though the movie comes off as not showing much, there's a lot of themes that go into it. It's the 2001, and I'm trying to tackle the themes of that, especially the idea of extraterrestrial, intelligence, and just whether or not the future is bright and post scarcity like Star Trek does, or is it going to be more dystopian and we're never going to leave the planet because space is just that damn big?
Oh yeah, that's my favorite kind of thing. Wow, that's a great way to look at it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find
finding
information and trying to find something worthy of this movie to write has been a challenge. That's why I've been sitting on this for a year now. So
yeah,
that's what I'm
okay.
currently working on. That's my next video. So
Well, what you do is basically my goal is to be able to make shorter content like that. So I look up to that, and I'll see you around. Thank you for being here. I'll let you go. And
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. And
yeah, you're welcome.
Once again, congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. 2001. That's my favorite movie of all time.
Of course, yeah.
I love
pretty great.
2001. That's my favorite movie of all time too. Blew
Oh,
my mind.
you're just copying me. No. Just kidding.
The weird thing, my 2001 experience, guys, is I know that came out in 1968. If my mind's not totally
You are
messing with
correct,
me.
sir.
But they actually closed my local cinema in 1968 to renovate it because we had the largest screen in the interior of British Columbia, believe it or not, outside of Vancouver, because it was an old 1930s movie house when it was built, and it was enormous. Like I think the seating was like around 1,500 seats when I was a kid, and then in '68 they decided they had to renovate, and I think they chopped it down to maybe 1,000 seats and took a bunch of rows out in the front. Also, I think they had a motivation where they wanted to bring the screen forward so they could rent out the back of the building because there were like 3 different shops in the back of the building after that.
Wait, why are we learning about the reservation of a movie theater? What's going on?
No, I was
I'm
just
sorry.
gonna say.
I wasn't listening for a minute, and now I'm listening.
Well, the reason I didn't see 2001 when it came out in 1968, Jill, was because they were renovating my local cinema because we only had one. We only had one when I was a kid because my town was like maybe 20,000 people or whatever, right? So it wasn't like a megatropolis or anything. Anyway, they finally finished the renovations and reopened in '69. '69 was when I actually got to see 2001, and it blew my mind. It's like before that, as a kid, like I saw this when I was like 11, right? And I always thought, oh, films are fun. They're entertainment. You know, they're a good time. When I saw 2001, I was like, oh, films are not just entertainment. Films are art. That's when I realized films are art if you have a really good
Awesome. That is
director.
so cool that you got to see it in theater.
Yeah, if you have
That's
a
amazing.
director with a message, then it's like films are artistic and they mean
Mhm.
something, right, Jill? That's what I'm saying.
And it does. And it does. I love that movie, and I can't wait to see what Nerdporial does with it. Mikey
Yeah.
Seuss4 says, already subbed to Nerdporial Lifeform, and Donnie says, thanks to Nerdporial. So, yes, thank you so much, Nerdporial Lifeform. It delighted me that you joined us today, and I'm so happy you were here. And the exploding briefcase. I ran across. I didn't know anything about that, but I came across it from a friend, and I thought it
Is
was a
it,
funny commercial, and so I put it in my list.
Jill, is it all right if I share? It's not a toy commercial, but it's some cool toys.
Of course,
that I
you do
grew up
have
with.
cool toys.
Yeah, I had. There's videos that were put on YouTube years ago of really cool robot toys, and I thought maybe I could share that in the
Oh.
private chat.
Oh, really cool robots are my
Yeah.
thing.
But just give me a little bit, and
I don't. Booger doesn't think they will do a remaster of Deep Space Nine because it will draw attention to how bad New Trek is. Well, I don't know because they did 4K releases of all the movies, so I don't
The
see why
thing
not.
is, they want to lose money, Jill. So if they did a remaster of Deep
They would
Space
make
Nine,
money.
they'd make money. So they'll never do that. You know?
A company that wants to lose money? That's strange.
Well,
I don't
seems
understand
like
that.
that's what they're doing these days, doesn't it?
yeah, I put a link in the private chat. It's a link to the robot toy that our next door neighbors had that my older brother and I we wanted to get our own of this particular robot toy from Remco.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not seeing that one.
No, not yet. It's not available. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay.
I'm watching it right now, actually, Jill.
Well,
yeah, it's
maybe we can skip through it. Let's
It's only
try it.
It's like 56 seconds. So
Let me give it a try. Let's check out this robot commando demonstration. All functions work.
what year was that?
The
toy?
year.
That would be, I think it'd be 62.
Okay.
Okay, so let's.
Gee, it's sure not like
share
the
this
Lost
one.
in Space robot at all.
No.
Firing rockets from his helmet, throwing a rocket from his hand.
Yeah, you remember that. It has these little, it has a missile that launches out of his head.
I'm watching the video. I'd never seen this before until now.
Yeah. Yeah, our next door neighbors, they had this, and it was just
There
the
it
coolest
goes.
darn thing. Yeah, he launches the toys, and then
Yeah.
his
That's
arms
cute.
launch these.
Oh
There
my
we
god.
Uh-oh.
It's adorable. They're excited about the robot.
Yeah.
That's a cute toy. Thanks for sharing one of
And
your
then-
childhood toys with us.
And then I just have one more,
Mm-hmm.
and this is the toy that my older brother got. That I was just like, oh, that's so cool. I want a robot toy.
Oh,
This is
Apple 2GS is exactly what I wish would happen. They could skip a season of STD or SNW. Yeah, just cancel SNW and give me a remaster of Deep Space Nine, please.
Yeah, they could just cancel all the filth and concentrate on the stuff that the fans actually give a damn about. You know, it's like, come on, guys.
Yeah, why not? You know, give the fans what they want for once in your life.
Give the people what they want. That's the old expression, right?
Used to be the case when business was business, but I'm not sure what business is anymore.
Yeah, business used to be about making money, not losing it.
This is the robot toy that my
It
older
must
brother
be.
got in '64.
Oh, here it goes. It's walking.
Yeah, it has
Oh.
servo motors, and it would go bend down, and its arms would open and close, and go
Oh,
up
so you
and
could pick up stuff.
yeah, and go up and down. It was with servo motors.
Cool.
It was made by Marx. It's a all metal, mostly all metal toy.
Marks were
And
big back
if you
then, weren't they?
look in the head there where his eyes, it's a little viewport, and there's two little green men sitting down in there.
Oh,
That's
jeez.
adorable. Wow,
Yeah,
these are so
Mr.
fun.
Mercury by Marx.
And they're not exactly remote control. They're tethered. Both of
Yeah,
these.
it takes a couple of D batteries, and it has servo motors. But that's what my older brother got.
Yeah, most of the toys were probably wired with the control thing right back in those
Way
days. Yeah.
cool.
And I asked, "Can I have a robot?" And that's when I got my Remco Robot B9 from Lost in Space. That was in '66.
Oh, do you still have that?
Oh yeah,
That's worth That's worth
yeah.
like 8.
Don't
If
you
it's
remember?
if it's yeah.
I showed that on Rumblings from the Lab.
Oh, okay, I forget. But
Oh no, I wasn't there for that.
you still have
Well,
the
why
version.
weren't you? You
Do
were
you have,
with Blobby.
I
do
was
you
with
have,
Klobby.
That's okay.
do you have
That's
the
fine.
box? Do you still have the original box?
No, the thing is, my folks ordered it through the Sears catalog, and for
Oh.
some reason, when you ordered toys through the Sears catalog, it would not come in the original box. It just came
That's
in a
weird.
generic box.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's
'Cause,
weird.
even
Unfortunately, it was just a plain cardboard box.
Oh, hey, wait a second, everybody. I've got to. Oh, wait, he's already gone. Okay, I saw him drop out, and I was gonna let him go, and then he just disappeared the second that he sent the private chat. So, thank you so much to Captain Duke Shepard, Jim's Landscape. He had to run suddenly, so thank you so much for being here. And I want to make sure to plug his channel anyway, even though he had to dash pretty quick, and because that happens, it's life. Life happens, and you gotta run. And so let me grab Jim's Landscape.
Well,
Number
he is in the what do you call it? The snow removal business, and I don't know what's happening in his neck of the woods, but we've got white stuff falling from the sky.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Right now.
It says in private he's got a company over that came over, and there's some crazy dog barking like crazy.
And yeah, the dogs were barking like crazy, so that makes sense. You got to
That's
take care
his-
of the dogs. You got to deal with company. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
His dogs are his alert system. So somebody
And-
came to the door.
Oh yeah, that's a logical, very very logical.
Yeah, dogs will do that, definitely.
And so this is Jim's channel, Jim's Landscape LLC, Commodore Productions. That's his intro video, and he does fan films and what is this? He did a Valentine's Day video. That's funny.
Oh, jeez.
Wow, he put so much work into and creativity into his fan films, and it's pretty cool. And I guess he had a beard. Look at that beard. But he also has some shorts with his puppies, so there's lots of
Yep,
puppy
there's his
videos.
puppies.
Mm-hmm. And some reviews too. That's neat.
That's cool. He's got
Oh,
his
look at that
own
communicator.
yeah. He's got his own enterprise. He's got a transporter
Mhm.
room.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He does. He has He has the whole
A green beard. Was that a green?
a green beard. Yeah. But yeah, that's it. He's got a cool channel. Oh yeah, and he does 3D renderings of stuff.
Sweet.
So
I
he
just
knows what he's
wondered,
doing.
does he play Santa at the local mall in December? I just got to ask.
No, that's the best part is that Jim isn't playing Santa. Jim is Santa.
Oh, okay. Just had to ask.
Sean Connery is Bond. Yeah, I get it.
I should.
Well, no, Timothy Dalton is Bond.
Well,
Oh.
the advertising campaign for You Only Live Twice had that in the posters. You know, Sean Connery is underlined James Bond.
Well, I guess that was a fair claim at that time, but
Yeah, that annoyed Connery to no end. It's like, why the heck are they doing that? I'm quitting.
yeah, well, Connery did quit after that, didn't he? When they brought Lazenby in for the next film, I believe.
You're welcome, Jim.
Yeah. Thanks.
I'm one of
Thanks,
those.
Jim.
I'm
Keep
one of
on
those.
trekking, Jim.
Jimmy, me boy.
Jimmy, me boy.
I'm one of those
Oh, I need to
crazy
get that.
people that likes Lazenby.
The list of clips that I need to get, and that's one of them. I need to get all the shore leave clips.
If we got all the clips that you wanted from the original series of Star Trek, it would just be a loop of the original series of Star Trek on this channel.
We can just watch the episodes on Jill's the short leaves.
I don't see a problem with that. Do you?
I don't either.
Hey,
No.
Jill, you got to get a clip of McCoy seeing the rabbit. You really need that one.
Doing what with the rabbit? Seeing it for the first time.
That is so uncanny, PvP. I was just going to ask Jill if she had that clip with the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland and Shore Leave and McCoy.
No, I don't have any of my shore leave clips. They disappeared, so I have to reclip them.
I'm late. I'm late for a very important date.
Excuse me, sir. Have you seen a rather large
Yeah,
white rabbit?
Large rabbit.
I love Bones' reaction. He's like, Sulu!
Yeah.
Like he's losing his mind. I love that. I love Shore Leave. Shore Leave is one of my favorites, I
Yeah,
gotta say.
that was a blast seeing that when I was a kid.
It was so funny. It's like, as much as Trouble with Tribbles is a great comedy episode, I must say I prefer Shore Leave because I just think it's more fun, basically.
It's more dangerous.
Well, it is because I'm a doctor. When I peek, it's in the
line of duty. I can still hear my mother laughing at that all those years ago.
Do you
when we
guys
first saw it?
do you guys feel sad that Yeoman Barrows didn't continue in a few
Oh,
more
me
episodes?
too. Me too. On the Star Trek podcast.com, I have a really nice picture of Yeoman Barrows, and I say the same thing. It's just a shame that she didn't continue on, especially as a love interest for McCoy.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Right.
Like her and McCoy seemed to have this little thing going in the episode.
Yeah.
I mean, McCoy was a little older, but it wasn't creepy or anything.
No,
And I thought they would have made a great couple. And oh man, I so much wish. That's the trouble with episodic 60s TV, though. They bring in a great character, and then we never see them again. You know.
And the way the keeper of the planet, the way he says Yeoman Barrows. It's like Yeoman Barrows. It's like, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that the keeper was picking up on something there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys find it weird though that Estevan and Angela were not seen at the end of the episode? Hello.
I'm going to take that deafening silence as a no.
Yeah, it may have been a thing where they only had him for a certain number of days, and they just said, "Well, no one will notice." I don't know. I hadn't taken note of that.
The only thing I think maybe the tiger ate them both, but that's pretty dark.
Everything's
it's kind of
fine.
funny because we just watched. What was the last episode we watched, Jill?
Whom Gods Destroy was the most recent.
Didn't that have one of the that was a staple Trek ensign or lieutenant who was in the background for one scene, and it was like, oh, nice crew continuity. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was the same red shirt. Are you talking about the red shirt?
No, he was a blue shirt.
Oh, a blue shirt. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same security guy that fires his phaser at the computer and that which survives, and the one that beams down with Kirk in Wink of an Eye. It's the same actor that's in the Whom Gods Destroy, the security officer at the end.
Nice.
Well, the thing is, I think the only reason Angela appeared in Shore Leave was because I remember reading somewhere the original script has so many fantasy elements in it that Roddenberry realized there was no way in heck they'd ever be able to have the budget to film all that stuff. So I remember Roddenberry actually on set, he was sitting under a tree on location, rewriting the script madly, page by page. As soon as he'd get a page, he'd hand it to one of the production staff. they'd run it off to. I guess they had a trailer. They had a little office, and the assistant would type it out madly. Mimeocopy it to hand it out to all the cast so they could have their dialogue for the next scene. And Roddenberry was basically writing it on the fly that week while they were filming the episode. I thought that was brilliant. And the reason I bring that up is Angela was originally not called Angela, I believe, in the original screenplay that the first couple writers were working on. She was actually called a different character. And I think there is a scene early on where Kirk refers to her in a different name, but then later, of course, they revert to Angela through the rest of the episode because
But
Roddenberry.
where had we seen Angela, that actress? Where had we seen her previously?
Terror.
You got it. And whose wife is that?
Oh gosh, I forget that.
It's the casting director's wife.
Oh really? Wow.
For Star Trek.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
The thing is, though, Roddenberry realized it was the same actress as in the previous episode, so he just said, "Oh, the heck with this! I'm just going to change her character name to Angela and just go with it," right? Which I thought was actually kind of fun.
It was good.
So I did think it was a bit weird. She was so friendly with Esteban, just a few short months after losing her husband to be.
Oh yeah. Man.
Well, let's not think about that.
Poor was it Timmons or what's his name? Bounced her.
Oh gosh. I can't remember it either.
Tomlinson.
Tomlinson. I knew it was something with the T.
Yeah, Tomlinson.
That's him. Yeah.
So my notes say, I have notes from when I did these reviews, and it says they're trapped by the tiger, but luckily the tiger gets bored and leaves. So that's
Yep. And if
that's
you look
all
closely,
I know about what happened to them.
yeah, if you look closely, you can see the chain on the tiger.
You can. It's very easy to spot.
Well,
It's like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be near one of those big cats.
I remember later on that Spock mentions the tiger later in the episode, and the tiger appears.
And it pops. It's like,
by
Spock.
him and Kirk. Yeah, it's like, whoa, that's like they must be like using transporters to transport.
Well, they hadn't quite figured out that what they think is what happens.
And then, of course, out of nowhere, the samurai starts coming after him.
Oh yeah, that was great. Oh man. I love that episode. I think it's probably in my top 20. It's very underrated, I think.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
It's absolutely one of my favorites too. It's wonderful, and
even though it has
very simple and it's a fun episode.
Even despite the fakey, dopey-looking rabbit costume, it still works.
But it's on location too, right? Which
Was that Pop?
Because they're robots.
It's in my top 3.
Oh, it is?
Special guest star Vasquez Rocks.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Vasquez. Yeah, that too. Yeah, the locations scenes are great. Oh, by the way, I read somewhere that Shatner had to run like so many miles through that episode because he's running constantly, right?
Well, a lot of them are. They run.
And I heard that Shatner was so pissed off that he had to run so much that week that he actually told Roddenberry, "I don't ever want that director to do another episode." I don't know if there's any truth to that, but that's what I've read, right?
I think Pevney directed that, so he came back.
No. It was a minor director that I think maybe that was his only appearance.
I don't know.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, look it up, but I don't think it was Pevney.
So Pop has actually
it was Robert Starr.
Oh, okay.
Guy. Yeah.
Then PvP was right. Pop has actually been to Vasquez Rocks.
Yes, I had a special category for which episode to show Vasquez Rocks and which one to show it the most.
Yeah.
I like when they highlight it.
Hey, Pop, did you ever put any video of your visit to Vasquez? I'm just curious.
Yeah, he does.
The first live one, the first one or two, but I've got ones that I pre-recorded that aren't all breaking up and everything. I was doing it live and I wasn't getting a very good signal. My producer that was supposed to help me out, that was my very first stream, by the way, and my producer didn't show up. I wasn't expecting that, so it didn't go as well as I had hoped. But I've got a couple hours of footage of when I went around the park that I've got to get.
Okay, guy. Guys, I've got to read a few chats. Oh, Donnie says I have a few robot toys. My most recent one is my latest Hasbro item, a Transformers Optimus Prime action figure. Oh, that's fun. And Booger says, I think it works better with the fake-looking rabbit. Yeah, because they're robots.
Yeah, there is a charm to
so
it. I
fun with
agree.
it.
There's a charm to it.
I agree. Well, yeah, just like the Gorn.
Yeah, well, the Gorn's cooler. He's
Yeah,
a
the Gorn
lizard.
is cooler.
He's like a T-Rex on a human body.
Oh, and Apple 2GS was talking about earlier, I don't remember when, but he was talking about Deep Space Nine DVDs and how they're all how they're released all stacked up against each other, and so that's why I didn't buy it. What I do for that is I buy an external DVD case and I just put them in there.
Well, and I love Deep Space Nine, and I have that set, and it is atrocious packaging.
Yeah, exactly. So that was my solution to that. I did that to Voyager too. Just like I'm taking these things out of here. This
is a good tip. No, but this is a good tip because Jill, you'll remember I have the Voyager Complete series on DVD as well, except for one disc. Because I tried to take it out of the spindle and it broke. And I was like, oh, this is what you get for buying things from Walmart.
Yeah. Also, you often have to press the little button in the middle and then pull it out.
That is exactly how my Tinder bio reads.
Apple 2GS says, I did that live recording to VHS back in the 80s. Had the original Transformers captured, but my brother erased half. You know what? What is with siblings erasing?
Yeah.
I had the same problem.
That's a shame.
You had to record the season finale of Full House.
I never got Full House on VHS. I got it was either Ren and Stimpy or Jaria that was recorded over with Dragon Ball Z.
Oh dear.
And Donnie says there's a petition for that. Change.org Deep Space Nine for Blu-ray. Oh, hey, thanks, Donnie. Ah, wonderful. Everybody go sign that and see maybe if Paramount would say, hey, maybe this is worth it.
Well,
there's a non-zero chance.
I am not an apologist and not a defender, but I do accept that new Trek exists. But whenever people talk about doing a remaster of Deep Space Nine or Voyager, I would trade all of new Trek, all of it, just for that remaster.
For sure, me too. That is
I totally agree with that. It's the new Trek is just, like I said, is a money pit. It's just a waste of money, and those resources going to remastering Deep Space Nine, and and Voyager. There you go. I'm all for that.
That's why I'm so grateful. I'm grateful for the original series, Next Generation, and Enterprise, all being available on Blu-ray. They're great.
Darius
Jill
is always rushing to not be late for every important date.
Jill,
Yes.
So I have to tell you, because I am on the website formerly known as Twitter. I think it's X now. But I've had this arm wrestling battle with X recently, appropriately named, because I am being followed by bots of the more bikini area persuasion. And now one of the comments that I made somewhere was liked by someone named Charity. And Charity says in her X bio, says, I'm not answering here. Look at my bio. And so now I'm just wondering, as a person who's curious about internet safety, should I click on a link called 6969.cam/girl94178?
Absolutely not.
But she might be my wife.
I take that as a facetious, not serious comment, Scotty.
Yes.
No, that's a science fact. Everything that I just outlined to you is fact.
I believe that it is real.
Never.
No, but PvP, I believe that what he just said is a thing, but that that he knows not to click on the link.
Thank you.
Never clink on. Never
clink.
Clink.
Never
Colonel
Clink.
Clink.
Never Colonel Clink on a link you don't know.
Yeah.
Agreed. Thank you. I just needed help.
There's these weird. I was getting a lot of weird followers. They only have one tweet or no tweets, and they're and it's just weird. It's very weird. It's not. There's no link to like what you described. They just have one tweet, and it's just nonsense.
Well, and it's I was describing this to Jill a little while ago, and I was saying I have to keep I have to remove these followers because I don't want people to think that I'm just all about bikini area.
Yeah, I block. Yeah, I just block them all these weird things.
I just remove them as followers because your traction in terms of the algorithm, if you block too many people, you're not going to be able to sort of invite others. The more people you block, the worse that your algorithm goes. And so I remove follower. I don't block. I don't mute because they're bots. What's the point?
I block all the time. Every time there's an ad, I block. So I don't care about the algorithm.
Yeah,
I don't care about the
that must be a lot of work
algorithm.
because there's just so many ads. And
Yeah,
one
I'll
you
be
pick is the
going
one you
down.
block.
I'll be going. What's it called? A timeline, or is that Facebook? But whatever it
That's
is,
Facebook, yeah.
there's so
Same
many
deal.
more ads now,
Yeah.
and I just block every ad.
You got lots of ads. Well, that's weird. I don't ever get any ads on Twitter. That's weird.
You can't even get sex bots to follow you?
I trade.
Well, I was just going to say I have had a couple of people. The weird thing is you'll make some innocuous comment on somebody's channel, right, that you actually know, and then a week later, there'll be this person that'll show up with their account, and you click on it, and they're just like some narcissistic, babe that's just like showing her body off in endless
Sounds
amounts
like
of
me.
photos. Which I do appreciate, of course, as a guy, but I'll just just click on to remove them. I'll just remove them right away.
There's no actual value in it.
I know they're just fishing for something, and I'm not going to get caught on a hook. So that's the way I am, So
exactly. Well, yeah, PH fishing for sure. They want your money.
They want
Apple
something.
2GS says,
Which reminds me, everyone should subscribe and like.
God damn it, I'm never going to be able to read this comment. I'd trade all of New Trek for magic beans. I love this comment. It's the best.
Yeah.
I'm visualizing Jack climbing up that right now.
Yeah, Apple 2 GS climbing up a giant beanstalk, and when he gets up there, it'll be a whole thing so he can supervise the remastering of Deep Space Nine on Blu-ray.
I thought you were gonna say he'd climb up the beanstalk, but all he could find are New Trek DVDs and Blu-rays.
Oh no, that would be a nightmare.
Oh no, that's tragic, Jill.
We want a happy fairy tale.
I like your idea better.
Jill, Stone Racket, PvP, pop culture curator, and to a lesser extent, Kat, because I know she's not necessarily 100% on the Star Treks. I want to know. I was scrolling through a Twitter timeline, and someone said it's like, and it was an attempt to engage followers, and it was like, what would your warp speed catchphrase be? Like, and because they've made this a thing in New Trek, they made it a thing in Strange New Worlds. And that's where we get that stupid Spock thing where it's like, I wish to go now, and it's like, shut up, this is not Spock.
I wish to go now. That sounds like me when I got to hit the can, when my bladder is full.
But here's the thing, and this is one of my biggest frustrations when it comes to New Trek, is because I remember a day in Starfleet where where you would say set a course to Beta Z, Warp Factor 5, and, you know, your helmsman would do it. They didn't wait for you to say, punch
The
it,
key
Chewie.
phrase.
I gave you an order. Do it.
Yeah, even with engage, it's still an actual action. That's a function that you should be doing.
I prefer Kirk. It was like, Mr. Sulu, take us out of orbit, warp factor 1. I mean, that's all you need, right? It's like, that does it. That gets the job done. And I don't mind Picard's engage. You know, that's okay too. I don't mind that. But other than that, it's like, you know, you don't need to say any more, really, do you? It's like
aggressive engage.
That was very aggressive engage.
Oh, Picard could be aggressive, but you know, but I prefer Shatner. I mean, Kirk. I mean, it's like, Mr. Sulu, take us out of war. Or, you know, take us out of war. Warp
because
factor
he knows Sulu and Chekhov will do their job. So all he has to say, you know, is set a course for this, the next assignment or whatever,
That's
and he'll go, you know, warp factor 1, warp factor whatever.
That's
all he needs to say.
Yeah. That's what
I've said it before, and I'll say it again, is that I absolutely, one of the reasons that Star Trek is in my top 3 favorite shows of all time, which all 3 of them are people doing their jobs. And I love watching people in Starfleet do their jobs.
Well, that's what I love about TOS. It's like you got the sort of, you know, military hierarchy. Basically, it's like a Navy structure, I guess,
right?
Because it's a ship in space. And everybody has their place. Everybody has their job. Everybody has their rank.
And George Takei knew exactly what buttons to push too.
That's right. Well, I heard somewhere I've read they all had like a knowledge of the actual buttons to push.
Right.
Which I think is fantastic.
It's like I told on a previous stream where a director just said, "Oh, push this button here, George," and he's like, "I can't do that. That'll blow up the Enterprise."
Well, and that's one of the best things about Galaxy Quest is when they acknowledge the fact that the entire reason that the Protector works the way it does is based on the observation of the actors working the technology. And so when Tech Sergeant Chen is working the transporter, it's based on what he did in the television show. When Laredo is steering the ship, it's based on what it looked like. And like everyone is so taken out of it. And it's like, I don't know how to work this. And it's like, no, you're the only one who does.
Well, also the same thing was true with working the transporter or whatever they called it.
Yeah, the comment by Apple IIgs is our anthem, everyone, right?
Yes, it is. That's because what they're showing now isn't Star Trek. I will never accept it as such. I agree. It's Star Trek in name only.
At best, it's a bad cover band.
A very bad cover band.
I wish they'd just take the Star Trek name right off of this garbage they're producing now, really.
Well, whatever the opposite is of fan fiction, it's just what it is.
I like Raquel Briggs. You know, let's just
it's
filth, discovery.
Filth. Yeah, it is
filth. Strange New Worlds.
That's really catching.
Yeah, filth, lower decks.
And I subscribe to Raquel Briggs' newsletter that does qualify it as the 735. I agree with it. I prefer the 737, but that's because I'm an idiot. But
you're all alone in that club.
That's not my problem. I enjoy being alone, all by myself. But the problem that I have
that's a horrible
with
song.
Yeah, well, you're a Rush fan, so get off my lawn.
Oh, Rush is awesome, man.
Anybody
doesn't appreciate Rush.
Let's.
But my only problem, and the thing that I wish to sort of highlight is, and I respect, I enjoy Raquel's commentary. My problem is that every time I tune into an episode of Voyager or Deep Space Nine, I find that she doesn't like a lot of the 735.
She likes the 735 when it is Star Trek, like when it shows what Star Trek should be in terms of how you're optimistic for the future and all of the things that make Star Trek itself. But I don't exactly want to talk about other YouTubers who are not
fair enough. I do appreciate her.
Scotty,
she is a voice that I respect.
Scotty,
yes, me too.
Scotty, get off my lawn.
Talk about her without her.
It's not your lawn.
It's my lawn.
I think We all like it. We all like Star Trek when it's well written science fiction, and when it doesn't deviate from that, is what I'm guessing. What Scotty's talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna play. Donnie says this, so I'm gonna play.
No, never give up, never surrender.
Yeah.
That's a very good motto for life in general, I say.
The last decent Star Trek movie was Galaxy Quest.
That was a great movie. Yeah.
Princess Fiona says much of the 735 is crap.
How can I, as a self-respecting Star Trek fan, say that most of Star Trek is crap? I don't think that makes me a fan.
Oh,
Well, it makes you
I don't
critical
know.
of what you're watching.
Well,
But
I
if
mean,
I
everybody
love
has
it-
an opinion, and I would never call someone not a fan based on based on subjective opinion alone. That's not that cool.
Just because you're a fan doesn't mean you have to love every single thing, though, right?
But
Sure, exactly.
It's like pizza, though. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good.
No, and I agree with you, but not everybody's going to share your opinion.
That's not my problem. Get off my lawn, Stone Racket.
We've all
You
seen
get off
episodes-
my lawn, Scotty.
It's my lawn.
We've all seen episodes though. We've gone like, what? Like, huh?
Bam.
Well,
And-
Jill and I watched the first
Threshold.
4 season 5 of Voyager last weekend, and I think we were both kind of underwhelmed, were we not, about the quality of those 4
Well, yeah. Well, no, but one of them wasn't that bad.
Well, the Borg
At
one I
least.
didn't mind, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well,
But
but you had some
overall,
interesting.
They kind of sucked overall, right? So
Jill, your reviews of Voyager over on Clobber in Time on Saturday Night Star Trek, I agree with you wholeheartedly in terms of the nerfing of the Borg.
I give a lot of C's.
A lot of C's.
But yeah. So, but even though I do that, I still enjoy the episodes. I could see the entertainment value. I could see they're actually trying to entertain us, which is at least that's there. But I would enjoy a little bit more attention paid to the canon and the science fiction aspects. It'd be a lot more fun.
even a sea level episode can be entertaining, but I agree with what you're saying, Jill. It's like we as Trek fans, we expect a little bit higher bar, do we not? You know?
Yeah. Okay, so I need to get this clip. And so I'm
Hey, there we go.
today. By Grapthar's hammer, he will be avenged. So yes, we got to get that.
That's a good one.
You
I
consider
gotta just
yourself
get
to
all
be
the clips.
I just want to do an Alan Rickman movie marathon.
Mhm.
That would be good.
Oh yeah, that would be fun. Which
Well,
one's
and
the one
Prince-
where he has animal magnetism? I always forget what it is, but I just remember that. And yes, that makes sense. Princess Fiona is a Gene Roddenberry Star Trek fan. Right on.
Then, Princess Fiona, you are invited to our Pretty Maids All in a Row conversation.
Princess Fiona's comments are always very intelligent and interesting.
Yeah, they're
I gotta
close.
say.
They're close.
I
They're
like
amazing.
Princess Fiona's
I'm
comments.
I'm kidding. I kid.
Uh-huh. Well, she has an amazing insight because she's actually a real life physicist, and so I always
She's
enjoy
amazing.
seeing the way that her brain works
Yeah, she
wrapped
seems-
around the Star Trek.
She seems
That's
very,
it.
very intelligent for sure. Hey, are we going
See,
to
I hold a grudge
Are we
because
gonna get the
Princess
hammer?
Fiona said PvP, if I may. I hold a grudge towards Princess Fiona because I remember I said, and I still hold to it. I said I'm a Star Trek Beyond fan, and then she said that I lost all credibility. So whenever Princess Fiona arrives, I do appreciate her thoughts and her insight, but my shields are always up.
Yeah, like Jamalama says, she's a tough customer for sure.
Yeah, true story. Hey, John Lama.
But Scotty R37.
A mass of conflicting impulses.
That's
That is
That's-
me.
That sums it up very well, I gotta say, Joe.
That is pretty rad.
Hey, were we going to get some kind of hammer video thingy?
Hammer? Did I promise hammers?
Grab bar's hammer or something?
Grabthar's hammer. You were
Oh, I
gonna
don't
play
know
that
if I
clip.
have that.
Oh, I thought you said you were gonna cue it up, but
Disappointed.
No, I'm making a list of clips I should have.
Oh, that you should have. Excuse me. Yeah, that's
You
a good
gotta
one.
add the White Rabbit and Shore Leave. That you got to have
Mhm.
that one, Joe.
I got that on the list already. The only one, Galaxy Quest, I have this.
It's all real. Oh my god, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
I knew it.
Can you imagine if you got a phone call from Shatner and he says it was actually all real?
It's
We
all
actually
real.
did that in space. It's like,
I
what?
need your help.
Hey, Jill, do you have the clip of the Gorn saying, "I'll be merciful and quick"?
She showed it earlier, I
I
believe, didn't
do.
she?
Mm-hmm.
Not on this stream.
I think she did earlier.
I
No.
did.
You did.
I shall be merciful and quick.
Yeah,
That
it's
is,
right next to. Yeah, go ahead.
that's so awesome.
It is. It's so wonderful. Well, because it's very meaningful to the story. That's why it's so awesome.
I
Is
shall be
because
merciful
he's
and quick.
he's being serious. Like
Yeah.
he's not trying to be a bad guy here. He's just
I
just
I
trying.
asked Doomcock. I said, "Can we on a member stream?" I said, or a round table. I said, "Could we do that scene where, of course, he plays Shatner, or excuse me, he plays Kirk, and I play the Gorn?" And he agreed. He said,
Oh,
"Yeah, we can do that, maybe on a round table, but that is yet to
oh, there you
be."
go. Wait, no, that's a good idea. I could send a super chat, playing out this scene, but with a different character, like one of his
Well,
characters.
I wanted to do it straight,
Mhm.
just as where he
Right.
does his Shatner, except he can do a comedic Shatner and he can do a serious Shatner.
Mhm.
I just wanted to replay that scene. And then another one I had
Oh, I hope
since
you get that someday.
since he does a fun Sean Connery, but I wanted to do the laser
Mhm.
scene from Goldfinger, with him being Connery Bond and me being Auric Goldfinger.
Well, the Clobbering Times does a really great Gorn. I love his Gorn,
Oh,
so I would love
awesome.
to hear Doomcock and Clobby
Well,
do the whole
that would be
episode.
great to be with Clobby, with both of us. We could do dueling Gorns.
Oh my goodness. And that video is right next to this one.
Brain and brain. What is brain?
And that's about how I'm feeling right now. So I think I'm getting pretty close to wanting to end this, but
Oh, no.
I have no, but I'm starting early because I get to do a thing that I normally don't get a chance to do, which is to thank everybody in the chat. I think one time Scotty called it a roll call.
You've been
But
going for like 4.5 hours, Jill. So you know.
Yeah.
it makes sense. My brain is starting to
I
escape,
knew
so
I knew when I
I've got to
saw
get
it
away.
last night, it was 8 in the morning Pacific. I knew, oh crap, I'm probably gonna
Mhm.
sleep in.
Oh,
And I
Tiger
did.
Stripes is here. Tiger
Hey, Tiger
Stripes,
Stripes.
congratulations on your 2-year anniversary. Thank you so much. That means so much, Tiger Stripes. I'm
Hi,
so glad
Tiger Stripes.
you came here
Tiger
to say
Stripes.
that.
That's sweet.
Love you. Princess Fiona says DS9 was a soap opera for far inferior to the show it was copying. Babylon 5. Almost every episode broke established canon, including its premise. It may have some decent writing, but it wasn't Trek. Oh wow.
I think that's a bit harsh,
Yeah, I
actually.
think so too. I really love Deep Space Nine, but I wanted to read Princess Fiona's entire chat and respect it because I
There is that controversy, though, isn't there, Jill? Like the Babylon, the Deep Space Nine, back and
Mhm.
forth. Fans of both shows argue about that.
Mhm. Oh yeah, that's right. Because what happened was Paramount did receive a treatment or something from Babylon 5, and then
Right.
magically turned out to with the
Right.
space station
Yeah,
show.
Princess Fiona was right.
A lot
Babylon
of
5 was
people,
pitched first,
yeah,
so
a lot of people do say Deep Space Nine was basically a ripoff of Babylon. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, just the concept. There's some parallel examples, but I think Deep Space Nine is Star Trek, but I can understand the opposing perspective, and I understand why after going through every single episode and reviewing them one by one, and I can see how people have that perspective, and I definitely respect it. But I just really enjoy it largely.
Well, yeah, I like the characters. That's what makes Deep Space Nine worth watching for me is the characters.
Oh, it looks like Scotty wants to say hi to Tiger Stripes.
I do want to say hi to Tiger Stripes because she's one of my favorite people on the internet.
And it's now Super Scotty.
I'm Super John Ham. Thank you.
Super John Ham.
You know what? And well, no, I don't want to get into a whole John Ham rabbit hole.
No, I was just saying John Ham. I have no opinion.
It's one of my favorite things to say, but I do think that one of the missed opportunities of the Marvel universe is Mr. Fantastic should have been John Hamm. I know everybody has a lady boner for Pedro Pascal, but boom.
Yeah.
John Hamm, that's my Mr. Fantastic.
I would much prefer John Hamm over the actor you just named, who I shall not name.
Okay, but anyway, I wanted to say hi to Tiger Stripes.
That guy. Oh, Tiger Stripes. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say hi. She's great.
Scotty, did you say lady boner? Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct. Yes.
I am wondering what a lady boner is because I
let's
know
drop that.
I know what a man boner is.
Let's drop that.
PvP,
Okay.
I'll tell you when you grow up. Okay,
you'll never tell me because I'm never going to grow up, Jill.
He's a Toys R Us kid.
I don't want to grow up. What's that old Ramones song? I don't want to grow up.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the closing out. I'm gonna ask you guys.
Read the chat, please, Jill.
No. Before I read the chat, I'm going to have you guys. No, it's fine. I'm gonna have you guys tell me what you're doing on the internet because I'm doing a slow. We're gonna go on for another 20 minutes and then I'm gonna cut it.
Sounds good.
So, Pop Culture Curator, you helped me start this channel and you're still here and that makes me so happy. So, can you please tell me what you're doing on the internet?
I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me, Jill. And
welcome.
Saturday we're gonna be. I'll keep it short, sweet, and concise. I prefer those better. Saturday, Rumblings from the Lab at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. Sunday, Lost in Space, the classic series. That's Monday at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. Tuesday, Horror Sci-Fi Stream. This week, we're going to be doing Predator. And then Wednesday, Gilligan's Island at 8 p.m. Mountain Time. And thank you for having me on. Oh, and Rumblings from the Lab on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget your Saturday show. That's great. And here's your channel. And thank you so much for presenting all of the things that you have going on soon. And I'm so glad you're here. And oh boy. Oh, the bored old fart. I've never seen you before, but it says Deej said.
I like that name. That's cool.
Bored old fart. Yeah, that sounds like me too often. I'm never bored when I'm on Jill's streams, though. I just want to mention.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm an old fart, but I'm not. I've never bored when I'm chilling with Jill, and that's where you'll find me. I'll be on Jill's channel, and as well as Pop Culture Curator's channel, talking about the things we love, good old fashioned sci-fi, classic sci-fi. And you can find me on Twitter. Thank you. Largo 6583. That was my name originally. I had my Twitter account. It was Emilio Largo, but then I put Largo 6583 because there's so many other Largos on that platform. So Largo 1965 is Emilio Largo, and Largo 1983 is from Never Say Never Again, and that's Maximilian Largo. So I just did this. That's where the 6583 comes from.
Never say never.
Don't sing that.
I won't. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's a big drawback with that film. It's just the music score is just horrid.
Well, and speaking of Irvin Kershner, big ups to RoboCop too.
There you go. And Empire.
And Empire.
Yeah.
Yep.
But anyway,
the music discussion.
Yeah. Thank you so much again, Jill.
You're welcome.
I'm so glad I found you and on the internet here, and through you I found Pop, and so it's just great to hang out with both of you on your respective channels. Yeah,
we're buried, and it's just so cool when someone can
dig us up out of underneath all of the algorithm.
And it's our mutual love of Star Trek and classic sci-fi that brings us
Well,
together.
we're always glad to have you on our panels. You're definitely, you bring a lot to it, a lot of knowledge. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for those
Definitely.
kind words. I
And
really enjoy being here. It's something I look forward to in my retired life here now. It's things I look forward to is chilling with Jill and discussing classic sci-fi with Pop.
yeah, and those unprompted trivia
Oh,
games in the middle, those keep me on my feet.
PvP, do you want to go grab a beer while these guys are, holding each other's hand?
I get that from my father. He would, pop trivia questions at us, and especially our mother. And so that's where it started. I can't help it. It's in the blood.
Well, say hi to your mom for
Well,
me.
there you go. I like it.
I'm glad you still got your mom. Like my mom passed 7 years ago.
No,
So
that was an assumption on Scotty's part. Both of my parents are with Jesus.
Yeah.
That was back in 2006 and 2007.
Yeah, I lost my mom 7 years ago. I sure wish I could give her a big hug and a kiss, but
Yeah, I miss my folks terribly.
Yeah.
I don't like going back to the family home. They're not there. I just don't want to go back there.
Yeah, there's too many memories, right?
Too many,
Well,
yeah.
it's haunted.
No, I didn't mean it that way, but anyway.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's just too much life experience, and it brings back too many thoughts. I understand what you're saying.
But keep on trekking, everybody. Let's be upbeat
Yeah,
now.
let's have fun. Let's have fun. Fun.
Well, speaking of being upbeat, there's no one more upbeat about Star Wars. And you can find Kat on the Virtual Cantina Network. Please tell us about the stuff you're doing around on the internet.
Well, Scott and I are still reviewing Fargo on Phantasmagorium, and we got all of our other playlists of stuff you can watch for our videos there.
What do we got?
Tonight at 7 Pacific. And then I'm on the Virtual Cantina Network every second Saturday and every second and fourth Sunday of the month at 8 a.m. Pacific, co-hosting Unifying Force, Star Wars talk show. It's kind of fun. Yeah, that's all I've been doing on the internet lately. So yeah, Phantasmagorium show. Just go there and you'll find a ton of stuff to watch.
Don't you also randomly show up on the Burn Network?
I haven't. Yeah, I've been doing reviews with what's her name, Rita, for her show. But I haven't like been on one of Rob's like videos proper for quite a while. But yeah, I pop up every once in a while somewhere.
Yeah. A recurring guest star.
Yes.
Special guest star. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been actually RM and I have been reviewing all the Best Picture nominees this year for the last few Fridays. So you can find that on her channel, Positive Fandom. We're going to review 2 more.
Positive Fandom. Yeah, she has a really, really cute show, and I enjoy her morning shows. Well, most of the time I'm just lurking, but it's something good to listen to. And so, Scotty, what are you up to?
I'm planning on bathing.
Oh, good idea. Yeah.
I have an OnlyFans, Scotty R69.
And you'll be sharing yourself bathing.
I will. I'm going to shave.
Mm-hmm.
And
Scotty, can you post that on YouTube?
No, I can't.
That's why it's on the OnlyFans.
That's why it's on the OnlyFans. No, I am blessed with the ability to talk about movies and television shows and pop culture with Kat on the Phantasmagorium show. Pop culture curator lets me on when I behave myself. I get to hang out with PvP, which is great. I hang out where people let me play because that's what I'm here for, is fun. And and just in celebration of the 2-year anniversary of Anti-Derivative Jill, I am absolutely in awe of the friendship that we've cultivated over the last 2 years, being able to talk about things here, because I think I'm the bane of this channel, but it's because Jill puts up with me, and every time I get to have a conversation about stuff that we love, it's amazing. I know I feel very heart swelled to be able to hang out with you, Jill. So thank you, and thank you
Yes.
to everyone else who likes what I say. And so
I like
it's so
what you
great.
said. I think you bring so many interesting perspectives and new ideas, and I've said it before that you color in whatever structure I have to the show, and you have the imagination and character emotions and motivations, and you've helped me figure those things out. And I can't wait to talk more to you.
Well, and thank you for having this as a venue for us to be able to sort of congregate and
Definitely.
hang out. It's so amazing. What you do is valuable.
Thank you. And then, of course, last but not least, we've got Pleasant Valley Picker.
Oh,
CA.
is it my turn finally?
Finally.
Okay, last but maybe least, I don't know. I appreciate Scotty's comments a few seconds ago. Like very heartfelt comments there, Scotty, and I agree with everything you said. It's like this has become a really warm, friendly, nice, happy place to congregate for all us sci-fi, Star Trek, whatever geeks that we may, whatever our stripe is. And I mean, we all appreciate Jill so much, do we not, guys? Let's give Jill a hand clap of applause, everybody, because she deserves it so much. Like,
Oh, definitely.
I can't think of a more warm-hearted, sweet, lovely, appreciative, kind human being than Jillian. I think she's an amazing human being, and I'm sorry to gush, Jill. I'm probably embarrassing you, but that's from deep in my heart. I do feel like you're a very good internet friend, and I appreciate your channel so much. It's awesome that this is the anniversary of 2 years. And I guess I probably joined you about a year and a half ago when I found all you guys. And it's been a ride, a fun ride, a great ride since then, meeting all you awesome folks. And gosh, I don't know. I could gush on, but there's probably no point. I'll just keep it brief.
No, that was beautiful. Thank you, Casey.
Oh, you're so welcome. You know, Jill, I admire you so much. I mean, I'm embarrassed to actually say anymore, but
Well, no, but here you go.
My congratulations, Captain. Dazzling display of logic.
Well done.
thank you. You saved my butt. I just want to
we-
mention I just want to mention I'm still working on my music.
Oh yeah,
channel.
your channel. You've got to plug your channel.
Yeah, I'm still doing some playlists. I'm actually working on some Power Pop playlists 3 and 4, and I will get some new playlists maybe up later this weekend. No promises, but it could be happening. So yeah, tune in. If you guys haven't listened to the music on my channel, please do, because I think actually the Power Pop ones I've done over the last few months might be some of the best stuff. Because the thing is great about doing playlists is when you pick a topic, right? I got bored with a lot of stuff like heavy metal, whatever. So I thought, you know what, power pop is a genre, a sub genre of popular music, especially late 70s, early 80s, that I love, but I've never actually really, I've put my toe in the shallow end of the pool, so to speak, but I never really dived into it. And doing a deep dive into these bands, it's like I have discovered probably at least, I don't know, 10, 15 bands that actually blow my mind how good they are. And of course, they never, went anywhere because, people were listening to disco or whatever the hell they were back then. But it's like, check it out
Yeah,
because
there you
a lot
go.
of good bands.
Yes, check out PvP's channel where he explores strange new music.
Yeah.
Strange new music.
I don't know about. I don't know if I like that connotation, Joe. But I know what you mean. So yeah, I'll cut it short. I know I'm yakking. I always yak too much. So yeah, continue on, Joe.
Oh, you did great. I thought that was perfect. And I want to thank the chat too. So you've been incredibly amazing and awesome, and I just can't keep up with all of the super cool things you guys are saying. I wish I could read everything.
Oh,
And
that's a good one
the
there.
fact,
It's true. We all love you, Jill, and I really
Yeah.
wish I had found you earlier.
Yeah.
And I would have found the rest of you guys earlier too.
Yeah,
To,
that's right.
and
Well-
it's just, but I'm so glad I did. And it's so
Me
great to
too.
be here.
Well, you've been
A
a very
Jamalama
welcome
says-
addition, Stone Rocket. I got to
Oh,
say,
for
we
sure.
have,
I agree completely.
we have come to
Well, thank
love you
you.
over a very short number of weeks, and we do appreciate your intelligent comment.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Jamalama says, "We love you, Jill."
I like that. Love
Love
you.
you.
That's great.
Oh.
That's like Snortapoopus. Hello, we love you.
Oh yeah, Snortapoopus does talk like that.
Yeah, Snortapoopus Q Bear, I think his handle
Yeah,
is.
Q Bear. Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, so seasons. Okay, yeah, Princess Fiona, not a fan of Deep Space Nine. It is not Star Trek to her. I think earlier one of her chats were saying that it was fairy dust wormhole. I forget what it was, something like that.
Hard disagree.
But I'm yeah, me too. I disagree, but I respect the opinions.
Oh yeah.
There's a sci-fi version,
Yeah, space opera.
space
Right? Mhm.
opera. Yeah.
Well, space
Star,
opera can be
Star Wars
entertaining
was
if-
actually described as
Oh,
space
there you
opera.
go. That's what it is.
And then
Well,
back in
it
the
is.
day, they even described
would-
Lost in Space as space opera. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
you know what?
Wow.
I would agree that Deep Space Nine is a space opera. That is, it's sci-fi, but it's also it's definitely operatic in tone.
But it's often fun space opera, which makes it worth
Mhm.
watching, right?
And so, thank you so much, Princess Fiona, for being here, and Donnie,
Yeah.
Jamalama, Bob Iger joke.
Bob Iger is a joke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that whole thing that he has a poster altered so the Iger sanction, the Clint Eastwood movie, it's misspelled, so it's spelled like his name, which is Iger.
Oh.
And
And
yeah, I'm
oh
like,
my gosh.
and it's
okay.
in his office. It's like, what a narcissistic prick. Anyway.
Well, when it comes to Bob's, I prefer Bob Euchre.
Oh,
Thank you for getting that.
yeah. Yeah. I think we all prefer Bob Euchre.
Actually, I prefer Bob Newhart because he made some great comedy shows, but that's just me.
Oh,
Yes,
that's
it
a good
is.
Bob.
I was a kid in the 90s. I liked Bobby's World.
Oh, okay.
I am also a fan of Bobby's World.
So thank you so much, Franco Walker and Bored Old Fart. Thank you for being here too. I love your name. Apple
where is it?
2GS always thought the Amiga was a kludge. Commodore screwed it up.
I
And
think it
also
was
Keithy
Kludge, I
came-
think it was.
Oh, excuse me, Kludge. Keithy has come from the Retro Nerd Girl channel, who is a occasional guest star on some of our Friday reviews, and I'm thrilled every time that she's able to be here. And when some people from her channel show up here, it's so fun. And so who else was here today?
Everyone.
Yeah, Apple 2GS, Booger 414. Let's see, we're on the roll call now. Like you said, yesterday I wasn't Tuesday rather. I wasn't prepared to do that one, but now I can.
Captain Garth.
Lord Garth.
So thank you, Last Son K. Although, you know, the thing that Clobby does is write down everybody's name, which is what I should do as they arrive, which would
I
be the
can't
smart thing to do. But now I have to scroll to see. But thank you so much, Tiger Stripes, for
Yes.
showing up here.
Just type the names in Notepad. That's easier.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Where did you put it, Jill?
Put what?
Or she
Put it
put
put
what?
Great. I am great.
Be specific.
Oh, that's
when you
on
ask a
the
question like that.
Scotty, that's on the very first
Okay.
thing that says anti-derivative Joe. That's there. There's
Okay,
so many
keep
videos.
going.
I am
All right.
going. There are so many videos and so
You
many.
are great. I am great.
Darius, I missed this one. I missed so many good chats. Scotty R69 Cam.
It's true.
That's your latest
Yes.
subscriber. Oh, that's how to find you on OnlyFans.
Yes.
See. Well, and I am scrolling up and scrolling.
Keep those wagons rolling.
That's the rawhide theme, is it not?
You got
guys?
it. Yeah. Keep them doggies. You know.
Was that Clint Eastwood's first gig?
Well, as far as a series, yeah, that was his first big gig.
Yeah.
He just had a lot of bit parts in Universal movies.
I think that's what got him noticed, though, right? For the movie producers, I'm guessing.
Oh,
Manufactured triumph. Manufactured triumph. Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Oh God, I hate baseball episodes of TV shows. I hate it.
Oh,
Well, you're wrong,
cheers.
and I accept your apology.
Baseball episodes always tend to suck.
All right. I gotta say goodbye to the chat. Jim,
Yeah, we do,
Thank
we
you
do.
so much.
Good
Thank you so
night.
much for being here. Thank you for being on the panel. And who else was here? Classic Comics was also here when reruns of the film version of $6 Million Man were first starting. I thought that Powers Booth should be Oscar Goldman.
Powers Booth is an amazing actor, and he was gone too soon.
Wow. Oh yeah, Reba Bell was here also.
Ari!
Yeah,
Hey, Ari.
what's up, Plessy Nation? One day I will get the delivery of that better.
What's up?
Yeah, that's how to say it. You got it. You did it better than I do.
I would advise you to keep dialing, Oxmix.
Yeah, Scotty will play clips as I'm trying to find names. This is a good idea. Ben was here. Happy anniversary, Jill. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, does Slim Whitman actually have a song that relates to Jill?
Thank you, Mikey, Sue's 4. Well, based on the way it was described, I'm guessing it's the rock song that's playing at the end of Mars Attacks. Is that right? Is that?
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah. Because that's the way you guys were talking about it.
Yeah.
Jeez, I gotta
Making the
listen to
Martians'
that one.
heads blow up.
Yeah.
I gotta listen to that.
No, Mikey.
Using my game.
Mr.
Mikey
Miles, thank you for being here. Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just Mikey Sue's 4. His cat's name is Deja Vu. Is that right?
Deja Vu.
Seems familiar. It reminds me of something that happened before.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Right, because Jedi Bills is midnight. Last Son of K. Hello. And thank you for being here. So great. And Edge of Time was here too. Edge of Time says, is it Filthy Friday already? Yeah, see, I remember that chat. I remember that. That was good stuff.
The Mysterious
Perk
Edge of
130.
Time.
Perk 130 was also here.
Yeah, you read that one too.
I did. And of course, Taylor Swift greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU. Thank you so much, Matt G.
Matt G.
Not you.
Woochie coochie coo, Captain.
And Don Rager Power, thank you so much for all of your wonderful chats. I might come back here later when the show's over and read everything I missed, because I like everything you guys share. Tom Hardy will always be known as Preacher Shinzon in Star Trek Nemesis. Speaking of, check this out on SoundCloud /B E316. Ooh, interesting. I will maybe check that out later. Darth, hey, thanks for having me around. See you guys next time. I missed you leaving. I'm so sorry, Darth. If you ever come back and listen to the rest of this live stream, I'm sorry I missed the moment that you left. But I'm so glad you were here.
Party on, Darth.
Delightful.
Darius says Brian May is in Queen.
Oh yeah.
Have you been living under a rock for like 50
Yeah.
years?
In fact, in fact, I prefer Brian May's songs.
John
Brian
Will
May-
in the chat says
Well, you know
the Ayatollah of rock and roll.
Yeah.
What's great? What was
Road
great about
Warrior.
what made Queen is they had 4 really great songwriters in the band, right? They all wrote songs, all 4 of them.
Yeah, I always liked Brian May's ballads. They're, I don't know.
He wrote some great
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
I do love
Okay.
Freddie Mercury's Death of
Let's
Me.
get on topic.
Yeah.
Stay on
Pod
target.
Racing Palpatine, thank you so
Okay.
much. Pod Racing Palpatine, thank you so much for being here. DJ Play Nice. I did know when you had to go, so I'm glad I was able to say goodbye to you.
You got a lot of chat here to catch up on.
And yeah, no, I'm not catching up. I'm saying goodbye. And also, Mad G was also on Twitch. He was also on YouTube, so he was on 2 platforms at once. And so that was good. Larry was here. Yes. Goodness. And JT Kirk. I don't want to forget the people who were here early on in the show. And they were pretty cool too. Of course, Bird of Prey 5 was on this live stream. It feels like he was here yesterday. This is how long this live stream feels to me.
Well, I started at 8 o'clock, so it has been a long time.
It has. And it was a long time and a good time. Wes Cagle too, who used to be known as Shadowfax. Nude lore. Learning about new lore.
Nude lore?
New,
Oh,
as in
I thought you
not
said naked.
old.
Oh,
I'm sorry to excite you.
I was excited for a moment, but I'm okay now.
Okay, good. Penny was also here. She had to go, but she left her laptop open so that my show would still be playing, and that is so sweet of you to do. Thank you.
My compliments to you and to your dressmaker.
And, oh yeah, even LDG said hello. That was really cool. Always good to see him. And congratulations again on the 20,000 subscribers. And the PSA for today is from Burger414. Crack is whack. And also feeling like a lifetime ago was Deej Odyssey. I feel like he was here like also yesterday because it's so long ago. But I was so happy he was here. Also, thank you to the Nerdporial Lifeform for stopping by. That was an incredible, great surprise that he was able to make it.
That was a pleasant surprise.
Because I send out the invites and I don't know who's going to get them and who's going to take them. And that was one that I was very excited about. Oh
Yeah,
man, I forgot Daniel was also here.
It was really nice Nerdporial joined us. I had a couple things I wanted to discuss with them, but
Your inquiry was not recognized.
Exactly. That's what happened to PvP. His inquiry was not recognized.
Yeah, I did not get a chance, but I had some comments I wanted to actually discuss with them, but oh well. Maybe another
Well,
day.
another time. It's not the last link I'm ever going to send to him.
That's true. Yeah.
Me too, PvP. I was going to share an anecdote.
Yeah, I wanted to share a bit of thoughts about what TOS was like in the 60s.
Well, Jill's got to go.
But
Jill's got to go.
Okay,
Yeah.
Jill, go.
Hakeem was here. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not asking for stories. That's it. I got to the end. Hakeem was the last one.
Hey, Hakeem.
Hooray. And yeah, I do got to go. Everybody, I'm so glad I'm so glad you're here. 2 years, and I'm gonna see what I can do to make things better. And if you ever have any suggestions, please let me know either in the chat or on Twitter.
More Scotty.
My email, more Scotty. Okay.
More
well, you're more. See, I do like suggestions, so please choose your suggestion box and send it over, and we'll see what I can do.
Sure thing.
Yeah,
even if it's a movie
tweet
you
if
want
I
me to
think of
review.
anything important.
Oh yeah.
Oh, of
For
course.
sure. Thank you so much, Jill.
Thank you,
You're
Jill.
welcome.
It's been absolutely fantastic. I'm so glad we could all join you for the 2nd anniversary of your fantastic channel, and I've spouted on before about how awesome I think you are, so I won't do it again. But I just want to say a big heartfelt hugs hugs, a thank you to you.
Yeah, and yeah, thank you for sharing what you know and all of the things that you enjoy, and I like hearing what all of you have to say. So I will see you guys next time. When's next time? Tomorrow. We're going to talk
Tomorrow.
about Quantum Leap.
Are you
Future
still,
Boy.
Are you
Future
still?
Boy.
Are you still in that movie tomorrow? Still?
No, I we nixed the movie.
Yeah.
So what is happening tomorrow?
We just said it's going to be the Quantum Leap episode, Future Boy.
Yeah.
And that's a Friday morning stream.
That's what tomorrow is. Yes.
Oh gosh, now I'm confused. Now I have to watch
Yeah.
Future Boy.
No,
Okay.
I know.
Well, you don't have to do anything, but if you want to, you can.
Well, of course
I
I don't
have
have to
to.
do anything, but usually when I wake up and I'm still alive, I do something. So.
Well, that's preferable, and your continued existence is amazing.
Hey Jill, could you
Absolutely, but I do have to go.
Let's
could you
go. Let's
post-
get out of this
could
place.
Could you post that on your channel so I know what to
I'm
watch?
gonna. Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Yeah, of course, definitely. And on Tuesday, I'm going to review the Mark of Gideon.
The Mark of Gideon.
My condolences.
Yeah.
No, I can't wait. It's going to be good.
Yes. All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay.
Bye.
Love you all.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you so much,
Good
Jill.
day. Bye, guys.
Enjoy.
Yes, live long and prosper and keep
Yes.
on trekking.
And have fun. Have fun.
Peace and long life.
Yeah, that's a good motto.
Is anyone aboard?
All bridge personnel report immediately.
Engineering.
Mr. Scott?
Captain Kirk? Captain Kirk was transported down.
He never arrived. Who are you?
If you didn't bring me here.
That's right. Who has brought you here?
I request permission to beam down to conduct the search for our captain.
Permission denied.
You're gonna let him get away with that?
This would be madness.
Transport me down right this minute and I'll prove to those...
I cannot accept the responsibility for ordering a fellow officer to violate a Starfleet directive. I can make such a decision only for myself.
You come to die.
I don't know. I only know I'm happy.
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. It's like, you know, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.
See you around the galaxy.